And welcome to the Mid-Season Championship, coming to you live from the EWC in Paris, where Johnny, Jake, and myself, Zoe, are currently enjoying the sizzling summer sun. It's bright, it's hot outside, and it's going to get hotter still because we have a set of great matches coming our way today. And our team's going to play it out for an overall prize pool of $1 million. The winner taking away $400,000. I mean, if that's not a lot to play for, I don't know what is.
I mean, this is one of the biggest prize pools of the year, and obviously all the players, putting so much into this tournament here, Jake, because you want to come home with the top prize, $400K.
Yeah, I mean, life-changing prize money is what the Esports World Cup is all about. So for a lot of these players, this is their biggest opportunity of the year to take home a big chunk of change. And so they're all coming motivated. But with 16 teams here, only a few are going to be able to rise to the top and really earn a big payday.
I was about to say, we have 16 teams in the mix this time around. I think that's the most teams we've ever had at a LAN event. And they're going to duke it out in a double elimination bracket here as well. We have 8 matches today. So there's a lot of good matchups, a lot of great stories to take a look at. Is there any particular team or story that interests you here?
Well, I feel like we have to start with Crazy Raccoon. I mean, they're coming into this event as the previous champion, and from the Champions Clash, of course, in Tokyo. They had to fight very hard for that, but they have still looked just as good in Korea in the most recent stage here. So I expect them to potentially just run away with this. I mean, they've been dominant for the last few years. Feels like the team has only gotten better with the addition of Stalker, who in particular I think is playing fantastically well this year. So you got to consider them. They're the team to beat. They're the team that a lot of these squads are going to be testing themselves against here at the EWC.
But we have to follow up then with Twisted Minds, right? Because Crazy Raccoon stole the crown that Twisted Minds had a grasp on for quite some time now. Twisted Minds have been looking shaky this stage.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Twisted Minds, they don't really have the same comfort in their compositions no more, because we went into a bit of a Jetpack Cat meta, and Twisted Minds, they were so reliant on the Symmetra dating back to the Champions Clash. That's how they won the World Finals last year. And so I feel like it's a Twisted Minds roster that was still very much respect. But what is their peak level at if they can't properly adjust to the meta?
I'm also just having my eyes on our NA teams. That's the region in which I feel like people are currently ranking pretty lowly. But if you're talking to the teams, they actually rank them highly, because the NA teams, they're dancing to the beat of their own drum, to the drum of their own something, I don't know, scrimbox, people in the back rooms to be talking. How do you see the NA teams ranking here?
I think with teams like Dallas Fuel, it's going to be particularly interesting because, like you said, they march to the beat of their own drum, they play their own comps, and they do things that other teams aren't doing, which is honestly, I think, an important look to bring to the Esports World Cup. I mean, 16 teams here on LAN. You can't come prepared for everybody. You really have to go play your own game. So a team that is, throwing an X factor in and going to play something different is going to be hard to come in against in a LAN match.
I also think SSG, that's a team that's really unlocked things into stage 2 here, but they fell short in the finals once more. So now going into this event, can they finally live up to their potential and have a good performance on LAN?
Yeah, I mean, if we're looking at both of our groups, right, Group A and B, I think there's just so many teams which are really looking for redemption. So many regions, looking at the Chinese region, which are looking for a redemption arc. They want to be back on top. They want to be back in the conversation.
Yeah, I think Chinese Overwatch right now is in a tough spot. It's been a while since we've had even a strong placement from a Chinese team. I mean, there's been a lack of competitiveness internationally from that region. And I think fans are starting to ask questions, rightfully so. Here at the Esports World Cup is another big opportunity for teams like Weibo Gaming, and you'd have to consider the favorites to maybe, show another strong performance. But I don't know. I don't think my expectations are super high anymore. It's been a while since they've been able to deliver a big win. And the teams in Korea and EMEA in particular, feels like those regions have really elevated the competition for themselves. So there's no easy victories here on LAN.
Yeah. I could even see a Chinese team not taking out of groups. It's honestly that rough at the minute. But, we want to hype up Leave and Shy, so maybe they'll come online in this tournament.
New patch, we haven't seen them, duking it out on LAN. We don't know what these teams prepped, right? The Scrimbox, again, a whole different story. We're hearing a lot in the back rooms. But if I have to ask you for our Sony story of the day, which team would you hone in on?
I got to hone in on Virtus Pro. Not only because they're already doing so good in the club championship here at Esports World Cup, and now if they win a lot of points here in this Overwatch event, that could be so fortunate for them and their hopes of winning the entire thing. But also, their team is doing phenomenal over in the EMEA region right now. Landon joining this team at the start of the year has really made things click, and especially Kevster has just been on a tear so far this year, Jake.
That's a great call out. I think you know, it's been such a fun team to watch, Virtus.pro through EMEA this stage. It feels like in Japan, they awoke something, right? Like in a recognition of the team's potential, of the possibilities for them, and able to realize a lot of that in EMEA, which has been an incredibly competitive reach. I mean, to have Twisted Minds be the third place team out of EMEA is completely crazy. Teams are even talking about GK as another super competitive squad, but Virtus.pro beat them all out in EMEA. So we got to be looking at them as maybe Overwatch is an opportunity for them to further take us a leg up here in the club championship.
Yeah, the playoffs have been crazy competitive in EMEA, and I know other regions really played it close as well. Now it all comes down to this. So I'm so thrilled to see our first round of matches. Again, 16 teams, 8 matches on day number 1, and so many more to come. Of course, also, we're not just having our mid-season championship on the line, it's also about the club champions. And for that, we're going to send it over to Ginny for some updates.
We're to the halfway mark here over at EWC, which means that the club championship points are getting much more crucial. A lot is happening, and it feels like the big dogs are not the ones that are stepping up to the table this time around, Lauren. So what's going on with your stage?
All right, well, for a quick recap of what we had in PUBG Battlegrounds, it was VP that came out on top, and they did so in a very strong fashion. They headed into the last day finals with a lead and then never dropped it, to the point where they even went out early in the last match on finals, and it truly did not matter. They got the win that they needed in order to be trophy eligible for CC, and now they're in second place overall, so massive for them. But looking towards what we have coming up, we've got Warzone right around the corner, and it is another lobby stacked with CC squads. We've got defending champs and Twisted Minds, but they've been so inconsistent they might not be able to bring it home yet again. We also have Falcons in here, and this is probably the biggest one in this lobby because they actually could get a win in Warzone, the win that they need, especially with Hisoka, the best player in the world on the squad.
I mean, look, for us, it's MLBB again, right? We had the previous week, we were getting the qualification to get through to the knockout stages, which was a weird one. We had Team Liquid coming into this event as our favorites, 100%. Everyone was like, Team Liquid are going to win.
Say it a lot.
So, yeah, well, this has been happening a lot for Liquid. Still sitting on pretty much 0 points. They got knocked out in really a devastating fashion, honestly. Then towards the end of the day, we actually had a Falcons v Falcons matchup. For both those two teams, it could have been a top 8 placement, but at least they had a guarantee that they were going to get there, of course. So Falcons are through. But today is where we start our knockouts. Vitality and Falcons going up against each other today, this afternoon. Loser goes home. So that's a massive one. But the team to watch out for, I think, this week for MLBB at the MSC is Aurora. They are a really, really strong outfit. They're one of the teams who surprised a lot of people. Been keeping an eye on that.
All right, and then we have that stage 4, TFT last week. What's going on this week?
Yeah, well, keeping it the same with Aurora, they kind of managed to only get second. They were just edged out by Team Vision in the grand finals. So Team Vision wrapping up their Esports World Cup journey. They were only in Apex and TFT. They managed to get 1,750 points, which I don't think is anything to complain about because that managed to get a team $700,000 last year. So I think that's a pretty good performance from Team Vision. We're on to Street Fighter 6 this week, though, and it's Team Falcons. They're fielding 3 players. They've got the reigning champ in Zhao Hai. He was supposed to come out strong in Fatal Fury City of the Wolves at the start of Esports World Cup, but fell out early. So he's looking to make a few reparations here and there and get the win yet again in Street Fighter 6.
Seems like Falcons is the name of the game this week. For us last week, Hyperspirit were the ones that were able to close it out on the AFC, but Falcons this time around are the ones that are the defending title champions. Overwatch 2 last year was the only title they won to actually make them eligible to win CC, so a lot of pressure going on this roster, regardless of the slow start that they've had so far this season. Whether or not they can do it, we're going to find out by the end of this week, and we will, of course, keep you updated.
We are Team Falcon, reigning Overwatch champion at Esports World Cup. We are here to do it again.
It's a pick on Lambda, the perfect answer. Symbol comes up, Merit has to dance it now. Ziad knocked out of Meg. Can't get back in. They will claim the map from behind. Unbelievable.
Team Falcons' run last year at the Esports World Cup was led by their Overwatch 2 team. Their win in Overwatch was what sealed the deal for Team Falcons in winning the club championship in 2025. That was last year. This year, they come in the EWC somewhat a shadow of their old selves, but still with championship expectations. They did not qualify for our first event of the year, the Champions Clash, and are here in Paris thanks to their amazing performance last year. The loss of Stalker has been huge, as he's moved over to Crazy Raccoon, who have been a powerhouse to start the year.
이적을 한 이후로는 연락을 딱히 한 적은 없고, 그 전까지는 조금 친했었는데 아마 이적하고 나서 약간 라이벌 팀으로 가다 보니까 좀 안 하는 게 아닐까.
Falcons is to repeat as the club champions in EWC this year. They'll need its Overwatch team to rekindle some of that championship magic that's still on this roster. With the competition stronger than ever, they'll need an all-time performance to defend their title.
Ginny here, and I'm joined with Jordan, the global head of esports for Falcons. And I'd love to have a conversation about the club championship. It's been a very big topic of conversation here at EWC because you guys took this trophy home last year and the year before that. But what's going on this year?
At the moment, we are not in the best spot, I would say, to keep the trophy home. But it's still the at least our goal is to still keep it and bring it back to Saudi. We're looking forward for the next weeks.
You guys in general have a lot of different rosters competing, and Overwatch is the one that's the focus point for this week. And last year it was the most important one because that's the one where you won the title, so it allowed you to actually qualify to be able to be that winner for the club championship. Is there a lot of pressure on that Overwatch this week as well, or do you think you're just going to see how it goes?
I think we will see how it goes, to be honest. Like, no pressure on any of our players. We know that they have the talent to win. They're like all really well prepared. But you know, like EWC, like everything can happen. So it's just like competition at the highest level. For us, like, we're ready. We don't put any extra pressure on the players. They know what to do to win. That's it.
And I actually want to go back to the roster specifically because I feel like when we're looking at the Overwatch roster, there have been a little bit of a hiccups in terms of like how the season has been going for them. Do you think being in Paris now, not having that response of the Saudi crowd is going to make things a little bit more complicated, or do you have full faith in them?
No, full faith in them. I think like they're ready. Again, yes, of course, like we don't have like the same crowd as last year, and they know that, but it's also like maybe better to release also like the pressure, in my opinion. And they're also like strong against like other crowds. So, I mean, we're in a good spot, in my opinion.
So then looking at EWC in general, because of course there's a little bit of catching up to do because we're looking at the standings right now. Navi is doing quite well this time around. First of all, was that even your expectation to have a team like Navi? Because last year it didn't feel like they were as strongly when it comes to their club championship performance.
We are monitoring like every team, and Navi were, at least like for us, like on our projections, they should be like in the top 5 because like they have like really good competing roster. Of course, we didn't expect them to be this high as early in the competition, but they have like strong roster on many games, and they still have like a few. So in my opinion, they can still like be at the top here if all the big dogs are just like not like giving what they need to do. In my opinion, like they can still like keep up here.
I actually like that you bring up the big dogs because last year it was Liquid, it was Vitality, it was you guys. Liquid has 0 points. At the moment, like what is going on there? Do you think it's been the move to Paris that has made things a little bit different, or is it just nature of the game because it is esports and it is competition?
In my opinion, like both, because like, well, all the team are used now to the setup in Saudi. So moving to Paris on the short notice like this, like you change your plan, you change everything. I'm glad that one of our players like kick out many Liquid player on EFC, so that's great. But I think like Liquid can still like earn a lot of points. They still have like a good title contender in many games. So in my opinion, like right now, like it's just like we continue with the big dogs. Liquid is still there, of course, like 0 point. I'm happy for that, of course. But we have like still like Vitality around, AG, Aurora looking strong also, Genji. Like there is like a lot of big teams that still are up. And look at VP, like they're just like killing it at the moment. So
yeah, I think it's really interesting to see just how different organizations are performing now that we're in Paris. But I want to hear your expectations for Falcons, not just in this week, but in terms of like their entirety of EWC. What are you hoping to achieve?
Well, first, and the big goal for us is to bring this beautiful trophy back home, as I said at the beginning. The second thing is like having like at least like 2-3 big wins, big title in EWC. This would be like the goal. We have still like a lot of roster that are able to achieve it. we don't put any pressure, any extra pressure again on the players. They're just here like to enjoy and to perform at the highest level. But in our opinion, yeah, we have like 3 titles. I will not like disclose like the game, but in my opinion, we have at least like 3 titles that can go and take the trophy home.
All right. Well, thank you so much for that. I'm looking forward to seeing you guys in Overwatch, but I'm also in general looking forward to the performance of Falcons here. Thank you for your time. That's it from us over here at the beautiful Totem area. Back to you, Puckett.
Thank you, Jenny. That's right. It's Puckett back in the Overwatch scene, and I'm excited to be here alongside Reinforce and Jake. Now, Jake, we see our players from Beryl walking in. They're the top dogs in Japan. Who's their opening competitors to start off the group stages?
Maybe a bit of a tough draw for them going up against Zeta Division, which if you just look at the names alone on this roster, you can see their faces here. Very recognizable players in the history of Overwatch. This is a team that is absolutely stacked top to bottom. That being said, though, Varel, despite being a Jap, they have risen competitively. I don't think that they're a pushover squad here, even up against Zeta Division.
Zeta Division, of course, a Japanese org. So, Johnny, we've got a lot of representation for Asia today. Talk to me about the expectations for Zeta overall, though. Are they the team to beat here in Paris?
I'd say so after their success in Korea. Obviously, they fell short in Champions Clash, but that was to their dismay. They were really disappointed with that result. I'd say in this tournament bucket, Zeta Division, their sights has to be on number 1.
We have an excellent staff here breaking down all of the action, but we're not the only ones on the mics. We've got our co-streamers, and we've got one from Zeta Division joining us live. How's it going over there? Welcome to the live stream. Can you hear us?
I can't hear you guys.
Is it good? Zeta's doing good.
I can't hear you guys. 聞こえないです。
You look good.
I can't hear you.
It's okay. We're going to sort this out later. For now, you can go check out Tayo's stream. Tell me a little bit about the streamers because, Jake, I know you're familiar with all the personalities here in the Overwatch scene.
Yeah, I mean, it's great to have Tayo here. I mean, one of the OGs from playing in the Overwatch League back in the day, now being kind of the face of Japanese Overwatch in a big way, which is an exciting place to be considering the region has really elevated. I mean, from the Champions Clash in Tokyo was our last major event. It was a huge success, I think, tons of viewership, a lot of excitement. To see teams like Varel really rise competitively and show good performances in international competition. I mean, there's a lot of heartening signs, I think, for fans of Japanese Overwatch. And I mean, Tayo's got to be number 1 in that regard.
Has Tayo ever done a wall to you, Johnny?
Oh, Tayo, he's way better. I mean, this guy was actually a freak when he played himself, San Francisco Shotgun, stuff like that way back. And so Tayo, much love for that guy overall, and hopefully we can check in with him again later.
Enjoy his stream. In the meantime, we got to talk about this matchup because the fans, they weighed in, and 73% of them believe that Zeta Division is the favorite over Varel. Let's talk about the format. This is group stages, first time people are seeing it. First to 2. We don't call it best of 3 here in Overwatch. It's first to 2. So, Jake, walk me through how this is going to work.
Yeah, so, I mean, in the group stage, you need to win twice to advance to the main bracket. That's going to be the goal on everybody's mind. For a team like Zeta Division, Johnny, you're right, Thorvald's, they want to be going 2-0 here. They want this to be a dominant run. For Varel, it's a tough draw in the very first round, but hey, if you can win this one, or even if you lose it, you're still alive. You still have another chance at the competition.
Johnny, 20 seconds till we get to stage. Give me the prediction. Do we get to a third map?
It's got, a third map. Zeta Division, it's got to win this series, but hey, Shamboli Monastery for Varel, that could be a win for them.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is day 1 of Overwatch here at EWC as we get it down to the stage.
Mesdames et messieurs, je suis ravie de vous accueillir à cette 4e semaine de l'EWC pour du Overwatch. Ian, it's already our 4th week here in Paris at EWC, and this time it's Overwatch time. I'm excited.
I can't believe it's week 4 already, but I cannot wait for this week. We have got regional champions, world champions, rising contenders, established giants. All of them want to leave Paris as the top dog at the halfway point of the season.
Yeah, and we're in for a treat today because we're going to have 8 series. On va avoir 8 matchs aujourd'hui, donc ça va être une longue journée. And bear in mind that Overwatch is a game with quick reaction time,
Yes.
speed, young blood. It's a young man's game, so I think you're pretty done, Ian.
Yeah, I think I missed my chance. That's a good point. Welcome, everybody. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the arena. It's good to have you here at the SEC Arena. It is the Overwatch Champion Series 2026 Mid-Season Championship at the Esports World Cup. And there's only one thing left to do. Lou, let's welcome our first team.
Of course, and the first team comes from a long way. Mesdames et messieurs, Zeta Division! A rebel roster that has quickly become one of the most complete teams in the world. Korea's Stage 2 champions.
Up next, it's Varel. Japan's champions, consistent at home, increasingly dangerous abroad, and no longer an opponent the favorites can overlook.
Next up, Crazy Raccoon! The Champions Clash winners, the tournament's top seeds, one of the favorites. C'est l'équipe que tout le monde s'attend à devoir croiser, affronter dans la route pour le trophée.
Please welcome Team Secret. Pacific champions, a veteran roster carrying its region into one of the strongest fields Overwatch has ever assembled.
Next up is an EMEA representative, GK Esports. Their EMEA second seed, a roster that exceeded a lot of expectations all season long. Personne ne les attendait ici et pourtant, les résultats ont parlé 2 fois cette saison pour eux.
Please welcome AGAL. They've got some fans in the building too. China's 3rd seed arrives having earned every opportunity. A strong run here would help further move their org up the vital club championship table here at the Esports World Cup.
Of course, the North American champions, Dallas Q! Lots of fans in the building as well. Veterans with championship history. They're returning to the international competition on the back of a remarkable lower bracket run. Ils sont là et ne vont rien lâcher après cette run énorme en loser bracket.
Please welcome Space Station Gaming. Sorry, it's actually JD Gaming. Let's give them the respect they deserve here. China's 2nd seed, the first team to defeat Weibo since the return of Chinese competition. Now looking to repeat that form on the international stage.
Vrai danger, effectivement. And now is up for Space Station Gaming. They are North America's regular season runner-up. Domestic consistency has never been the question. But is it the same when it comes to international stage?
Up next is Twisted Minds. Big ovation here. The reigning OWCS World Champions, Stockholm, established them as the best in the world. This week is all about proving they still are.
A lot of championship points on the line also for Twisted Minds here. And also for another organization, it's T1! Une organisation qui a défini l'e-sport vous le savez, même si leur palmarès domestique n'est plus approuvé, il leur reste le titre international à aller chercher en Overwatch.
Please welcome Team Liquid. A young North American roster making their first appearance on this stage in desperate need of club championship points too. The pressure is on.
Next up is Weibo Gaming. They are China's champion. 2 regional titles this season have established them at home. Ils sont champions de la région chinoise. 2 titres régionaux cette saison. Et maintenant, ils pourraient aller chercher le titre à Paris.
Please welcome 9Z Globant. South America's underdogs, carrying a region still searching for its breakthrough moment on an international stage.
And of course, what would be the party without Virtus Pro? There are the undefeated Stage 2 EMEA champions, l'un des plus grands espoirs de l'Europe, avec une ambition claire, enfin mettre un terme au règne coréen à Paris.
And finally, the title defenders. The defending mid-season champions. 12 months on, the trophy is still theirs. And every contender here wants to take it from them. It's Team Falcons!
Ce sont ceux que tout le monde veut faire tomber ici à Paris. Les Team Falcons!
Plenty of talented players on the stage, all eyeing up the opportunity of a lifetime. Long day of Overwatch lies ahead, Lou. Shall we do this?
Let's go.
Faites du bruit!
Welcome to Paris. Select your hero.
Time to dominate.
We're here to take back our crown.
The bears have arrived. Let's go.
30 seconds remaining.
Cash's son here. Your connection, and they'll. Oh my God! Who needs fusion power when you got this guy lighting it up for you? Crazy Raccoon is jumping, ends up going down, and Twisted Mind are rewriting history. It's anemic. It's not enough from Alcancia. Not even close.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hello, everybody, and welcome here to what is going to be an incredible experience once more. We are in Paris, and we have a rare opportunity to put the very best teams in the world through their paces at the OWCS Mid-Season Championship. I'm Mitch Leslie, joined by Matt Morello in the booth. It's been a while, Matt.
I was going to say, I was like, your voice came through my headset, and I was like, whoa, wait, that's not Jake. That's a different accent.
Is that a ghost of your past, maybe?
Yeah, I'm just being attacked by my past. But no, this is going to be an awesome event. I mean, the best teams in the world. And what I love is the format, right? We have so many games with groups into the bracket. Like, we are most certainly going to find the best team in Overwatch at this moment in the season.
Yeah, look, I think in the grand scheme of Overwatch tournaments, in fact, past and present, this is a pretty unique format. We have two teams of, two other groups of 8 teams. 4 from each of these groups will be advancing, of course, to our playoff stage. But let's take the opportunity now to drill down on this first match, which might seem like 2 teams from far-flung regions, disparate players have maybe never had the chance to go head-to-head, but that is not the case at all because in Asia, these two teams clashed earlier this year and gave us quite the matchup.
I mean, Varel has such a live, active fan base, right? They've been wanting to see this team at an international event for a while now. And this is a team that's been on the ascend, right? That they've been getting better and better in Asia over the last few months. And then now they finally kind of get here to the Esports World Cup. Excited to see how they perform.
It's not the first time that we've seen teams from Japan, primarily Japanese players, perform on the international stage, but this might be the best time to be a fan of this region since
I don't think it might be. It is the best time. It is the best time.
Slay and Top Dragon joined this team, they become more than just a regional force, a team that was looking competitive in Japan. These guys have really put their region on the map. Varel are the real deal, and Zeta Division know this all too well. It was a game that went for distance in that OWCS Asia Stage 1 clash, a 5-map affair that did see Zeta Division ultimately triumph and deny Varel a chance to play in front of a home crowd at a Champions Clash.
I did a ton of media day stuff leading up to this event, and it just feels like Zeta Division, that team is too talented to not win an international. We were talking in the back, like how good they've actually been, right? In their region.
Some cliff notes on this Zeta Division team. They won Korea Stage 1.
Yeah.
They won Asia Stage 1. They came third at the Champions Clash, which to some might have been a bit of a surprise. But then they had a comeback win over Crazy Raccoon in OWCS Korea Stage 2 to win that series out. They are known, Zeta Division, to start a little bit slow in some series, right? And here it's a little dangerous, Matt, because we are playing a first-to-2 format here. A bit of best of 3 for the uninitiated. And that's dangerous for a team like Varel, who, did beat Zeta Division in the control map when they fought them in those upper semis of OWCS Asia.
I think the Zeta Division team, though, this could be their time, right? This could be their event. It feels like you're going to see them win an international event at some point throughout the year. Maybe this one's it. You also, dude, VP has been sick this year, right? They're in the field, obviously, really strong contender. Twisted Minds, you kind of can't count them out. Crazy Raccoon, they end up winning.
They still have that champion pedigree. They're winning the big events that matter this year.
But I don't think there's ever been a time in Overwatch esports that there's so many teams you could make a realistic argument for winning an international event and not be laughed out of the room, right? You can make an argument for 5-6 teams that they have a potential chance to win it.
That's the revelation for me coming out of Stockholm last year and the Champions Clash, is that we no longer exist in an era of Overwatch esports when South Korean rosters are expected to be dominant. EMEA looks very powerful. You cannot be ruling out our rosters from China as well, as Weibo are still reaching for former glory or a piece of that they used to have in, yesteryear of Overwatch, and that's still a star-studded lineup who have been putting in the time.
And I didn't even, Weibo, obviously, right? Like you mentioned, we didn't even talk about GK, who's pretty much the Katsuya roster from last year with maybe one or I think 2 changes to it. More of Ziad, I know, with Kelix and Labda. So it'll be first map. The pick will be Busan here.
Yeah, Zeta Division being able to make that selection ostensibly is the higher seed. And here are your bans to start things off. So Bastion and Malga, respectively, both taken out. Malga has been tweaked slightly in a recent update just to increase the spread on those chain guns, but it hasn't prevented him from being a real menace when it comes to brawl compositions. And Bastion is obviously someone who, with certain synergies in the game, is always a danger.
Yeah, I know Bastion, obviously, with Jetpack Cat has turned into a nightmare for a lot of teams, but Malga has been pretty consistent throughout, the last few months as a viable tank option and one who's just very annoying to potentially deal with for certain teams. So seeing it gone right away here, we'll see what Zeta Division decides to go to as, Violet and Proper. Just having them on the same team, shoes wide, it's just it's just a riches of talent. That's crazy.
Yeah, I think this team benefited in a big way from the changes that Crazy Raccoon, for example, made to their roster and some of the other shuffles that we saw over, in that region. Proper certainly doesn't have to be the solo carry on this team anymore. Chu is one of the most illustrious stabilizing elements I think that any of our top rosters in the world have seen. Make no mistake, folks, for Zeta Division, this is the beginning of a championship campaign, and for Varel, is the chance to write one of the greatest upsets, the greatest upset Japanese Overwatch has ever seen. It's a first to two.
Yeah.
You're never going to have a better chance to try and sneak one in.
I was going to say, first to two is the time to get it done, right? That you get these like really early series in a tournament, a shorter series. Teams are used to playing a lot of first to threes, where now you get this first to two here early for Varel. This is like a prime opportunity to potentially get an upset, but obviously with Zeta Division on the other side, one of obviously they don't win Champions Clash, but you could bring a really good argument that at the start of the year they've been like overall, with our regular season and things like that, the strongest team.
They're the top seed out of their region. They're just missing that silverware in the trophy cabinet, Matt. And I think the mid-season championship is a ripe opportunity for them to start to make additions. We're going to go downtown to kick things off. Already some hover over towards the Jetpack Cat. Should surprise nobody. Shu on the Ana. It's a legendary combination. Let's get this one started, folks. Out of the gates on downtown. It's Varel versus Zeta Division.
And Freya obviously gets buffs in this latest update, like in the mid-season one. So we'll see the Freya here for Varel. And on the other side, you're going to see Emre. So Emre was a hero we saw a ton, and then just kind of fell really out of the meta. You'll see divas on both sides. And Mitch also noticed, we're going to see some Jetpack Cat action without the Bastion in play. Jetpack Cat is like a really good damage dealer from the support role.
Yeah, and also some environmental kill potential on a map like downtown. Early Bernard's just really trying to control that high grab, but Knife has been mostly uncontested, and eventually Cloud folds up there. With KSG out of the fight, Varel weren't really able to get their pieces together.
Yeah, I mean, with Violet on the cat, right, you're going to be able to get this Emre to the high ground consistently. That's like, Emre just doesn't have the greatest mobility, but in terms of just overall damage output, like one of the higher damage outputs overall in the game, where the Jetpack Cat will be interesting as this tournament goes on. How that hero is used, a lot of flanking damage. Obviously the healing, pretty decent. See Nico put some shots into Benar on the high ground here. It's going to be a fight now over the point as Zeta Division gets above 20%.
KSG doesn't want to overcommit to this now. I can see Zeta Division can really sit Knife very comfortably over towards the back line, and you're able to get some of those minor perks. You find your mobility as Emma is greatly sort of enhanced. Top Dragon, always dangerous, someone who really has put this Varel team on the map. There's a lot of heavy lifting though to be done. 37% and counting now for Zeta Division. Shu had that nano boost available, and Nico is the first casualty of this fight. Slay's trying to have some impact from afar, but it's a bit much to handle.
And I mean, you see the position that Shu was in, right? Violet getting it onto that high ground is, you can get you any type of advantage on the Ana, you will take it. As Varel, they tried to get aggressive, right, onto the Emre, onto the Ana. It was actually a nade that kind of shoot through right on top of himself, kept everybody alive there for Zeta Division, and then Varel just not able to escape on the exit. So it'll be a nano boost available for Cloud, one available for Shoot as well. Most likely Tracer Diva here is the target.
Pretty volatile fight coming up though, especially with the impact of catnapping, so keep your eyes on that. Top Dragon's trying to sleuth out a bit of a flank route, but look at already Jetpack Cat is already there. KSG attempting to dive, and Zeta Division fall back. It's going to be a nano boost here, given over towards Knife as he gets closer to that first override protocol. But Zeta Division disengage for long enough at least to get the damage on KSG and knock him out of mech. Slay has already fallen as Shu picks him off, and that should be wraps here on that fight.
Yeah, well, I see the catnap here used here by Violet, going to drag Nico right into Bernard, and he hits the bola. It was interesting for Zeta Division, right? They actually used the nano onto Knife, but it actually is Violet dragging him away at that time, so they didn't really get a lot of value out of it. It doesn't end up mattering in the end, as it's going to be Varel, right? They'll have their catnap to use, maybe an environmental opportunity.
Cyber frag attempted for Knife as he drops down to that low ground. How override protocol going to be empowered by the Jetpack Cat, so you have a bit more of that mobility, and Slay comes a direct hit in midair. It's brutal. Knife finds Cloud at extreme range, and Varel could never get their ducks in a row in this round. Zeta playing very disruptive.
No, and I mean, look, Emre is obviously just going to be a lot of consistent damage output, in terms of like what that hero provides. Where Freya, like you're looking at like some of these, big explosive bolts that go into targets, and then like potentially the Tracer kind of finishing it off. They were never really able to get, that kind of action rolling. Is a team like Zeta so good at denying those types of things. You see the cat battle here between the two. It's so good. Oh, that is so sick.
Again, Jetpack Cat does have the tendency to be a little bit floaty, as do the players that, get sort of hooked onto with the lifeline. So you have a player like Shu who will always demonstrate a very high level of skill expression. Those sleeps are going to hit a little different. Up Sanctuary now.
And you'll see Nico actually will match the Emre here. So if you feel like maybe the Freya obviously just not providing the damage output that you need there. So going to match Knife in terms of that hit scan roll.
Proper here. Already going to make his way wrapped around. Happy to take 3 damage on KSG as Varel's team has certainly been the target for Zeta Division. An early decent really limits them, but Bernard is able to make a great dive on towards Cloud, and Nico's going to find himself without a lot of help. And there's no need for proper overcommit over towards his Emra. Nico's already knocked off of a useful sightline.
Yeah, and I mean, you'll end up losing Slay as well, but honestly, you're not going to be able to survive. Like, the one thing with Jetpack Cat is, like, the healing is, good, but not good enough to, like, keep an entire team alive, right? Like an Ana could potentially. So as soon as you lose Yana, you're in a really rough spot there for Varel, as Zeta has looked awesome this far.
And they're going to be quite happy to push up a little bit more here, especially with that lifeline being able to drag them out of trouble. It's a switch over with the Hazard and the Kiriko for Cloud. So wholesale changes to this Varel lineup. Now they realize that their D.Va just doesn't really cut the mustard, perhaps doesn't have the burst potential they're looking for.
It's Proper gets airdropped over the top there as Violet, after dropping him off, just kind of takes out Nico. That's one of the things that a lot of people say about the Jetpack Cat is like, really difficult, although you mentioned kind of floaty. Like when you have the boosters and you're kind of doing some, damage, and then also like the melee, right? You get that empowered melee. Becomes like really kind of nasty.
That's a little swipe, yeah. It's a very flavorful perk that you can pick up there. I mean, the line of scrimmage couldn't be drawn much further forward here for Zeta Division. Violet and Shu also with ultimates at the ready.
That's a big pick, though. No defense matrix used there, so Nico has to take down Knife.
Yeah, but I'm maybe not mindful about how to make use of that matrix defensively there, but it may not matter. Proper's going to be a problem for them either way, and Nico simply has nowhere to go. Violet does get picked off, so it's a trade up for Varel, but it's a matter of trying to cap this point. And Zeta Division can simply fold back and bolster it.
Yeah, and a nano burn there by Shu, so didn't really get much value out of that. So this is a pretty good fight here for Varel, but the contest still live here for Zeta Division. Shu going to get escorted out of harm's way, and now you're going to have KSG getting brought into the fight, trying to separate some players. The Hazard Wall, nice job with that Violet lead, taking out Knife. Full spawn from Proper, though, takes out the Hazard, and Varel never flips throughout all of this.
Yeah, that's the problem for Varel. They can never really get enough players in position. They're constantly staggered out for the entirety of Busan, in fact. It's going to be a Kitsune Rush attempt here. Top Dragon might be able to benefit from it to some degree. Nico's going to be brought down, though. It's costly. They get themselves Shu, in fairness, but this cap is looking less and less likely. Proper struggling to win that 1v1, though, as Top Dragon sees an opportunity to pressure, but its override protocol for Knife means he's going to be hard to catch, and he's going to be vomiting damage. But KSG is there on the point now. Cyberfrag to maybe find a chunk on that Hazard as Proper recalls away. It looks like he's won the Tracer duel for the time being. It turned his attention now over towards this Hazard.
Support so low for Varel.
Violet's back in the fight now as well. Here's an override protocol from Nico. He must find connection, especially onto someone like Shu. Looking for the backline. Shu's going to be forced off that sideline for the time being, but Nico can't contest from this high position. He eventually finds the Ana. Banana now on the point. Going to find that Nico pickoff, and it's overtime. He's looking grim indeed for Varel. That's Busan, snapped up by your top Korean seed.
Varel never able to get a blip there. It feels like they got a slight advantage in that fight, but look, you never deal with Proper. The Tracer kind of keeps contesting. Bernard also ends up having a self-destruct, right? Being able to kind of stall that out, get a mech back, and I mean, Zeta looks so strong. I mean, look at this. Like, what do you do there against that cat, right? Just kind of comes from that high ground, like assassinates your hit scam. Violet doing it pretty consistently here.
This composition or this way of playing, I feel, really does tax your bandwidth as a team who wants to play coordinated, because there are two, sometimes three separate skirmishes happening at any point, right? The Anas are trying to fight against Jetpack Cat or trying to pressure from long distance. You've got Hazard being flown in by the cat there to try and take a fight. The Tracers are fighting for flank angles. And
the cat's like another Tracer, right? You're just going to see like on a flank, and then all of a sudden, right now, Proper is on a flank. He's got somebody to work with, like somebody healing him in the sky. Like one of the, it's really difficult to kind of like see it from the first-person POV, but like one of the harder things, like a shooter, just in general, is when you have like a character like Tracer on your screen, but then a character above you off screen, right? Because you can't really look. Because then you're going to lose sight of the Tracer, so you kind of have to look.
Well, we saw
Tracer,
that. We saw that when Tracer got dropped into a fight. Proper got dropped into the fight by Violet, but then Violet's
one with the
detaching,
kills.
finds the elimination. So, your jetpack cat needs to be ferrying your tank into position, to sort of augmenting their mobility. They also need to be doubling back and make sure they get that AoE healing as well in moments like that, and also helping your Tracer. If you get 1v2 by Tracer and jetpack cat, you are in trouble.
I mean, you're in a world of hurt in that regard. So we'll see what these bands end up being map selection as well. Will go to Varel. So this map pool, Mitch, one of the more interesting ones we've had in Overwatch. A lot of like the kind of fan favorite, not even fan favorite, like the maps that a lot of teams would just like to go to are not really in this pool.
A lot of the easy answers, I think, for these teams are out of the pool, but some maps that cater more to a specialized approach, I think, are in the pool, you could say.
Well, I think it's fun. It doesn't allow you to, everybody is just going to practice King's Row coming into this, and then that'll be map 2 every series, right? It's going to be very varied, I imagine, the approaches that these teams take to kind of like identifying like what maps in this pool they want to go to.
I do think that loser map pick lends itself to some closer, some longer games. So for Varel here, it's important that they're able to choose an arena that really suits them. Stylistically, for the most part, they opted into a Jetpack Cat mirror with a Bastion band, and then made the move over towards Kiriko Hazard, maybe feeling like Hazard had a bit of that burst damage.
But they still have the cat though, right?
Yes.
So it's like, if they don't want to ban cat, like we're going to see something fairly similar. I mean, or it's with the Bastion in the mix, and then we're back to kind of Cat Bastion like all over again, right?
Obviously, you can target both sides of that combination. Bastion is not available ban heading into this next map, but if you want to take the cat out, you are welcome to do that. But again, you start to run out of time here in the first to 2. So Varel have to have the answer right here and right now. And Zeta already know that Varel demand their respect and their full attention. So don't expect to see them take their foot off the gas in this map. Remember, this is a Zeta division who are all but uncrowned kings coming into this tournament, especially with Falcons qualifying purely on virtue of being our EWC winners last year. Zeta division in everything but name are expected to be the dominant force here, but it's been Crazy Raccoon at LAN that have been able to outperform them.
And when we talk about the map pool, hybrid, you have Eichenwald, Neon Junction, and Paraiso. So there's like no Kings there, no Hollywood. Like those are 2 maps that people pretty consistently kind of go towards. Escort, it's Junkertown, Shambali, and Route 66. I mean, those are like, if you're looking at that, I mean, you have no circuit for like SIG teams, right? Teams that want to play that type of style.
I guess you can.
We do have, I think what we're going to see, at least in my opinion, I think we're going to see a ton of Flashpoint early. You have all 3 Flashpoints available. And teams love Surabasa. They love New Queen Street. They a lot of ball teams like Atlas, right? So I think you're going to see, to dodge some of those potentially, like if you were trying to put together a series of, let's call them comfortable maps, right? For teams, you'd be looking at something like a Busan or Nepal, and then you're looking at like one of the Flashpoints, and then Esperanza has been a map that's been pretty popular when it's been in the pool, right? So it's much different. We'll see Shambali Monastery will be the pick for Varel. So Shambali is one. Okay, so the Diva ban comes through, then a Kiri ban as well. So Kiri ban, interesting. That almost feels like they're locking into the Ana Cat.
They also might be concerned about, sometimes Kiri can also be targeted if you want to take the cleanse out of the mix, right? Yeah. You might feel that like leaning into Bionade could be a decent option. With Kiri off the table, you don't have the ability to
but you're going to see Sigma, right? You'll probably, so
you talked about like there being few Sigma maps here in this.
This is one
Shambali is one of the few. It's quite a precipitous climb. You can play those poke comps pretty happily, but there's it's fertile ground also to play some of these flankers.
I mean, get some adjustments to make him not invincible recently, so we'll see. You could also play Ramatra here, right? This is like a Ramatra Sigma, that type of map. It feels like you could potentially play some Hazard here. We've seen in the past as well. You kind of think that hero is potentially strong right now. Obviously, some time here, as I know Barrel will be on defense to kick things off. So looks like they're just going to play, Cap Bastion here with a 6. So this is kind of like the historical comp. I know for this, I know where we see the Cap Bastion, right? We saw kind of Sigma played against it, right? That Sigma was really good into it. But with D.Va ban, feels like 6 obviously the next best option. So looks like,
oh, I love this.
I think it's going to be a swap here. So I think you'll see Cap Bastion. They're going to match with a Sig,
Okay. So management of those Sigma cooldowns is going to be really important. Kinetic Grasp as well to mitigate those first windows for the Bastion and not to serve your shield up to him on a silver platter are going to be things you need to consider here. High ground perching for Varel to start things off and want to limit how much poke damage they take in reprisal, but the Bastion's already flying on overhead. You see Slay's trying to respond here. Get Nico in a position to take this fight, and knife behind enemy lines is blunted.
So those are the fights you need to win if you're Varel, right? I know knife goes in deep. Obviously, him and Violet trying to get a really nice angle and just chase there by Nico and Slay. It's a really nice play. Kind of forces out that turret form, also forces the detach there from Violet. He wants to end up trying to play his life a little bit, get out. So UGC just slowly, here's the division trying to work their way up towards that high ground.
Nico here taking a safer position now, but now with the kinetic grasp, but Chu's already been picked off. Nicely done by Slay. Gets into the backline, past the Sigma's damage mitigation, and plucks out a pretty important player. Top Dragon, though, straight up loses the trace the duel, but there's plenty of damage there to clean up Benar. And this is going to waylay Zeta Division further. Knife will get a bit of extra car progress here, and KSG will need to be protected. And they've got to watch out for those Ana darts, because she will be called on often to pressure these cats.
Yeah, and it was a really nice bio grenade from Cloud as well that kind of connects to some players from Zeta Division actually going up towards the high ground. But the payload progress there from Proper, they're just kind of moving it through that choke, is going to buy them some space that can allow Zeta Division to at least get around that first corner. Put themselves in like one fight here potentially to be able to take this checkpoint.
Quite the battle here between Top Dragon and Proper to secure the flank angle there. Accretion not quite connecting on Nico and can go aggressive, caught inside the catnap though, but Violet's got to be careful, he's not invincible. Cloud picked off, Proper's able to get into the back line and he's found yet another one. It doesn't get any better than that for one who many would consider the best in the world. Proper runs roughshod over the back line of Varel.
Yeah, and it was Cloud end up using the nano there onto Nico and just tries to get him around the corner, but Zeta played that so well. Had the kinetic grass, had the shield available from the Sig, just kind of kited that. Then Violet comes in with a catnap, just kind of locks Nico in place, and that's how they're able to take that first checkpoint. So we'll see now, as no Zeta, they end up with their nano of their own. I wonder if this is like, do you use this like Proper maybe on a flank, see if you can kind of like assassinate Nico? That's a potential option here.
I think that is the main flashpoint in this fight. It's the Tracers fighting for control of those flanks. Proper, I think, has the W so far. Shields being exchanged here now as the card is going to wrap around the corner. Keep your eyes on the periphery. Okay, Bastion ultimate now going to be coming into play. Top Dragon realizes that Proper surely is going to be encroaching on his position. Knife has to get out of line of sight for the time being here as Benar is surging forward. Hit for the bio briefly, but still wants to fight this out. His shield though getting very low, but well apportioned to stop that accretion in its tracks. Cloud is down. Proper's found another one in the back line now, and KSG's under extreme pressure. That is nicely done. Gravitic Flux essentially claims that kill on the Sigma. Benar surges forward.
Yes, they end up having to use the nano boost there on the Bernard to actually keep him alive through KSG's Gravitic Flux. So it's the bio as well from Cloud that kind of goes into the mix, but not enough to take out the Sigma of Zeta Division. Look how aggressive Bernard is playing. He is just moved all the way up here, just trying to deny even a contest.
Oh, Proper gets slung over the wall here to get into a flank angle, and Cloud's now going to be feeling the heat. Oh, that's the sleep dart gone, and Proper knows it's on for young and old now. It's easy, and he takes his time. Nico caught in the catnap here and not able to take Violet down before he's thrown off the cliff. And that was a dominant fight for Zeta Division now. 4 minutes and 10 seconds in the back.
What do you even do, though, if you're Cloud? Because, like, historically, right, if the Tracer's going to have to get in the position, you're going to have to, like, dodge some Sigma action. You're going to have to dodge the Bastion. He just comes right over the wall, just kind of, like, just avoids,
over the wall.
Yeah, just avoids everybody. I mean, and then as soon as you miss the sleep, I mean, it's GG, right? Like, it puts in such a horrible position because you can't even get towards that choke to be able to kind of see your Sigma heal players trying to contest, and then you're just in a 1v1 against Proper.
That's the issue, is Anna, you need to position so safely that it isolates you in cases like that. It makes you an easy target.
So this is a counter per se to like what we've seen with Cat Bastion is like having the Cassidy in the mix. The Cassidy can do kind of enough damage to really kind of make the Bastion, the Cat's life a little bit more difficult.
It feels like a concession to the Cat and also the Tracer to some degree. Nice little grenade there from Nico to get the kill on. To position back pretty quickly though, does find himself in the front line. Well, that KSG to try and keep him protected, but Prophet still is going to break through. There is not a legitimate answer on Varel to stop him running through their front line and get into the soft
And I mean, you see, as soon as they lose on players in the division, they don't kind of give up the fight. Like, Violet's in there putting down some damage. They kind of like look to just pay attention to the Cat, and it ends up being Proper who ends up the nano boost, and he gets a few picks. It's going to be Nico using the artillery here. Shu ends up using the bio to keep himself alive. It's going to be artillery over the point here. For Zeta Division puts some serious damage down on the KSG, but he ends up living.
Osborne to the back line here, got some damage done. Proper though can duck back and let his team do the rest of the heavy lifting. KSG gets a quick geology lesson as he's unable to stop this map completion. 2:37 is a whopping time bank for Shambali Monastery.
Zeta Division looks awesome so far. I mean, hey, there's going to be, if they play like this, there's going to be a lot of fast series here in Paris. I mean, they look incredible here to kick things off.
The best thing they can do to dispel any doubts, not just, the fans, but theirs, is to get a good start in these series. Don't show any fallibility. Don't show anything that's, exploitable necessarily. And just lean overwhelmingly into an opponent who you have the measure of. The Cassidy switch then, that comes pretty late in the day, frankly, and we understand in theory what it is supposed to achieve, but Top Dragon on Tracer and on Cassidy is not able to slow this man down. Proper is in prime form, and what a time to do it.
So we take a look at some of the stats here early on. I mean, it is a bloodbath. Proper at 16-0. I mean, dude, if there's a Tracer in your back line, they're 16-0. I mean, it's Kurt.
We're just seeing this for the first time now, and it's pretty damning.
Yeah, it is curtains. I mean, that is rough. You also have, obviously, the Violet kind of getting in the mix, right, being a nuisance. Doesn't really represent in terms of the stats. Nico puts down some serious damage on the Bastion, just not enough to really kind of make Zeta Division sweat.
So Zeta Division want to open with a pretty powerful poke composition. Emra in the mix. Someone who can really utilize the safe pockets created by the Sigma. So Varel want to play something, though, a bit more brawly.
So Ramatra's good against Sig, right? Like, that's a good matchup. I wouldn't say Ramatra's awesome against Cat Bastion, though. Like,
you don't have any damage mitigation outside of blocking, right? Or your shield.
Right, but you don't want to be
neither of them are great against Bastion.
If you're going to use Nemesis form, right, you want it to be able to kind of pressure down the Sig, not to use it to survive the Bastion.
I think you really have to play around Bastion's cooldowns. You got to play around Wheels mode in a big way. Top Dragon picked off early. Not a good sign for the defenders at all, but Art's able to find that elimination, and Cloud once again is on an island. Proper shows that maybe that one doesn't have a silver lining. KSG and Nico, though, at least do some good work in the front line, but Aaron and Shu are down, but the damage, Matt, might already been done.
Yeah, and I'm curious to see if they can make this Emre work here against the Cat Bastion, because like it's not like a, obviously Emre gets some adjustments. It's not like a pick you would kind of see into this. We were talking like, obviously it's like kind of like Cassidy. We've seen teams go like sick Mizuki, right? Mizuki connecting with those chains. But I mean, maybe Emre, like obviously you have the ability to kind of like scope in. One of the things with Emre with the advantage of scoping in is like there's no like speed reduction like some of the other heroes that can do that type of stuff. Maybe there's enough damage output there that you're actually able to make it pretty interesting.
Dangerous here. Mobility needs to be made use of there for Violet. Zeta Division, yeah, correction, of course, are defending here. 2 minutes 34 on the clock here for Varel to make some progress, but they've lost Slay, and Proper doesn't really have a challenger. Not a legitimate one anyway. Pulse Bomb, and then a fold back with that recall, and he's happy just to throw up signs as KSG knew there was nothing he could do to take the Tracer down.
I mean, he's just been dominant, right? It's, we talk about all these different comms, and what you can do is it'll be Cassidy selected here. Poor Nico really hasn't had the best of matches in terms of hit scan, right? We saw the Freya, we saw Emre, we see now Cassie, just Bastion trying to find a hit scan that would work. But ultimately, none of that matters if the other team's Tracer is going to finish, 27-0. You could play wherever you
Give as good as he gets. Forces Violet back for the time being. Both Jetpack Cats have their ultimates ready. Top Dragon again has to think about flank angles constantly, and he'll get tossed over the wall here, I'd suggest. Violet gonna have strips torn off from there. Fair bit of damage done as Top Dragon. Oh my goodness! That is exactly what you're looking for. Shoes out of the game now, and Top Dragon's gonna linger to do a little bit more damage. Slay goes deep. There's the catnapping, but he himself gets caught. Who naps the napper is the question. And Violet's able to bring him down. Knife being pressured. Violet's going to be there with the per healing though. AoE pulses keeping Knife in the fight, but Zeta Division, they're buckling, but they're not crumbling.
I still think, okay, I was going to say, they still had Proper in the mix, as he was actually putting a lot of pressure down on Cloud, but that's a huge pickup. It's going to allow Cloud to move up into better position here. You're going to have the nano boost here, potentially. PSG.
Very low. Okay, gets healing when he needs it. There's a nano here for Cloud. Varel have what they need to try and take this fight. Big sleep though on KSC is going to slow him down, but the card's still going to be contested. Here's that override protocol for Knife. Going hyper aggressive with it. The Cloud gets blown to smithereens alongside Nico. Have to pick yourself back up from this one. Varel will be denied the checkpoint.
I mean, a couple of minutes to go. That ultimate for Emre is like nasty on its own. Then you combo it with the nano boost, and he can just kind of safely get into those positions and just challenge players with ease. So now you're going to have both Ramatras obviously with Nemesis form. I'm looking at property here, right? Deadeye available for Nico. That could be interesting because we've actually seen that maybe with a cat right over the top potentially. But Proper with a pulse bomb could end it here. Oh, you lose Top Dragon. That's brutal. And you get slapped going over the building with the Deadeye.
Nico's still there, though. Still has that Deadeye available. Didn't lose it, per se. Cardo's going to be picked up, and Nico's very much on an island now. He needs to make a play from this position. It's an annihilation here for KSG and Benar, respectively. And the former simply doesn't have a health pool to hang in this fight. Knife is picked up, but that's the only casualty Varel have been able to inflict now as we head into overtime. Benar, Imperious on the point. A great stick over the pulse bomb from Top Dragon, but they need more than that. Proper's going to bring him down, and unfortunately, Delucio won't be able to touch. That's all she wrote, folks. Top performance from your top seed out of Korea. GG.
I mean, that is what a top seed looks like. Just absolute destruction here. In our first series is Zeta just, Varel, like, that's a team that'll probably beat a bunch of other teams here. Like, they're a very good team. Zeta just kind of ran through them. I mean, that was pretty impressive.
And I think what generates success for Zeta Division is all the same elements that you would expect if you look at this team on paper. The intangible being that they have a better grasp, I think, of how to make use of their Jetpack Cat comps, and Violet is always going to be dangerous there, but it's Shu on the Ana. It's Proper on the Tracer. Everything you love about this team is still there in spades, and it contributes to a dominant win.
And your concern earlier on is one that's pretty valid, right? They're potentially like slow starters, and tournaments and series. If they play full gas, just kind of running through people early on. I mean, this is a team that, like, look, they're too talented to not be in a final or something like that here.
Not a lot of fallibility being displayed here by Zeta Division. That is for sure. Of course, a lot of work still to be done for this team. We're going to head over the stage here. We have Lou standing by with Shu.
Thank you very much, guys. Indeed, a first win for Zeta Division here in Paris. Congratulations, Shu, for this first win. I wanted to know, because you come a long way to come here in Paris. It's a long trip. Maybe you're a bit jet-lagged and stuff. Yet we see you on one of your comfort picks. Ana, you get to win 2-0 in a very good fashion. So what is your tip to be so in shape since the first game here in Paris?
일단 슈 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 첫 번째 질문은 일단 파리로 정말 먼 길 여행 왔음에도 불구하고 사실 피로도 좀 많이 있을 텐데 이틀 만에 정말 감을 잘 찾으시면서 2대0으로 좋은 승리 거두셨습니다. 그러면서 이제 또 시그니처 픽인 아나까지 또 선보이시면서 굉장히 좋은 모습 보이셨는데요. 이렇게 빠르게 적응할 수 있는 좀 팁 같은 게 있는지 한번 알려주시죠. 예.
파리에서요?
네.
파리에서의 빠른 적응이라고 하면은 이제 저희 팀 매니저나 이제 크러스티 형 이제 관계자분들이 좀 잘 도와줘가지고 네 그렇게 할 수 있는 것 같습니다.
I mean, the Paris, settling into Paris and getting used to it, I think a lot of team effort, honestly. Our management and especially Krusty help us a lot. So I think that's why we have really good performance today.
Beautiful, and I think we saw that indeed. Donc première question, c'est vrai qu'ils ont fait beaucoup de routes, beaucoup de voyages pour arriver ici à Paris. On le voit sur un de ses confort pick Anna, 2-0, très rapide. C'est quoi un peu le secret? Et honnêtement, le management a beaucoup carré, nous ont beaucoup aidé, que ce soit pour le rythme, etc. Et au global, c'est quand même un effort d'équipe. Donc je suis très content d'être ici à Paris. My second question, because I'm not an Overwatch specialist since the beginning, so I want to get to know your team and your teammates a little bit better. So who is your MVP from today? Who played the best and who has improved recently in your team? Like, who are the proudest of?
이제 이번 파리대에 와서 사실 제타 디비전이라는 팀이 사실 좀 낯선 감이 좀 없지 않아 있긴 한데, 그래서 이제 제타 디비전 팀에 대해서 좀 더 한번 말씀을 좀 드릴게요. 그래서 이번 매치 그래서 좀 수훈 선수가 있다면 좀 어떤 선수인지 궁금하고, 그리고 수훈 선수 MVP.
네.
수훈 선수가 누구인지 궁금하고, 그리고 이번 대회에 앞서서 정말 좀 기량이 많이 올라온 선수가 있다면 어떤 선수인지 궁금합니다.
저는 둘 다 바이올렛 선수를 뽑고 싶습니다. 이제 저희를 승리로 이끌어줄 수 있고, 하지만 반대로 패배로도 이끌어줄 수 있는 바이올렛 선수. 네.
I want to pick both of Violet because actually it depends on him of how he lose or how he wins.
Oh,
so yeah,
okay.
I think I pick Violet.
Kind of a game changer player, let's say, for Violet. Donc, ma question, c'est qui ton MVP dans ton équipe? Qui est-ce qui a vraiment bien joué? Honnêtement, pour moi, c'est Violet. Ça dépend vraiment de lui. C'est un peu le game changer. Ça dépend de lui si on gagne ou si on perd. Donc, props à lui. And last but not least, you're going to face the winner of either GK Esports or AGL, All Gamers. Who do you think you will face and why?
이제 다음 상대로 이제 GK 스포츠와 이제 AJL의 승자를 상대하게 될 텐데요. 혹시 어느 팀이 올라올 것 같은지 좀 궁금하고요. 어떻게 생각하시는지 궁금합니다.
일단 저희가 여기 와서 GK랑 연습을 못 해봐가지고 이제 GK의 기량을 잘 모르겠지만 아마도 GK가 올라올 것 같고, 네, GK가 올라왔으면 좋겠어요. 네, 또 이제 또 핀이라는 아는 선수도 있고, 또 제가 또 지아드랑 좀 친하기 때문에 네, 경기에서 만나서 이겨보고 싶습니다.
Yeah, honestly, I feel GK would advance, and I want to really face off against them. I didn't really have any time to scrim, honestly, so I don't know how good they are. But I have so close friends like Ziad or Pin, so yeah, I'm really looking forward to that match.
Yeah, of course, and I'm sure they would be looking forward to facing you as well. Donc, prochain GL ou Geeké, qu'est-ce que tu penses que tu vas affronter? En vrai, Geeké, j'ai pas eu l'occasion de les scrims, mais je crois qu'ils sont très forts et j'ai aussi certains de mes potes dans cette équipe, donc je suis aussi excitée de pouvoir les affronter. Thank you very much. Comme ça et congratulations once again for this win. And we'll move to a short break before moving on to our next series. Stay with us.
Thank you very much, Lou, and congratulations to Zeta Division. As we take a look at the highlights, I saw the word proper, and I knew he was going to win. I didn't know they also had Krusty behind the scenes. Zeta Division, the team to beat in this tournament, do they have all the pieces to win the title here at the Esports World Cup?
They definitely have all the pieces, Puckett. I mean, you look at this team, they're firing on all cylinders now. You know, I think you mentioned this, Johnny, that anything less than, like, I think a top performance for them, maybe like top 1, top 2, probably going to be looked at as a failure, considering how incredibly dominant this squad is. So this early on in the tournament here, in the group stage, they're going to be untouchable.
Yeah, I think we're still a division here. The one thing that they didn't figure out at the Champions Clash or previous major tournament was they relied so much on individual skill that they kind of fell behind to Crazy Raccoon when it came to more like the tactical, the team synergy kind of stuff. And I think we saw in this very first match, it's like they look so much more improved from just a couple of months ago. This could be the first tournament they win.
Looking at the game right now, who is the most important player on the team? Is it the support? Is it the tank? Is it the DPS? Jake, who do you want to put some more focus on for the casual viewers out there today?
I think it's important, especially to look at support in the current meta, because the game has really changed. Supports are called upon to play a really large variety of heroes at the highest level. Characters like Jetpack Cat really just play completely differently than anything else in Overwatch. And what we've seen from, both Violet and Slay in this match was they can get active, make a lot of plays individually. They can also support the teammates and create all these creative opportunities. So from my perspective, I think main support is actually going to be a key role to watch in this tournament, in this meta. any player with limited flexibility is going to be a liability for their team.
Johnny, is Tracer queen once again, or is it just in the hands of Proper that it looks this good?
I actually think we might see a lot of different flex heroes throughout this tournament. Obviously, Tracer is very reliable, but, you know, we might see a lot of Symmetra being played, especially by the EMEA teams. And so the meta is kind of an foreign concept, an ancient concept at this point. It's all about playing to your own strengths. Instead of division, they can quite comfortably match Varel here and just outclass them. But depending on the region, we might see a lot of different competition.
The second game was a speed run. Jake, walk me through the highlights.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much just Proper taking this series over. He was doing massive things on the Tracer. I love the way they would set him up, bring Jetpack at the Tracer into the backline, which is not something we often see, but it meant that Proper could be deep in that enemy backline where he likes to be, but with full resource and ready to just wreak havoc. So, I mean, this really taking over here on Shambali Monastery, on Busan as well.
I mean, you highlight the support players, Jake, but if you have a Proper in the server, like, it doesn't really matter. Like, they're going to take
16-0 on the attack.
It's just unbelievable. And same goes for a lot of the hit scan players we see here. So Knife, obviously, I'd say is a bit more up-and-comer compared to some of the established hit scan players. So the question for Knife is, throughout this tournament, can you keep matching the opposing hit scouts?
There is a look at your first victory. All smiles from Zeta Division as the team from Korea tops the top squad from Japan. Speaking of Korea, Johnny, you went there in 2016. You won the championship. That was a decade ago for Overwatch.
Thanks, Bucket.
Now that we look at it 10 years later, who are the top dogs? Is Korea still the strongest region? Who can compete?
Okay, Zeta Division and Crazy Raccoon are the favorites, Bucket. But I would say there is no better time in Overwatch esports history than to be Hopium for EMEA. EMEA, I think, might be the more consistent region across this whole tournament. I think all three EMEA teams could advance to the playoffs ultimately, but if EMEA wants to win the entire tournament, they got to overcome the top teams here.
Jake, that was a look at Group B. Would you rather be in Group B with the Zeta Division Crazy Raccoon crew, or what's going on over in Group A?
I think it's the groups are a little different, but honestly, neither one is easy. I mean, I'd say Group A maybe is a little bit spikier with the very best teams in the tournament and some weaker foes who could go down easy, but whereas the other group is a little bit more stable and consistent, every opponent is going to be a problem. So at the end of the day, I think the group stage, it's just your first test. For some of our top teams, they shouldn't have any issue here, and I don't expect them to really run up into problems with some of these weaker teams that just barely scrape by qualification-wise. But there's always the opportunity for some interesting upsets. I mean, here in this Group A, I'm curious to see that Dallas versus Falcons matchup, with Dallas being such a unique team.
Group A also has a lot of teams in the club championship that are desperate for points now that we're already into week 4. For now, we're going to a short video. When we come back, it's Crazy Raccoon versus Team Secret. Group play continues on live from Paris.
This ain't no regular thing. Came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, champion.
And so the tournament was able to continue after turning the computers off and on again. For the rest of the club championship,
What's going on? Guys, why did she stop talking? The rat got out again. Guys, let's reset the rat. Reset the rat. Come on. Under the couch. Under the couch. Oh, no, it went the triangle thing. Triangle thing. Do not let that rat find its family. Come on. If the thing starts a union, we're in trouble, guys. No, no, no. Over there. Over there. Come on. We're losing time.
how long have I been out?
A couple of seconds. The rat got out again.
Oh, he's been doing that more and more recently.
We're going to get you a better hat.
I think he may have peed a little bit.
Oh, yeah. There's a lot of pee right here if we can clean that up. Obviously, unless you can read the prompter without it.
Well, are you crazy? I don't do my own stunts. Just give me some cheese or something.
Okay, hey, cheese. Let's go.
Yeah, thank you. All right, yeah, this'll... Hey, little guy, just want one of... Okay, I think that'll work for now.
All right, we good?
Yep, we're good.
We good? Are we good? Perfect. All right, guys, clear set. Let's go. We got to get started. Losing time, guys. Come on. And action.
And that's what's been happening in the club championship. In other unrelated news, cats. Why are they here? Why do they smell so bad? And what can we do about them?
Welcome back to the mid-season championship. We are live from Paris at the Esports World Cup, and we're ready to keep the group play rolling on as we have Crazy Raccoon taking on Team Secret here in the STC Arena next. I welcome Zoe into the studio alongside Puckett and Jake, and I want to start with you, Zoe. So Crazy Raccoon last year, #1 seed overall, favorites to win it. They got upset by Twisted Minds 3-2 in the quarters, who went on to win the overall EWC tournament. So now, where's Crazy Raccoon at this year in 2026?
Well, listen, they were off to a really good start, obviously. They won our first LAN event of the year in Tokyo. They won the Champions Clash, and they finally managed to regain that crown. And I think they're here to hold on to it this time around, because Twisted Minds, the one team to beat for them, they not look so hot. So really, Crazy Raccoon, they got to be considered the favorite heading into this tournament.
They've got some huge names on the squad. Stalker stands out to me. Jake, though, in this title right now with some of the new heroes in the game, who is the poppiest player? Who can have the biggest flash?
For me, I love watching Heesang and Junbin on this team in particular. You know, just the level of explosiveness of their play. Heesang, I feel like he's always been a player who's wanted to go beyond the conventional Tracer pick. I mean, he's phenomenal on the Tracer, but flexibility is the name of the game in Overwatch these days. And Crazy Raccoon is absolutely a team to live up to that standard and really rise to the occasion in the current moment.
And if you could describe their play style, how would you describe the play from Crazy Raccoon?
It's I want to use the word crazy, but I just feel like that's doing a little bit too much. But they are honestly incredibly hard to keep track of. When they bring out Junbin's Wrecking Ball, they bring a pace that I don't think anybody else in the world can really match. Pretty much every other team has chosen to try to slow the game down and just try to control Junbin. No one really seems to be confident in taking them on in the ball mirror. We'll see if Kaffa has the cojones to go for that.
Cojones galore. Speaking of them, we've got Danny Lim on the floor with Chorong, one of my favorite supports.
What's up, everybody? Danny Lim here, joined by Chorong from Crazy Raccoon for a quick chat right before he takes the stage. Now, Chorong, this is your first match in EWC. How are you feeling right now? 자, 일단 오늘 이제 EWC 첫 경기입니다. 초롱 선수 좀 어떠신가요? 지금 소감 말씀 부탁드릴게요.
너무 기대되고 설레네요. 솔직히 저희가 지금 좀 잘하고 있고 뭔가 이번 EWC는 진짜 다르다라고 생각합니다.
Definitely, very excited, and I feel like we're going to put up a good result. We've been having very good results in scrims, and so I'm very excited to be up on that stage. All right, you are about to go up on stage. You're going to be facing off against Team Secret. How do you feel like that match is going to be played out? 자, 첫 번째 경기 팀 시크릿과의 경기입니다. 좀 어떻게 경기가 흘러갈 것 같으신가요? 마이크는 제가 잡도록 하겠습니다.
알겠습니다. 팀 시크릿.
네.
뭐 연습해보지도 않았고 약간 좀 뭐랄까 좀 약간 좀 별로 그 붙은 그 기억이 없는데 쉬울 것 같네요.
All right. We actually never really scrimmed against each other, so I don't really have a lot to say about the team. But to be honest, I feel like it's going to be an easy win. All right, I love the confidence, Chorong. You're about to go up on stage. Best of luck. Thank you so much. 화이팅! 감사합니다.
Well done by Danny Lim to guard that microphone. He held it steady. Jake, as we jump into this, we talked a lot about Crazy Raccoon, but we got to mention the team on the other side of this fight. How big of an underdog is Team Secret in your eyes?
Just about as big as they get. I mean, this should be, 1 in a million, honestly, for this team to even take a map here. Any points on the board would be a huge victory for Team Secret.
Yeah, but the players are not completely unfamiliar, right, Pocket? Like, we're seeing, obviously, Kafa here on your screen. Then we have a lot of representation from Thailand and Singapore. These players are currently representing their respective countries in the Overwatch World Cup as well this year. So we know and love these players. But yeah, today it might be a rough one in the office for them.
So as the person with the best style here in the studio,
well, thank you.
Can you give me an official number of mullets on Team Secret? Because there's some that are like blended in. I can't tell if it's official or not.
Where do we draw the line of a mullet? Like, how is Matt Morello sporting
Matt
a mullet
Morello
right now?
is our resident mullet expert.
And Jake, according to sources, is also sporting a mullet that I do not see.
I'm not. I will neither confirm nor deny. Matt chose his own haircut. He's an adult. He's responsible for that. I won't speak to it.
Speaking of making choices, we asked the community, who do you think is going to win this match? Guess the percentage that shows the Crazy Raccoon. So I bet it's over 50.
I would have bet it's over 90. It should be.
73, says the producer. You're a little bit off. Very close, though. Over 90.
Out there?
The Team Secret
Where's
fans
that
are going
coming from?
crazy. I mean, this one, this is like a 99-1 for me.
99-1?
Anything better than that is honestly friendly for Team Secret. I mean, there is a huge level difference between these two squads. I think this is probably going to be a non-competitive series. If it's competitive, that is a alarm bell for Crazy Raccoon. This should be a walkover 2-0.
Shout out to everyone who's been playing along. EWC Play is live over on the esportsworldcup.com website. Check it out. And if you're here in the venue, we've got quests galore. You can earn some extra bonus points. Just bring out your cell phone, scan some QR codes, and party with us. In the meantime, we got to talk about this group stage matchup. Zoe, if you're Team Secret, do you panic if you lose this first to two?
No, they expect to. They will be delusional on like some insane level if they think they can take it against Crazy Raccoon. No disrespect, love those players, love what they can do, but not against Crazy Raccoon.
Jake, everyone said Twisted Mind couldn't beat Crazy Raccoon last year. They went out to win the whole thing.
I predicted that they would win that match.
I was going to say nobody but one very handsome man on my analyst desk, but I thought you were trolling. I thought you were just trying to win over the guys wearing teal.
No. I mean, there's always an opportunity, right, at the Esports World Cup for upsets for, some lesser represented teams with 16 teams here. Team Secret, maybe they'll show us something, well prepared, something rehearsed.
And final question for you guys. If Crazy Raccoon is as good as you say they are, why didn't Proper join up with this squad? Why are he and Krusty on Zeta Division instead of forming a super duper team?
I honestly just think there's so much talent in Korea. You can't even really put just one superstar team together with the amount of players from that country that are world elite. There's room for 2 or 3 super teams. Crazy Raccoon is just another one of them.
Yeah. Zoe, we've got a lot of highlights coming. Who is going to be most featured in our highlight reel?
I want to give it to Kafa here. Because he's beloved, okay? So I think we should be highlighting Kafa a lot just because we love him.
Kafa is going to be our person in the highlight reel.
Yes.
If you disagree with that answer, Jake, who would you go with?
I hope to see some Kafa. I mean, I think he's going to be maybe the centerpiece for Team Secret, the best, the player with the most history of playing at the top level. So there's definitely a lot riding on him. But for me, I think this is going to be a big opportunity for Hisang in particular to just eat the backline alive on Tracer. If Junbin's in there on the wrecking ball, he'll definitely get a lot of airtime as well.
Well, I know our observers incredibly well, and they're all tank players. So get ready for a Junbin highlight reel, as this one is going to be incredible. It's time to watch Crazy Raccoon for the first time live in Paris.
Welcome back to the Championship at the Esports World Cup. I'm Ian, this is Lou. We started the day off, we teed up, this is going to be a long day of Overwatch. I'm still hoping that it will be, but that was a rapid start.
I wasn't expecting such a fashion from Zeta on the first game. So indeed, series can be pretty quick, but you have to remain sure because even if we're still in the winner bracket, key crushes are going to come very soon.
They will arrive, don't you worry about that. Hey, for all we know, we might get another 2-0 here. It could be another one, let's find out.
From what we heard.
Yes, let's welcome onto the stage, Crazy Raccoon! Champions Clash winners, the tournament's #1 seed. A roster that has won almost everything the OWCS has to offer. And they arrived in Paris as a team every single contender here wants to be.
And to stand strong against them, Team Secret! They carry with us and with them the hopes of Pacific. They're underestimated, but very, very resilient, full of surprises. Peu sont ceux qui les attendent, surtout contre un adversaire du calibre de Crazy Raccoon. Mais à l'EWC, tout est possible. At EWC, everything is possible.
Absolutely. One of the favorites here begins their campaign, and on the other side, Team Secret has the opportunity to start with a shock.
Ladies and gentlemen, Overwatch Mid-Season Championship at EWC continues.
Both of these teams reached Paris by refusing to accept the scoreline in front of them. The difference is the level at which they proved it. For Crazy Raccoon, it was a comeback over Twisted Minds at Champions Clash in order to become victors there. For Team Secret, it was a wild comeback against Shanxi in the Pacific playoffs to get them here. Kappa went back to Australia for a university break and saw a pathway to the Esports World Cup through partnering up with this team, and that gambit has paid off. But standing in their way, Matt, is Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, I mean, we saw on the international stage last year. Great to see him here in Paris. Like you mentioned, right? It's like, hey, you know what? Maybe I take a year, figure things out, and then you know what? Hey, the Esports World Cup rolls around. You're like, hey, I think I could qualify. And you kind of take a look over the globe. We got Hydra here, right? He made his way to EWC, but it's great. I'm sure Team Secret, they're thrilled to qualify and make it in. They are less thrilled to see their opponent on the opposite side of the stage, though. I mean, Crazy Raccoon is, look, we just saw Zeta Division. We know how good they can be. Crazy Raccoon won Champions Clash. Like, this is a dominant team. And especially, look, we see one game. We don't know what the meta is, but if the meta is somewhat similar or somewhat in the same vein, they're going to be just as good.
And Team Secret, in stage 1 in Pacific, were pretty fallible. They actually leaned a lot into like Wrecking Ball, ERE compositions and didn't really go far there.
Yeah.
So they accepted their limitations after that stage and they rebuilt around flexibility, right? Being a team that can really play a lot more of the meta comps and also the experience of someone like Kafo, who comes in from Nightmare, from GK Esports. The guy has been a journeyman around the world playing at this level, with a couple of names that in Pacific have been around the traps for a very, very long time. Soggy, someone I want to point out of Singapore, is a player who has always been towards the top of the tables in that region, but it's still an international debut against this team, and they get pitted against the final boss before they even get the dungeon map.
Yeah, it's you talk about it, right? We've seen Kappa also at international events with those rosters have like success, right? So I don't think he's going to be fazed by this matchup. He probably is going to prepare the rest of Team Secret, though, of like what is going to be like on the opposite side. And I think for Team Secret, look, this isn't the end of the world, right? You're going to get a game against CR. There's a really long tournament that we're going to be playing here at EWC. Not the end of the world if, it doesn't prove to be a great result.
Pass to victory for Team Secret. If we, want to broach that topic is having a great opening map, right? They need to look good on control. They need to be able to play a very broad, general composition. And frankly, they just have to keep Crazy Raccoon guessing for the better part of an hour. Still,
Yeah.
in a first to 4, Crazy Raccoon could figure anyone out. In a first to 2, if you knock them off kilter early, there is a way. It's
it's
slim,
also like
there's a way.
The path for underdog teams in the first to 2 is to essentially steal the control, have the other team burn their best map at map number 2, and then you get map selection for the third game. The path of like dropping game 1 and then winning 1 and then winning
it feels
on
unlikely.
their home turf and on their best map is like quite unlikely, right? So for any of these teams that you're hoping to see like an upset here today, it's really this first control map that you're looking at, which is massive.
And Kuffa's going up against a revolving door of tank players, right? Between Max and Junbin, Crazy Raccoon can do everything. And by Kuffa's own admission, he hasn't played D.Va in 7 years. 7 years. He will not be playing D.Va. So you can expect to see Sigma, Ramatra, maybe Malga from this guy, right? So you are dealing with a Crazy Raccoon team who can throw way more looks at you, and Bastion banned here on the first map, not a huge shock. Hazard is going to be banned out, as Kupfer has had his moments on that pick. This could well be, a bit frustrating for you.
I think also Team Secret probably doesn't have a ton. I know of reps probably playing against a Cat Bastion comp at the level that CR can play it, right? So getting rid of that Bastion. The Hazard ban could also be in somewhat a protect rate for Crazy Raccoon, right? I know they love to play the Wrecking Ball, right? Potentially. I don't see the starting lineup of, but it's going to be Jumpin in the lineup, right? I know he's great in Japan. So we'll see kind of, as we load in what that lineup is, and then maybe if that was more of a protect.
I like that we talked about resilience in the intro for this Team Secret team, because they've had to have a lot of it to even get themselves here. They were 3-1 down in that Pacific final. Winter was disconnected on Hollywood. They had to play with 4 players in that map, and they had to run it back from that point entirely in order to make it here. I mean, there were many, many points where you could justifiably think this team were going to be out of it. Crazy Raccoon, it's so funny. They are your Champions Clash winners, but such is the depth of talent in South Korea that they may not be the favorites from that region here at this tournament. If you look at teams like Zeta Division, right? However, this team has the LAN pedigree. They dropped games online, and they lost to Farrell in Asia Stage 1, right? They will lose games online, but when it comes to the composure required to find success at LAN, these guys have it in spades. Torong and Vigilante obviously is a new look backline for this team this year, but God, it's like you swap one world-class backline for another. Feels like they just haven't skipped a beat in that regard.
It feels like they are just focused on making the international events, and it doesn't matter. They're not worried about the seed.
There.
Yeah, they're not worried about the seed. It's like, okay, as long as we're there, we know what we can do on LAN. We know what we can do when the pressure ramps up. And as long as they qualify, they're good. They're not, look at Zeta, right? They're hunting these, stage wins and then not finding it at the international event or not qualifying even. So we'll see. So it'll be Junbin starting here for CR. That's always something to look at. Like you mentioned, Max and Junbin, really fantastic tank players. We saw a lot of Junbin in Japan, right? I know we saw a lot of the Wrecking Ball. I know one of the big surprises, the Wrecking Ball doesn't get banned there towards the end. Team Secret, Kappa probably wants to play this Ram, right? Especially with the Hazard.
He's not playing D.Va, bro. I'll give him the big tip. Oh, not happening. Is it Domina here from Junbin out of the gates? How interesting. So it's a comp, obviously, that features this Symmetra as well, seeing a few teams lean into that. The poke is terrifying, especially with the Sojourn in this lineup.
I mean, Domina, if you play at home in some ranks, a lot of players complain about how strong Domina can be. The one kind of weakness with her, right, is like compared to Sig, is the shield for Domina just doesn't really move. Obviously, it's gonna you have that perk that's you're able to do so. As Stalker just a nasty railgun shot. You have the perk that you can move it. It's still not as effective though.
You are asking for it if you are going to play Clara with no mercy into, with a Lucio Kiri composition. Soggy is going to need a lot of help to stay alive in these fights, especially with Domina's ability even to perk into an increased range of the Photon Blaster. And Stalker being who he is, that is a dangerous proposition.
Yeah, I mean, you'll also have the ability for Domino, right? When you get that first perk online for the E to kind of like
to increase your range.
And it slows, or you're gonna have that primary fire. You extend the primary fire, the beam, and then the secondary is the one that actually kind of adds that.
Flow to the E. Yeah, the crystal charge slowing people down is nice. And anything to keep them at arm's length, right? Which against the Ramatra comp, I think you're going to want that.
Crystalline perfection.
You see also Junbin kind of moving up forward here, getting closer towards that Domina ult. That would be a game changer if we see some Domina at this event. Very sturdy if you can kind of like deny teams from like really getting aggressive and pushing into her shield. I think they're also why you're playing a Sim and a Lucio with it, because you want to deny that Ramantra any opportunity to put the pressure on the Domina like that.
I'd be scared of Panopticon as well in this lineup when you're sort of grouped up so much. Here it comes. Junbin's going to let it go now. Kappa struggling in the front line. Winter and Palais look like they get knocked up against the wall. And Junbin is making short work of them. You come at the Raccoons. You had a best have a plan. Team Secret are repelled once more, and Stalker has an overclock ready to rock.
And obviously the primary fire with Domina, right, kind of has that, like, big burst at the end of the beam charge. That thing does crazy damage, especially to targets like a Lucio or a Kiri. It like deletes them. It's so
it's
strong.
to anticipate, and also you sometimes need a high healing throughput to answer it, right? It's actually a big problem for your backline. Vortex going to be thrown down, but Stalker's going to play clear of it now with his overclock now in play. High Vision got taken down, but a Crystal Charge itself, not good to lose your sword so early in the fight. And now Sound Barrier reached for by Chorong, but for Crazy Raccoon, it feels like smooth sailing. Secret vaporized before them, and it'll be a comfortable start to the map.
Yeah, that is. Probably did not have the Domina, I know, on their board there. Did Team Secret? That's a bit of a surprise. Don't think anyone would have said that.
Yeah, I think you just can't be doing that. This is, so nice. Obviously, Domina can fight in close quarters. She can, for a time, laugh as a brawler, right? Where you get that, the sonic repulsors knocking people into walls. You can also perk, obviously, into making your barrier a wall for the, purposes of getting that stun. And obviously, Domina's barrier is weaker to, the high rate of fire weapons. Sojourn can break through that easily, but it takes time, and time is something Secret simply don't have in these fights.
I mean, look at this. I mean, almost 4,200 damage in that first round, right? From Junbin, leading the lobby. Now Team Secret, they'll win the award of now having to go up against the Wrecking Ball. This is a rough one. So we'll see High Vision play the Freya here. I know a little bit of more aerial mobility. This would have been really good actually into the Domina, right? You can actually almost get above the shield, by getting up in the sky, but obviously going to be really difficult to deal with this ball.
Stay clear of Junbin, I think, is your mandate as High Vision, and then you've got to deal with Stalker on the other side. High Vision is a standout hit scan player out of Thailand. You've seen him on Bleed, 99 Divine, if you've been following Pacific, but he's definitely outmatched in that moment there with Palais going down. Stalker's happy to fold back here comfortably. Tupper is simply not going to get close enough.
Yeah, I mean, look, you're obviously, if you're High Vision, right, you're playing the Freya at that moment. You're trying to kind of see if you can make a play for the ball. And the ball is such a nuisance and a distraction that Stalker rounds the corner with a railgun shot and just takes you out, right, after just getting booped into a non-ideal position. So,
and again, we've seen this time and time again. The Cassidy switch into the Wrecking Ball to give you some edge, some equity against that raw mobility and disruption. Sure, you're going to have the flashbang. The hindrance will be helpful against the Tracer. Junbin, though, just going to drop on in. High Vision already taken quite low. Secret need to get the healing on. Remember, no burst healing availability means they need to take time. Kappa's low. Soggy's out on an island and picked up by Vigilante. The Kunai is well apportioned for dealing with the Tracer. And High Vision, under a lot of pressure here, has a pocket to play in, but no line of sight targets as Winter is fighting for his life to keep him up.
Yeah, but I mean, you have to give so much healing resources over to the Cassidy that you end up losing at Ramantra and everybody else on the point. And that's the hard part, right? Not only do you have to deal with Junbin here on the ball, you also have Heesang on Tracer, right? You end up trying to use the flash onto the Tracer, then all of a sudden the ball is slamming down above you. Just nothing you can do there if you're Team Secret.
With Soggy being the only Secret player that can meaningfully pressure Crazy Raccoon's backline, Chorong and Vigilante might feel like they're on a holiday, sailing down the Riviera.
This minefield could be nasty, right? They may come out here and try and rush, and you're just going to get a minefield to the face.
Winter, dash forward, no minefield being used yet. We're going to have Kitsune Rush thrown in, overlapped. In fact, as Winter's going to make use of his own, as does Vigilante. Heesang looking for a pulse bomb opportunity, but frankly, it's not a target-rich environment as far as the Tracer is concerned. Not a lot to be done here now, as Winter will be staggered out painfully. And Team Secret may not have another meaningful fight on this map.
Yeah, I mean, players just getting knocked in every which direction, even back into the spawn room. This is a quite aggressive, doesn't kill him. That's actually going to be Junbin using that shield there, the major perk, and get out. That is insane. Oh, he gets out into the Annihilation, but not able to get a ton. And that is a that is a map 1 that we've had there, and that is Crazy Raccoon taking care of business.
It's a map of all time.
That is a map 1.
This is why our expert desk were pretty blunt, pretty frank about the prospects of Team Secret in this game, saying there was like a 1,000,000 to 1 chance of finding success.
The games I was getting with Jake were awesome.
Not this again. No, it's true.
And then, you just come on in here and we just get,
It might be time for me to retire in earnest so that Overwatch esports can benefit and have
so we don't
quality
get
matches.
Well, we don't get the 3 Overwatch.
No, I'm going to indulge myself this week, Matt.
Yeah,
I'm going to sit
that
here
was
and cast some good games.
That was an awesome one though. In a blowout, because it was fun to see the Domina, right? You see Ty having the reaction as he's laughing his head off. I mean, that's a blowout right there. I mean, look, Team Secret. I don't think it's a surprise to them how good Crazy Raccoon is, right? And how, this is definitely a underdog story with Secret coming into this match, right? Taking on the team that just won our last international competition. And honestly, with the rank ball out there, anything that CR can do, there's really not of your Team Secret to play against things like this. I know in your region at home or even practice scrims here.
The best thing you can do, I think, as a team is make yourself less ban sensitive, right? Make yourself more broadly potent across a large number of maps and ban scenarios. And they did that with the changes to this team in the first place, right? But there are still going to be limitations. When you go up against a team who feel like they were purpose-built in a laboratory to play Overwatch, not just play Overwatch, but play every comp, every hero in every era, every meta, that is Crazy Raccoon. So there's a fair bit of legwork that needs to be done before you can even stand on even footing with a team like this, before you can even put pressure on, before you can even play the same game as them. Because we are seeing, make no mistake, we're seeing 2 different games of Overwatch being played on this stage.
Yeah, I mean, look, they ended up just kind of playing that dominant round 1, and we don't even know if he'll see that ever again from them, right? It could have just been like, oh, let's have some fun here. I don't really feel like playing the ball.
I don't know if the theory's quite there about dominant on that map, but sure.
Yeah,
make it work.
I'd be fascinated to see them run it again. Be fun. I'm sure there's a lot of people at home who've been like, they got up down. I get down in a better spot, right? Like you've seen all kind of the new heroes when they put the 5 drop at once. We've seen really all of them have like their kind of moment.
Yes,
outside of Domina.
It certainly feels like that batch of heroes had a real impact on the game. Like Mizuki, Jetpack Cat, both.
Yeah, I mean
Emra, very reasonable. Unrun, maybe we're waiting on that a bit.
I think better.
Yeah, she's definitely looking much better. I'm personally a fan. And Domina, of course, felt like another replacement or another option for Sigma in sort of poke compositions, the more static front lines here. But she has perks that make her a little bit more flexible. Reposition the shield, have the ability to stun, have stopping power, have range. But as I wax poetic about that, don't expect to see her in too many situations like this. Don't try this at home, kids, as well.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to get a sub. So it looks like Max will end up coming in here. Like kind of what it looks like at the moment. So obviously it changes Team Secret. They're ready to get back into the action. As Headbutt is the better perk. Oh, okay.
It is kind of cool. I do like that displacement effect that you have, but bro, I do like getting my claws out, man. I don't know.
I think the players love the claws one. I mean that's been a popular one for a bit now. But
if just anything that as we discussed, Jetpack Cat and Percy should pick anything that gives you that extra kill pressure. It's heal pressure as well because it's damage over time.
Oh, we're seeing Lip come in as well.
Yeah.
Okay, so 2 subs.
Everyone needs a chance to warm up here.
Yeah, right. As giving everybody a chance here for CR to get some action
and we can
early on.
Secret stew in this a little bit, obviously, to reflect on a very challenging first map. I mean, they will get to select our next battlefield. It is a map pool that has a number of arenas that can let you lean into.
This would be one where I would say don't go to Flashpoint because, well, actually, I mean, with Max coming in, I wonder if this is just Shambali.
It does feel like, at least, Matt, this is probably a slightly more comfortable stylistic matchup, Kuffer. Someone who might get to play Mira, but again, between Junbin and Max, you have a lot of hero pool overlap. They are not simply
not really finding advantages really there, I think. They're a tough crew to play against. Yeah, I wonder with Max coming in, and then looked like we were seeing Lip coming in as well. So
I wonder if we will see, could be like a Jokertown, I think is in the pool, right? Shambali, like some of these like long rangey, maybe hit scan type maps. That's kind of where you see Lip, thrive. Or maybe they're just like, hey, let's get some players some practice time, get them on the stage, get them comfortable in the flow early on.
I also think that as a team, it's usually pretty beneficial to practice your workflow for getting like players in and out as well, making sure players get acclimated. For someone like Lip, he probably needs to even just feel out the setup here. I think this is, we'll be frank about it. It's the kind of matchup where Crazy Raccoon are going to be heavily favored, so an opportunity to get their sea legs here in Paris.
Yeah.
And Lip obviously will take his time in setting up. Coach Moon is like, I'll get stuff in, mate.
Coach Moon's like,
we've got dinner reservations.
Yeah. He's like, we got places to go. All right. It's, CR looked dominant in map number 1, obviously coming off of their win at Champions Clash, goes all the way down to the wire with Twisted Minds, who a lot of people didn't really kind of think that Twisted Minds, I mean, they didn't really think that was their kind of meta. And they end up kind of making a crazy run. Obviously, Yubi's playing a big part in that team now, yet again.
Watching that tournament, I mean, it doesn't get much better than that, I think, for Overwatch Esports. It really felt like a golden era. New Jump City.
Okay,
Fair enough,
this
though.
is like,
you play some Brawl here.
Yeah. I mean, I guess that's kind of what you want to do, right? Maybe Ramatra Brawl here. We'll take a look at some of the bans. The Malga ban here, which obviously that would have been pretty nasty for Max to have his hands on. And you'll see the Mercy ban. That's just a bit of a throwaway there for Crazy Raccoon. They're kind of fine with everything else.
Tuffa does play Marga, happy to do it under many occasions, but can simply be a bit of an impressive matchup to play into. And I do think that trying to get your most experienced player in a comfortable matchup is going to be favorable. I do not want to see Farah with a Kirilucio shell again. I don't think that is safe with Lip coming in as well. He's going to be just as potent in the hit scan role and punishing that. So let's see something from Team Secret that is, broadly applicable in this meta. Doesn't have to be a strictly meta composition. We need to see a solid look from them that can't be exploited, because that is what Crazy Raccoon will do. I mean, whether it's 1 map or 4 they play you on, they're going to find weak points here.
Yeah. We've seen teams, at least in the MEA, go to like Ramatra Rush with like May in the mix, right? We see some May here on this map.
Oh my God.
In the past, the fog out. Got a close up.
It's absolutely frame mocked me out of nowhere.
Yeah. We've seen like May Reaper at times. I think like Cassidy, obviously, I know a pretty viable option here. We've seen some teams try and get like hyper aggressive, even with like Vendetta back into the mix.
Yeah.
Right?
Even on Atlas as well.
Yeah.
Decent flashpoint for it. New Junk City also very reasonable. You could be forgiven for having very different opinions about what the Mercy ban here is supposed to indicate. Obviously, it's not a protect, as this came second.
Do you think they were worried about it, Crazy Raccoon?
Do you think they were about anything?
No.
But they have to submit something for bans.
Yeah, I guess so, right? You can't just kind of forfeit it entirely. But no, with this roster, they're not really worried about anything. I think they probably feel like there's more competition now than ever. I mean, obviously we have T1 here, we have Falcons. I know VP and Twisted Minds still very strong. You kind of look at those teams, obviously with Zeta Division, like it's not it's not as clear cut like making it to the finals as it once was. Like, one of those teams potentially, finishes like 5-6. I mean, 7-8. That's like a brutal. Like with the way the bracket probably shakes out, like there's going to be a matchup like that happens really early on, and it's going to be a brutal loss for one of those teams.
Identified that one of these groups is a little bit nastier looking than the other. So that also is at play.
Yeah.
There are probably some teams that maybe would reach fetch underdog status, might feel like they have a path to playoffs in some of these scenarios.
I think EK will be pretty good, right? I know Labda, Ziad, right? You got Kellex up there. I mean, that's going to be a very formidable team. They always play pretty well at international competition and events.
Ziad, who to me over the last year or so has just continued to excel and improve drastically.
Yeah, I mean, look, now we're talking a little bit of, EMEA Overwatch, kind of my game here, but like Ice Gnome has been on one this year. I mean, probably the best tank in EMEA throughout this season as we take a look here. Kappa, Team Secret, obviously there's some tremendous performances last year at the international stage, right? I know very talented in terms of like Hazard, the Ramatra. Not with the same maybe like obviously we talked about how he kind of took a break maybe this year, was looking at like a little bit of a gap year. Maybe you kind of find a home later in the season. Finds a home here with Team Secret to qualify through the Pacific. Now finds himself here against Crazy Raccoon.
And in this era of Overwatch, Matt, the most successful Australian player, I think it's not a long list of them, right?
Yeah.
I would say almost in any era, frankly, has really shown like a dedication to his craft that has put him, despite geographical challenges, that has put him in a spot to be eligible for a number of teams to pick him up. Like, it's no mistake that he ended up on Nightmare on GK for the same reason. This guy has played multiple regions. He's represented his country at World Cup as well. Will do so again this year. Australia did quite well through their groups, pretty dominant. So you're going to see more of him this year, hopefully. Much more of him in this tournament, but I don't know if we're really going to be on deck for a remap affair here, folks. I'm going to give to you straight.
Yeah, as I know, New Junk City, right? Obviously, a flashpoint could be rather quick. And obviously, with some of the subs, right? We have Max coming in here for Crazy Raccoon. We're also going to see Lip in play. With the Maga ban, we're most likely theorizing we're going to see, Ramatra Rush style of play. That's, I think.
I do like the commanding shout buff from Junker Queen.
Queen is obviously.
I do like to see a bit more of that.
I think Queen is on the come up, maybe a little bit. I know Hazard is always kind of lurking. Like, I think there's always varying opinions on whether Hazard's strong enough or like underpowered or like, kind of like where he sits in the meta. But yeah, like, I mean, there's an opportunity here for Team Secret to get a little funky with it.
Well, we mentioned at the start of the game, I think that's an angle you need to take. But if you recall, we discussed the pathway to victory for this team. It certainly involved winning the first map of this series. The fact that they've been unable to do that means that the pressure is on. Yes, it's their map pick. Yes, they get to ban to try and set up a more comfortable scenario. The Malga was taken out here, but that's about all you have to hang your hat on. When we get down to brass tacks, you still have to go up against a team who have been honing their fundamentals for years and years and years. The team with championship pedigree, the team who are your Champions Clash winners. It's a long list of accolades that Crazy Raccoon boasts. They're here to add yet another one to that ever-growing list. Team Secret, in some senses, might be here on a holiday. They're here to compete, here to show what they're capable of, but I'm sorry.
It's pretty awesome holiday. I mean, the venue looks awesome. I mean, when the big screen kind of like opened up before, I was like, oh
yeah. I mean, the venue's fantastic, obviously.
Yeah.
It's something everybody, if you're an esports fan,
just a gaming fan, I feel like.
Great to see the fandom turn up here. I mean, Team Peps appears on our screen before any EMEA squad, so they're always going to turn up in force. Obviously, we are in their home. Shout out to Peps for I think their record in Face Up Master this year is like 50 million wins, 0 losses. So they're having a great time.
1 million maps to 0.
Yeah, they're dominating. Basically, clean sheet for them.
Oh, we got to get them to an event, though. I mean, we got to talk to Pepe. I think he's over there on the French
Soon
truck.
was on the French desk as well. Big shout out.
Yeah, be like, hey, we got to get. I mean, dude, it would have been so awesome if they were represented here, right? I mean, that would have been great. But obviously, Pep's going through. They're in our stage 1 in EMEA, and then obviously you don't make it back through relegation, and then now have to work their way back up through Face of Masters. But it seems like they're being successful.
They're doing well there. But again, with 6 teams in OWCS EMEA, it's never been harder to be a part of that. So you have to work a little bit harder.
Especially this stage in EMEA. I know we talked about that region, though obviously we're here in Paris. It's like every one of those teams was like hyper competitive pretty much. Like we had maybe one bad team in EMEA, but everybody else very close to being a team that could qualify for this event. So it sounds like we're just getting the sub sorted on the stage. Lip wants to make sure everything is perfect.
Yeah.
For his debut here at the Esports World Cup. So we'll afford him that time.
I mean, again, you are smoothing out your workflow for later on in the tournament because Crazy Raccoon are one of those rosters who are going to make a fair few changes midway through the series, right? They have developed a large roster for the purposes of being as meta and ban agnostic as possible. Not every team has taken that particular approach, but it certainly works if you got the cash.
I mean, not everybody can, they just get the players that can do that, right? I mean, I think it's like really difficult, especially in like the tank and support roles to find those players that can like be that flexible and do that type of stuff. I think DPS have really kind of evolved over the last few years, where you're seeing like, it's not really much of like a projectile or like a flex and a hit scan. I think like players are able to do everything pretty comfortably.
I mean, I think also Funny Astro, was it Vega, I think, was saying in an interview on OWTV recently that main support, flex support moniker is very outdated now.
Yeah.
The same is being expected of your supports.
Well, every role, it's really been expected, right? I mean, the one role that can maybe get away with it is tanks, right? You kind of have like, certain maps that work only good for like certain tanks, and you can make some substitutions around that, like kind of like how CR potentially doing here. But yeah, I think everybody kind of expected, right? I mean, look at Violet, right? A player who, we kind of like Zen, Ana, like these tremendous, like, highlight plays. We've seen him go and play Cassidy in like a serious type of manner at times. And he's now playing Lucio. He's playing Jetpack Cat. Like, you're just expected to play everything in that role.
Do you think it was serious?
The Cassidy?
Serious manner?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, that was ancient times at this point.
That was such a legendary time. Yeah. Well, had to be. Yeah, it was a lot of fun to see that.
It lives
play
in
out.
the Hall of Infamy with the Super Genji.
Oh, it's low on the iceberg, that's for sure, folks. It's time to head off to New Junk City, folks. Currently, Crazy Raccoon leading 1-0 in this 1-2 series, and Team Secret have had some time to stew in the result of that first map. Unsuccessful in the first round against the Dominant Comp, and then beaten in the mirror. What do they have for us now? Soggy hovering a Vendetta, which would be a fun little wrinkle.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a Ramatra mirror here in terms of tanks. Like, that's been really a go-to on New Junk City, especially with Maga gone. Teams want to play that brawl, so looks like we're going to get a little bit more time, a little bit more stewing here from Team Secret. As the crowd goes wild for the pause.
So this is what we were discussing earlier, is that when you have a substitution, you don't always have an extensive opportunity to test all of your peripherals to make sure everything is hunky-dory. So Lip is calling a pause here just to make sure that all of his accoutrements are functioning.
Yeah, I mean, look, obviously, wants to play his best. Don't want to mess around in a series that's like a 1-2, right? And you'll play at a disadvantage, or your settings are kind of off, and then all of a sudden now we're in a game 3 in this series, and it starts to get really, really silly. So Lip obviously kind of wants to take that time, but at least from what we saw hovering, I think we're going to see that Ramatra brawl head-to-head.
What do you think about the Vendetta being thrown in here?
I mean, we'll
touch on it briefly.
Yeah, we'll see if it's picked. I mean, Vendetta does get some adjustments in our last patch to try and kind of bring her back a little bit closer towards relevance. I would say is very strong early on, and then kind of fell off. Obviously, like I think maybe like 2 patch rounds, just kind of nerfs for Vendetta or adjustments. So now getting a slight buff. We'll see if she does kind of find her way back into the meta. As hey, we got a replay here from Tayo. Oh, hey, he's got the Zeta boys behind. So they had a good day.
Yes, I mean, their day basically barely begun. They got out there, got themselves a quick 2-0. So plenty of time to soak it up and enjoy the sights. We're out here,
I would love to see Tayo's stream of us watching Tayo back
watching the
again.
game. Yeah.
Like us watching Tayo. Tayo watch us watch Tayo. That would be...
What do you think he would say?
He'd probably laugh for like 30 seconds. Then he'd probably,
a bunch of these guys.
he'd probably, thank his chat for a few gifted, maybe. No, I was chatting with him in the lobby. He just got in yesterday.
Remember the first time we saw him? It would have been in Sydney, right? Cup.
Yeah.
2018?
Yeah, we've all been doing this for a while now.
Yep.
So
Team Japan gave us one of the most exciting games of that World Cup group stage against Team Australia. And ended up going down to the wire. Great crowd, great time. We were at the Star in Sydney, so pretty nice location.
I don't think I was at that one.
Oh,
no,
that's true. I was with Zucchini Panini.
Ah.
Yeah, our good friend ZP. Fever Dream 2018.
And now what going on with Liv? at this moment.
Oh, I mean, are these chairs even built for someone as statuesque as him? A 10-foot tall gaming warlord?
Yeah, I mean,
he needs to get acclimated.
Yeah, it looks like no. Obviously, we're in game. Looks like not an expert. It looks like he was kind of touching the audio thing there. Okay, maybe getting with a headset issue. Yeah, this is the right idea. Pillow, lounge, lay back.
I do love that these Secret Lab pillows are magnetic, bro. I can put it wherever I want it.
That's true.
I can even gag you with it if I need to.
I don't think that's the intended use of it.
Listen,
So
it's all about resourcefulness, you know what I mean? Make use
I
of
would
what's a good
prefer,
space.
personally, for that not to happen. But I guess there is a world in which you could end up doing.
Ooh,
thumbs up.
Thumbs
That's
up.
the universal sign. We are good to go, and we can get back into game here shortly. So pause will be lifted. To remind you guys, Crazy Raccoon up 1-0 here against Team Secret. Really dominant. Map number 1. 2 subs coming in to New Junk City. It'll be Max and Lip coming on in for CR. We'll get the crowd excited one more time there. We're with the French cast, and then now we're ready to go. So it'll be Lip playing the Soj here. So we'll see if Stalker continues to play this series.
So you have to be pretty much in tune with each other to beat this SimCon.
And it will be Vendetta. So Vendetta obviously does really good in these like brawl types of styles. It's just going to be Soggy having to be very careful, right? Once you use some of these cooldowns and you don't have anything to kind of stay in that fight or even get out, you're a pretty easy target for Sojourn.
But keeping a respectful distance from the Vendetta as he drops on him with an overhead swing there, so able to see her coming. Crazy Raccoon adjusts here. Palais is going to get picked off. Vigilante finds yet another pick on a support. We saw so many of those on Nepal, and that means that the mobility, which is so core to Team Secret's game plan, has already been taken out of the picture. Crazy Raccoon have that in spades with the Sim and Lucio of their own, and now High Vision is getting chunked down in the front line. Soggy does get in though. Lip can't quite evade Vendetta's questing blade.
Yes, I mean, Vendetta has actually been pretty useful against some of these Symmetra comps, right? Symmetra brawl comps that want to use these TPs and multiple players through. You can get a lot of value out of the Vendetta as Polly gets back into the fight, takes out Chorong. So now it's going to be Team Secret clapping back.
Draw and pick off is great. Palais sees an opportunity there. It looks like maybe caught inside the Ravenous Vortex was Palais, an easier pickup. Stalker going to be healed up. That's one thing for the Symmetra, is that when you have Nemesis form on your Amatric, you don't have a lot of protection in your own front line, and you are pretty susceptible to that long-range poke damage.
So it'll be a Kitsune rush here, formed up pretty fast by Winter. Going to get back to Songy Beal. Keep him alive. Kappa gets dangerously low, so they end up going to heal the Vendetta. You're going to lose the Vendetta anyway, and then you end up giving that the Curie is not there. They kind of just run over Kappa. That's going to allow Crazy Raccoon to flip the point back. It is Team Secret, though, taking the lead.
Yeah, promising signs from Secret. They see an opportunity to go forward, get aggressive, but Crazy Raccoon have an insane ability innately to disengage away from this Vendetta. It is terrifying trying to deal with that. Sundering Blade has been developed here for Soggy. As a Crazy Raccoon have to have their wits about them, but Annihilation battle is sure to ensue between our frontliners.
Yeah, a beat advantage, though, for Chorong here coming up. It'll be the Kitsune rushes used by both sides.
Is that big yet?
Nice headshot slash there by Soggy, takes out Vigilante. So you do have the Sim wall in action. It's going to be Max using the Annihilation here. This is definitely not over as CR.
No way!
Going to be 4 here for Max.
That is insane! How are Secret supposed to flip back to actually do in these last moments, but Max is going to run through them! Devastating!
5K.
Secret need a quick fight. They need the Vendetta to get into the backline. Ignore the Sim, blow her up as quick as you can, but if you deal with Annihilation, the Ramatra is virtually unkillable for that window, and they cannot do a thing about it.
And I mean, yeah, you see Kappa just trying to get out of range of the Ramatra, right? Deny that Annihilation from keep rolling, but the slow of the Sim turret that he's backing up into. And then Max finds the last one. That'll be the first flashpoint here over to Crazy Raccoon.
Secret have a nice ult bank to work with, though. That Annihilation for Kappa could be the difference maker. Max and co simply want to tease these ultimates out of Team Secret, make them spend heavily to get control of this point early, but we've got 10 seconds before it opens up. Team Secret are not incentivized to dig too deep and make those investments.
But they end up using their overclock there. It actually, like, you know, it gets them off the point for Crazy Raccoon, but you had so much time until the point opens up. Now it's going to be an OC on an angle there.
Oh man,
Lit
but
finds one.
the Annihilation is a problem. Lit can fold away from it though. Kuffer trying to get some attention, demands that someone challenge him, but the Annihilation expires. Chorong went quite low, and eventually Kuffer's going to be able to pick him off in that Nemesis form, running down Vigilante as well. But it's a big spend in the fight for Secret.
I mean, they needed it though, right? I mean, if you don't spend there and you end up losing that, especially the first kill comes from Lit with that OC, I mean, you're going to fall behind what, 2 flash points, and then it's just game over at that point. You needed to invest everything you had there. But you still hold on to the Sundering Blade, right? So you have this, Vendetta ultimate that can obviously do some serious damage from off angles.
Kuffer trying to push forward, sees an opportunity. Chorong a little bit isolated there in the front line. Big damage on towards Max here, and Sundering Blade will secure the elimination, but Winter and High Vision have already fallen, and Soggy finds himself a little out in the open. Whirlwind to dash through, but doesn't have a target to latch onto presently. Secret, though, gets to 58%, and Kuffer is still alive, but look at Stalker charged up, ready to go. Nice Suzu as well to keep Crazy Raccoon hale and hearty to win the fight.
You get Max dangerously low there, but still able to kind of, fight back. As the Sundering Blade, you're trying to get around the corner, right? He's trying to use that Nemesis form to kind of get out of harm's way. 65% though for Team Secret. Really strong here. We'll see though how they kind of battle through this. Like this sim wall is going to be pretty nasty to kind of fight through, right? Kitsune Rush, you can drop that sim wall, you can hold on to your rush, then have Vigilante drop it a little bit later on.
Last time the sim wall came out, Secret just ran past it, right? They had a Kitsune Rush of their own, which they had here, and they used their Vendetta just to get into the back line. See, sim wall is all well and good, but the fight doesn't last long enough to really abuse that edge. Soggy's able to get in there, Vigilante is picked off, and this is the pace you need to see from Team Secret if they want flashpoints here on New Junk City.
Yeah, Soggy's Vendetta is really clean. Able to kind of get through that sim wall there and put down damage, and finding 2 is you will get back into the fight rather quickly, obviously, with the sim here for Crazy Raccoon, as they end up saving their Kitsune Rush. They don't end up burning it in that fight. We'll see, though, they decide to go to it. The Vendetta here, putting down some damage.
Soggy's got to go, Matt.
Yeah,
probably needs to be your target.
The cooldowns, they actually kind of use them to get back towards the rest of the team, as they don't want to go just yet. Oh, the sound barrier actually doesn't connect with High Vision. It's going to be lit with a railgun shot. Takes him out before it would have landed.
Sound barrier comes out a little bit later here for Crazy Raccoon, and it's quite effective. Halle going to get picked off here as Max runs Winter down inside that Annihilation. Had a lot of Nemesis form window to work with, but now Kuffer holds his ultimate until the opportune time. Is this it? Kuffer a little bit low. Has to give the point up entirely, though, and Crazy Raccoon at the numbers. Eventually, Kuffer gets run down, and maybe, just maybe, held on to that Annihilation a little too long.
And CR is so smart, man. They end up flipping the point, right? And Kuffa and Suggy are off of it trying to fight. Max, they end up getting back over to the point. And they just kind of it obviously they lose Stalker because of it, but they end up just stalling them for a little bit of time where they kill them at a moment where their other teammates are coming back. And they're like, well, we're not going to take a 3v5 without our tank and the Vendetta. So just perfectly timed kills there from Crazy Raccoon.
I mean, Lip getting High Vision at the start of the fight, man. It's a bad situation for Team Secret. And there it is yet again. It's Lip fighting High Vision. Clearly, he stands out in the crowd. Soggy picked up now as well by Max as he gets clouted by the Nemesis form. Dramatra and Crazy Raccoon have set the table for a third and final flashpoint take.
So, yeah, it's going to be very difficult here for Team Secret. So, I mean, what? You have Sundering Blade. You're not going to, maybe get a kill off of it. You're not necessarily going to win the point off of the Sundering Blade. And I think the scary part is, right, you have Chorong kind of building towards the sound barrier. If you win this first fight here for Crazy Raccoon, you may end up finding yourselves, with a beat plus sim wall for what could be a final fight.
Secret now, just trying to jockey for position. Clear this TP, deny that easy pivot away. Soggy's trying to wend his way into this back line. An overhead strike might have had the better of Stalker if he could reach him,
really,
but he has the mobility to get there. And that Sundering Blade is still being held onto. Team Secret here would be wise to ration out these ultimates as much as possible. And even though Soggy goes down, it's a clear fight win for the Pacific squad.
Well, I mean, you see why the Vendetta is really good against the Sim, right? You kind of get, you get that whirlwind and on top of 3 targets potentially who are coming out of that TP, and then you just get an overhead slash, deletes the Symmetra. No way you can kind of survive that if you're Stalker.
It's a bad matchup for Stalker.
Yeah.
31% and counting for Team Secret. Here comes a preemptive Katsuna Rush now from Secret. Crazy Raccoon, they'll have a wall of their own, and Soggy's trying to get into the back lane. Is Max the ideal target, though? What? He uses the Annihilation here. Bizarre. Lip gets picked up by Kappa, and Max is now down. Good money being thrown after bad by Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, I think what Max probably thought there is the point ends up flipping as you'll have the Suzu user by Vigilante just keeping everybody alive for a little bit longer. I think what Max was thinking there is his Nemesis form was probably running out, just kind of spiral into another block, and then maybe you get a Suzu and some healing, and they overextend, and you get a pick. I think you're going to keep that one rolling. The issue is none of that happened.
It's a pretty delicate scenario. You've got to strike a balance there.
Outside of him using the Annihilation, no other things I mentioned there happened. So ends up like being pretty rough there for Max. Look at the pressure there.
They've got to beat. No choice here. Max barely alive, and eventually gets brought down. Crazy Raccoon are struggling to get a feel for the tempo that Secret are playing at. And Kappa's Annihilation here is going to be fantastic, but Crazy Raccoon have the point right now. Remember that they flip it at the start of the fight. Secret have to be aware of this. They do get control of it now. And of the essence, Lim's trying to Crazy Raccoon need presence on that point. They're going to play there to contest, but Stalker's brought down by High Vision. Soggy here eats a bit of damage from Lip. He's trying to build an overclock, but it might be too little too late for this particular flash point. Crazy Raccoon are bleeding out. Soggy is making it even harder for them. And Lip will have to throw himself just to be a body on the point, but it's not enough.
Yeah, putting so much pressure onto Max with that Vendetta. Obviously, some railgun shots coming in from High Vision, and then Kappa as well. As you see, whenever Max is going to in that Nemesis form, it's like perma blocking, just trying to survive some of that damage, because once the Vendetta starts to build these onslaught stacks and Soggy's at 4 or 5
attack speed, move speed increase, it's crazy.
I mean, the Ramatra has no real chance, especially with all the other damage coming on through.
I like this Secret again, dictate the pace of play. Katsuna Rush now, but a full disengage by Crazy Raccoon to effectively nullify that whole ultimate.
Yeah, really nice TP. I mean, Stalker getting the rest of the team out of dodge, and then also Soggy had used all of the movement cooldowns to that point.
Soggy's trying to get to the back line, and Lip knew about it, but couldn't really respond. High Vision going to be traded out, though, so we're down to a 4v4, and Stalker has a wall, but again, it does very little to stop Soggy. A mid-team fight pause.
All right. We'll see,
that's a tense one.
We'll see who comes from. I know potentially it looks like, as I look back to the stage, we have
I have admins behind Crazy Raccoon
CR,
side of the stage.
so it looks like potentially something on that side of the stage, but hey, I mean, the Vendetta has really made things difficult for Crazy Raccoon, who are trying to close the series out here.
Soggy, someone certainly worth highlighting.
I think we're, what is this, Max? No, looks like
Yamun has decided he wants a mid-team fight substitution. Doesn't like what he's seen.
Yeah, I think it's Stalker here this time, it looks like. So
we can talk about this composition a little bit. Obviously, there's a snowball element because Max tried to riskily commit his Annihilation to a fight a couple fights ago when he was sort of blown up. The very next fight, Crazy Raccoon are forced to use their sound barrier to keep Max alive. He takes too much burst damage in the front line, and after the beat expires, Secret get an easy later beat. They still burst Max down. They win that fight too. I'm impressed to see a team like Team Secret or anyone, frankly, playing at a pace that is pressuring some mistakes out of Crazy Raccoon in terms of ult economy, in terms of positioning, in terms of just predicting the required amount of healing.
It's been a little while since we've seen Lip, right? So you see in that last fight that we saw before we got this pause, he ends up using the OC, both dash is already gone, and then the Vendetta's in his face, he's just dead, right? It's stuff with the pace of play that obviously if you're only playing in scrims, you're not going to see this kind of level of aggression potentially with this type of comp out there. And then, trying to obviously play. That's tough. There's the positive of that one is it's like when does Optic play, and then the sad version is when does Reps play. They play soon, just not here. But what I was saying is you also kind of compound it, obviously hard for Lip, right? And then it's playing the sim. It's actually a pretty good matchup for the Vendetta generally.
It's very good. Yeah.
So we have
Okay, so now it's Max, it looks like.
Yep. Max saying, my Q button keeps pressing at weird times. It's not me, I swear.
Yeah. It's the ghosts.
They're in the walls. The ghosts of esports past.
I wonder what this is like for Secret, though, right? Because you started to get a little bit of momentum, and now it's kind of like, let's sit in a pause. I mean, look, it looks like they do have High Vision and Lip down in this fight, potentially, when we get back into it.
Yeah. That's right. It is very much a fight that's in progress. High Vision got picked at the start, and Lip got skewered by the Vendetta. It does feel like Crazy Raccoon are forcing this comp, which on a couple of axes is certainly weaker, right? The sim wall does.
They still are winning the map, though.
Yes.
Like overall.
Yep.
Like it's not like obviously I don't think it's advantageous potentially against this comp, but they're still winning.
You can't dance a sim wall against a Vendetta, right? So if Soggy continues to have this level of output, then it's going to be very, very uncomfortable for Crazy Raccoon to keep forcing this symmetric comp. God forbid they have to play Cassidy, right? Something
You don't
to
have
slow the
anything
Vendetta.
you don't have anything to really threaten the Vendetta, right? Like you don't have a Mizuki, a Cassidy, something along those lines, right? Where you can be hyper aggressive with Soggy. You're not threatened like a stun or something in that world coming in. As long as you kind of play your movement cooldowns right, you're gonna be unimpeded.
See the score right now on New Junk City is 2-1 in flashpoints. Team Secret finally getting an objective on the board. Series score 1-0. So this is last chance saloon here for Team Secret. We are getting ready checks from our players now just to confirm that everything.
I see thumbs
is in
up.
shape. I like thumbs up. Internationals. Can I just say that Pep's Nugget is immaculately drawn.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, obviously everybody else as well, but I'm really, my eyes are drawn to just the Nugget being recreated in full HD there.
Our fans for Overwatch, I mean, they're great artists. We see some fantastic signs are at the events. We're just day one, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we got a long way to go here.
I mean, that's the kind of the beauty of this format here at EWC. We have, it's a longer tournament than like your average OWCS major, for example, which means that we get to lean into a format like this, which is a bit more leisurely in pace. We have a group stage. Teams aren't being forced to play 3 games a day. There's a lot to love about it, and frankly, more Overwatch for me is always going to be a win. 16 teams at a tournament is also pretty sick. You don't get that every day. That is a rare treat. So soak it up, folks. And now we are mid-fight here on this 4th flashpoint. Crazy Raccoon do lose Lip at the beginning, and that seems to be enough for them to get on out. Max has switched to the red. Okay, back to Ramatra.
Yeah, it looked like maybe going to the ball to kind of get back. It also looks like he potentially, DC'd from the lobby. So we'll see now. An advantage in support ults for Crazy Raccoon. They will fall behind on this point, but a really good opportunity here to potentially take it back.
Right, Max having a TP forward now, trying to isolate Cuffer perhaps, but he disengages in the correct direction. Thundering Blade comes in, the connection though dubious for Soggy, that has found an opportunity to accost Vigilante, who has Kitsune Rush ready to go. Pale going to go with the sound barrier now. Chorong with the later big Team Secret under some pressure here. Winter's picked off first. Vigilante, if he can hold on to this rush, it's going to be huge in the next fight. Ration out those ultimates and put yourself in a position to win the map. Pele and Soggy though, looking scary. Annihilation coming in late from Kappa. This is a real game, but he is actually throwing caution to the wind. Pele trying to keep him standing. Nice little dive in the backline here for Soggy. And a late fight comeback for Secret might well be on the cards. Chorong can't evade the edge of the blade. And here comes Team Secret.
I mean, Secret is playing awesome right now. Crazy Raccoon has no answer for the aggression that is coming down from the Vendetta. And they're one flashpoint away from sending us to a decider map here with CR.
Insane stuff. Like I said, can you keep Team Secret, or rather Crazy Raccoon, guessing for an hour? You do, and you get through this match with a dub. And head over to events here. Vigilante did maintain that Kitsune Rush from the previous fight. Something perhaps to hang your hat on, but High Vision is poised to have an outsized impact on this fight with an overclock.
And I'm kind of surprised we see no changes here for Crazy Raccoon to kind of deal with this Vendetta. They've been kind of running that same comp the entire time. As it'll be the Kitsune Rush. It'll be a disengage here from a Team Secret. You also end up losing Sagi, so that is kind of brutal. You're going to have to fully back out here and give Crazy Raccoon the point.
Obviously, this point, Flashpoint is known for its innate verticality. Perhaps that gives Crazy Raccoon options to try and kite Soggy. Obviously, being able to pick off the Vendetta is a huge win condition for your composition. And they make it work last time. And they do it again. Kappa ignoring Max there as he just phases in and out of existence with those Symmetra TPs. And High Vision has a nice little vantage point to play from, but has to have a snooze. Kunai actually lying in low. And here's that Kitsune rush down coming in from Winter. Stalker pressured in the front line, but Max is holding on to an Annihilation. Lipno fallen by the wayside. Stalker getting cut up in the back line, and Max now going for another questionable Annihilation. Once again, shut down midway through.
I mean, everybody's dead pretty much, right? You had lost Stalker and Lip at that point. You're not going to survive long enough with the Annihilation to like get into a sound barrier and then pop that. Just a really bad use of that Ramatra ultimate. And
yeah, there's not much redeeming about that one, I'm afraid.
No, and now it gives Team Secret a pathway back into this game, right? Let's see if Lip can maybe do something with the OC. We've seen, like, he's gotten a kill with the OC on High Vision earlier, but hasn't really been popping off, I'd say, on Sojourn.
Ooh, that's another good pick,
is.
though. Exactly what you're looking for. Max took his licking for it, though. Very, very low in that front line, but still a factor in this fight. Stalker has a wall now to play with. It looks a lot better when Vendetta is not on the field, and it could give a big edge here to Lip in a hit scan fight. He's going to dance that wall now. A sound barrier comes in for Team Secret. Chorong is holding onto his beat until now. Throws it down, and Crazy Raccoon are far more durable in this fight. The Sundering Blade doesn't quite find the purchase here as Max is going to find his opposite number. It's Kappa, who'll also commit an Annihilation under dubious circumstances and be brought down.
Yeah, but you do get this to one fight territory, though. If you're Team Secret, they're going to try and stall out Pele here, as they will. So you'll be able to come back here for Secret. You're probably only going to get one fight. You'll end up being opening things up with your OC, and very easy, I would say, for Winter to end up building towards this Kitsune rush. Vigilante may have his at the start, but they actually deny them the touch. What a way to go! Oh, Sagi not able to use. I think he actually he uses the whirlwind, and then he kind of goes up into the sky to go like the dash and just knocks. I think it was the Ramatra Vortex that maybe slowed him down there.
Yeah,
and not able to get a touch. That is brutal.
Again, when you lose a flashpoint, your opponents are at 85%. You already know that your chances of contesting meaningfully are going to be slim. Crazy Raccoon get pushed to the brink on New Junk City. It's a tempo, it's a pace of play from Team Secret that we can only hope we get to see showcased more here at this mid-season championship. Great to see the Vendetta. Great to see that, adaptability. Just the fact that there's a desire from Liquid from Secret to determine the pace of play themselves is very good. Don't let the game come to you in Overwatch. Don't let the game come to you when it's Crazy Raccoon. And unfortunately, the pedigree in their opponents overwhelms them.
And I think it's a little bit of a wake-up for Crazy Raccoon, right? It's like, okay, they thought, let's bring in some subs, let's get Lip some kind of stage time. Max obviously in the rotation pretty often, but the quality of teams here across the board, you're not going to be able to do that. I mean, Team Secret, if they get a touch there, potentially they get an OC. There's a world in which they kind of extend that.
All right, we're going to head down to the stage. It's Lou standing by with Lip.
Yeah, Lip, congratulations, of course. Crazy Raccoon taking the win here in Paris. Lip, the fans are very glad to see you back on stage. They've missed you a lot, so I want to know how it feels being back after, a long period of not playing on stage. Does it feel good?
일단 립 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 첫 번째 질문은 좀 오랜만에 이렇게 또 큰 대회에 나와서 이렇게 경기 치르셨는데 사실 립 선수를 많이 팬분들도 보고 싶으셨을 텐데 다시 이렇게 와서 경기를 치르신 소감이 어떠신지 궁금합니다.
오랜만에 좀 큰 국제 대회에서 경기를 뛰게 됐는데 좀 색다르고 좀 오랜만에 대회 뛰어서 기분이 좋은 것 같아요.
Yeah, it's been a while since I've been into international land, so yeah, it feels good to be back here.
Ouais, effectivement, ça fait un moment qu'on l'a pas vu jouer sur des grandes scènes. Est-ce que ça fait du bien d'être de retour? Bah ouais, je suis vraiment contente d'être de retour. Ça faisait effectivement très longtemps que j'avais pas joué et ça fait du bien. And a lot of people have told me, analysts, fans, that Korea is the best region in the world for Overwatch. Is it true?
사실 많은 전문가들과 팬분들이 항상 한국이 이제 오버워치 최강 지역이다라고 얘기를 하는데 확실히 본인이 생각하시기에도 한국이 항상 최강이라고 생각하시는지 궁금합니다.
네, 지금까지 아직도 한국 지역이 다른 지역보다 우세하다고 생각합니다.
yeah, I still feel that Korea is best in the world.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people agree with you. Effectivement, il est complètement d'accord et il confirme. La Corée reste la meilleure région du monde. On verra ceux qui soulèveront le trophée, évidemment. And you've seen more than 7 years of Overwatch. You've seen pretty much all metas, everything. What is the thing you enjoy the most about the game as of today?
사실 7년 동안 또 오랜 기간 동안 또 대회 경력 쌓으시면서 사실 또 많은 메타들을 경험하셨잖아요. 그래서 이번 메타에서 좀 즐긴 뭐 어떤 점이 좀 즐겁다든지 어떤 점이 좀 색다르다든지 좀 이런 거 있을까요?
그냥 뭐 딱히 생각은 안 하고 그냥 제가 스스로 할 수 있는 좀 자유분방한 상황을 좀 즐겨 하는 것 같아요.
I honestly didn't think about that much, but that being said, I'm trying to think about what my place will be in this meta. Okay. So I just trying to be myself and all more like freely roaming around. That's kind of stuff.
Trying to find your place, of course. Donc effectivement, ça fait plus de 7 ans qu'il joue à Overwatch. Qu'est-ce qu'il arrive encore à aimer dans le jeu? C'est vrai que c'est une question que je me suis jamais posée, mais j'essaie de trouver ma place un petit peu dans cette méta, me permettre de roam aussi un petit peu et de faire mes plays, effectivement. And last, going to face the winner of Space Station Gaming versus GDG. So America versus China. Who do you think you're going to be facing?
이제 마지막으로 이제 다음 SSG와 JDG의 승자를 다음 경기에서 만나게 되실 텐데 어느 팀이 이길 것 같은지 좀 예상해 주신다면요.
저는 개인적으로 SSG가 이길 거라고 생각을 하는데 둘 다 재밌는 경기 했었으면 좋겠습니다.
Personally, I think SSG will win, but that being said, I mean that I really hope they make a great game.
Yeah, you never know, and we wish, of course, for a great game. Kamsahamnida, thank you very much for the interview, of course, and stand by as we're heading to our third series of the day.
Man, that China's handsome lip coming in and making the fans proud. It was a closer game than I expected. And Jake, honestly, I thought this was going to be a clean sweep. 2-0 with a perfect 3-0 finish in Flashpoint. Where did you see Kuffa and the boys turn things around for Team Secret?
Yeah, you got to look at Kuffa and Soggy. The two of them were able to push the pace and really test Crazy Raccoon, bringing in this secondary roster. But honestly, although Lip was, relatively positive, relatively anodyne with his answers in that interview, I feel like I could tell he was frustrated. Like, this is a massive underperformance from this team. To have a Flashpoint map be this close is a failure for them.
Yeah, and I think it really showed that maybe the practice time was just not there with those players, right? It was unusually sloppy, I think, is the word we have to use, looking at some of those annihilations we saw from Max there, even though he had big moments as well. But yeah, a little bit more fumbly than what we're used to from the Crazy Raccoons. Of course, it still resulted in a dub.
About the Ramantra play, because at the start I was like, Max is looking like the greatest. He just got a 5K. He wiped the whole team. The other Qs weren't as clean.
I mean, it's the nature of that comp that it does get chaotic. You're not going to be able to get, exactly the setups you want. Here on Nepal, this is much more what I expected from Crazy Raccoon. I mean, Junbin styling on the opposition here, pulling out the domino, which I actually thought was really intelligent here for Nepal.
Why
really
do you bust out the domino? Because I'm not used to seeing them.
So I don't want to get too deep in the weeds here, but ultimately it's a map with really small choke points where Domina can actually do a lot of damage. People have played Sigma on that map before too, so I actually think Domina fits really well in the niche between Sigma and Ramatra.
And of course, he's saying showcasing that Tracer still works on all maps. Zoe, if you could give an MVP for the two games from Crazy Raccoon, is there one individual that shined brighter than the others?
You
can say no.
No, honestly, no. I think no would be my answer. I think there were individual moments there, definitely there. Lip, Stalker, of course, doing like good cleanup work, and Vigilante ensuring in the backline. Always they're just such a solid backline that keeps the whole thing together. But overall, Matu, a little sloppy. I don't know if I think I want to give credit to Team Secret for that too, though. Not just harping on Crazy Raccoon. I think what we saw from Team Secret is them being one of the very few teams who was able to push Crazy Raccoon by utilizing every tiny little mistake, every opening. They immediately went in, they went aggressive. They had the timing, Stein, and they're the one team that managed to actually force the pacing onto Crazy Raccoon. They weren't just playing reactionary. So I think a lot of the performances on map 2 is due to Team Secret playing up to their opponents.
Zeta Division all smiles after their win. Crazy Raccoon, a little bit more focus on their face, but both teams walk away with clean 2-0 victories. And you can see our next two matches will be Space Station Gaming versus JD Gaming and GK versus AGAL. Jake, we're going to go to that GK versus AGAL matchup next, and you heard Zeta Division saying they think they're going to be playing GK. Do you agree with that call?
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of teams have been talking about GK as one of the best teams in the world, one of the best teams here. They came second place in EMEA Stage 2 playoffs, but that was incredibly competitive, and that was a team that really had an amazing trajectory through the stage, improving constantly. Really excited to see the European teams play. I think EMEA looks like as good of a region as it really ever has in Overwatch history. I think they could potentially take it to some of these top Korean squads.
And then, Zoe, my match of the day is what we're going to close out the night with, and that is Dallas Fuel taking on Team Falcons. Talk me through Group A and what we see in this bracket.
I mean, listen, I think Falcons definitely a team that want to redeem themselves. They're coming into this year, and they've been struggling. We gotta say it as it is, right? Ever since we saw them in the World Finals last year, where they placed 4th, which was already a disappointing performance. They've really struggled. They didn't even make our first LAN event, which was strange, honestly, not to see Team Falcons in the mix there. And then in the stage, they also didn't really perform well. The only reason why they qualified to come here is because they are the reigning EWC champions.
Jake, who is a favorite to win Group A?
I mean, winning the group just means surviving, right? Really, like that's your goal. So I don't know if I'd really even call a favorite just yet. I do think some of these teams, though, it's like about the dominance of the victories, right? It's not just that you survive, right? Oh, if you went 2-0, great. It's about showing up and just crushing the opposition, right? Like this last match, this was an opportunity for Crazy Raccoon to make a statement, annihilate the opposition, show that they're levels and levels above. And I'd say that they didn't do that. I mean, I honestly wonder how much more of lip we're going to see in this tournament with a little bit of a rockier performance there on New Junk City.
AGAL is in the top 10 for a club championship. They look to climb in the rankings. To do so, they need to score in Overwatch for the top 8. Can they get there? We'll find out with their first match after the break.
Built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
All right, we're here with Robin for a new edition of Is It a Gamer Tag? Are you ready, Robin? Gamer tag or Wi-Fi router name?
Goodbye, Sisters. Probably gamer tag.
And it is! It's a Warzone player. There you go, you got one right.
That's good.
Brian, I'm going to ask you a few questions. Is this a gamer tag of a 2026 EWC player or my ATM pin code?
ATM pin code?
Actually, no, this is a gamer tag of a Crossfire player. My ATM pin is actually 211.
Okay, nice. I need your card after that.
Gamer tag or CAPTCHA spelling prompt?
Gamer tag?
It is a gamer tag, but just for fun, can you please tell me how many traffic lights are in this photo?
Well, I'd say 1, but maybe the CAPTCHA wants me to say like 8.
I don't know. AI is a anomaly to me, an enigma. I will never understand it. There we go. All right, a gamer tag or a off-brand stomach medicine?
Gamer tag not too good, so off-brand.
Incorrect. It is actually a gamer tag for MLBB.
Yeah, it's a nice gamer tag. I wanted to say it. Nice gamer tag.
Gamer tag or someone who fell asleep on their keyboard?
Oh my god. Probably a gamer tag.
There is a similar PUBG player, but they only have 9 Ds in their name, and this is 10.
Oh, sorry. I couldn't know that. Yeah.
It's okay. It's okay. Maybe next time. Gamer tag or file type?
Firewall type. Yes.
Wrong. PUBG player.
Yeah, same as I said before. They probably fall asleep also.
This is our last one. Finally, gamer tag or SoundCloud rapper.
Youngstar. I think that's a gamer tag.
It is a gamer tag for Counter-Strike 2. Robin, you did it. And for that, you get this amazing prize.
Oh my god. Banana? That's amazing.
Have you ever seen one of those before?
Probably in my dreams. I get a lot of points, I think.
You got an okay amount of points, but unfortunately, not enough points to claim a prize.
Oh my god. I'm gonna try again, I guess.
Best of luck, brother. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello.
Dagon,
What's up, girl?
welcome in.
Thank you.
Look at us reuniting at the bottom like this.
I know. We're in an elevator.
We are. This is actually my office.
Okay, perfect.
I think it's a pretty good setup.
Well, nowhere to go but up when you're at the bottom.
Exactly. See, I feel like we've got this all figured out.
Yeah, girl, how you been?
I've been doing... Let's jump into this. Listen, you started your esports career in LCS before eventually moving to the LCK. What's it like to do esports backwards?
Pretty fascinating to go from worst to first. It gets you really grizzled, right? You learn a lot about yourself.
But do you miss the money?
Money's pretty good. Yeah.
We all want those 6 mil contracts, don't we?
I wish. You know, I work with Hooney, who was also here for EWC. He single-handedly tanked LCS. That is my new theory.
Okay, you say that. I say he carried it because he was the only player who rolled up to the LCS in a bright orange convertible Range Rover. He refused to give me a ride in that thing. I felt pretty rejected.
Why?
He said I wasn't cool enough. Every single time I walked up, he locked the doors.
Yeah, and look where we're at now.
I think we figured it out. One thing, I know that you studied opera in college. Do you still got it?
I still got it.
Beautiful, I would say.
Thank you.
I wish that you would do more of that on the broadcast.
Haven't you seen my renditions of a very popular Netflix song in Korea?
Netflix song?
Yeah, Netflix song. You know, League of
Squid
Legends.
Game.
That song too.
That song too?
Yeah.
The na, 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 na. Do you actually know the words?
No, I don't know those.
And you live in Korea.
Yeah.
It's pretty racist. You got to work with Snoop Dogg.
I have.
Is that hard to remember because of how short it lasted, or because it was Snoop Dogg?
Snoop Dogg.
Every day. What have you changed more, your hair color or your career?
Ooh, that's a good one. That's a good one. I think it's barely hair color, but there's been a lot of career in there. But hair color, I've done red, I've done purple, I've done blue, I've done silver. I did neon green. That leaked onto the pillow. So that only lasted about 2 weeks. This was the last time I was on the LCS, actually. It was neon green.
How do you feel about this when people say that there are studies done when women or men have brightly colored hair? It usually means run away.
I think it's pretty accurate. It's the first time I've seen you in a while. This is my most neutral colored hair that I've had in a while.
All right. Well, the final thing that I kind of have for you, just a quick resume review.
Yeah.
Cybersecurity, 1 year.
Yep.
LCS,
Yep.
1 year.
Yep.
Golden State Warriors, 1 year.
1 year.
I hear you just got married.
I did. So I'm still within that 1 year. We made the ring out of our parents' jewelry. So our parents donated jewelry. We found what golds were the same gold, and then we melted it together to make our rings, which was pretty awesome.
Were times that tough?
You know, I'm here in your office. Hey, where's your ring?
I play League of Legends. I'm the one asking the questions here. You're going to come in here and ask me about my ring?
Yeah, because I care about you a lot. I miss you a lot.
I'm married to my work, all right?
I see.
Look at this. When you first knew me, I was standing on a stage in front of hundreds of thousands of people. And now I have moved on to the bottom. I have my own office.
You do.
I've got my own Don't plant.
Yeah.
All right. I had Tyler 1 in here last week.
Wow.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tyler 1. This is your floor. This is your time to get off.
Okay.
Go back to the stage. Go back to your fans, and leave my office. Get out of here. You can keep the pen. I
Right.
will be invoicing you for that.
Bye, Ovally.
It's a $100 pen. Asking me if I'm getting married. Oh, where's your boyfriend? I have a body pillow.
I know.
We book Esports World Cup up.
Welcome back to your favorite show featuring a Swedish American who plays Reinhardt. We also have a group of players rocking red and white. Johnny, tell me about AGAL.
Third seed coming out of China here with, the Chinese region. They've been struggling pocket. They're desperate for one of these teams to find success here. And it's going to be an uphill battle for some of these guys, but they got plenty of experience on their side.
Zoe, on the other side of this fight, we have an OG, Kellix, the Great Dane. I ran into him and I asked,
Finally
Kellix,
back.
what are you doing these days? Are you coaching? Are you playing? He's like, I'm still playing, and I'm doing it with GK again.
Yeah, no, we were so excited to see him back in the mix. And even though they were off to a rocky start, honestly, in this last stage, they progressed and they improved over the last couple of weeks. And then in the playoffs, I think they were one of the biggest surprises we had. They played it so close, so well, and they ended up knocking out Twisted Minds to grab the second seed. So super impressive. I'm so excited to see today.
Yeah. Also, I think you're gonna love them, Pocket, because they are so much fun to watch.
Yeah.
They're just overwhelming amounts of mechanical individual skill on this team. So much so in stage one that they were like, we kind of need an uncle to bring into this team. We need someone with experience. And so they brought in
Uncle
Kellix,
Kellix.
and they kind of harnessed all of that mechanical skill. And so this is just going to be a roller coaster ride. This team they could be a contender to win the entire thing, or they could fall fast.
Is there pressure on Kellix to perform, or does he just have to keep the rest of the crew calm?
He's had such a long career that it's like, he's coasting at this point. That's how I feel.
He's coasting. I don't think that's a positive thing to say.
We'll find out how Kellix is feeling in a moment, but first, let's check in with his teammate. We got Finn on the stage.
Hey, I'm here joined by Finn from GK. Finn, thank you so much for joining me. It's going to be quick. I know you have to go up on stage to play Overwatch. Now, Finn, my first question is, you guys are a multinational team. You guys got 2 Koreans. You guys got 3 Saudi. You guys also have Kellix, who's also from Denmark as well, right? So, how's the team synergy? How's the communication? 자, 일단 인터뷰 해주셔서 너무 감사드리면서 아무래도 팀에 이제 한국 선수들도 있고 사우디의 선수들도 있고 좀 많은 다양한 국적의 사람들이 있어서 좀 이제 소통하거나 이런데 좀 불편한 건 없으신지?
일단은 처음에는 좀 영어 문제가 좀 많이 있었어요. 일단 알파이가 영어를 아예 좀 못해가지고 좀 힘들었는데 알파이도 이제 영어 수업을 받거든요. 그래가지고 조금 이제 괜찮아지지 않았나 싶기도 하고 사우디 애들은 원래 좀 영어를 좀 하는 것 같아서 딱히 막 소통에는 문제가 없었어가지고 초반에는 제가 이제 막 바꿔가면서 번역하면서 해가지고 좀 힘들었는데 지금은 좀 많이 알아듣고 해가지고 좀 getting better 한 것 같아요 지금.
Yeah, he says that there was definitely a little bit of a language barrier just because Alpha E, he's Korean. He didn't speak any English at all, so there was a little bit of problem there. But he's taking lessons and stuff, and also Finn has been helping out with the translations. Other than Alpha E, the Saudi players do speak English, so there's no problem there. But it was just mainly Alpha E. Now he's learning English, so the communications are getting a lot better. And I feel like that communication is very important because you have your first match coming up very soon against all gamers. Finn, how do you feel like that's going to play out? 자, 첫 번째 경기 얼게이머스와의 경기가 있습니다. 어떨 것 같으신가요?
일단 솔직히 조금 원래 쭉 연습해왔으면은 아예 막 걱정도 아예 없고 하는데 지금 저희가 좀 이슈가 좀 많았어요. 막 캐리어 분실되고 막 비행기가 막 못 띄우고 해가지고 연습을 못 해가지고 뭐 그래도 에이지는 뭐 쉽게 이길 것 같습니다.
To be honest, we had some hiccups and issues here and there. We had our, I guess our luggage just gone missing. We had a lot of little issues coming into the tournament. So we really didn't have a lot to scrim. That's the only thing that I'm worried about. But I feel like against AG, it should be pretty easy against them. All right, that's it for the interview. Finn, thank you so much. Good luck.
Thank you.
Fighting.
파이팅.
Nothing worse than showing up at the hotel without your toothbrush or boxers. Johnny, how do you regain if you're Finn and crew?
I think they just have to rely on what they do best, which is just play the game with mechanical prowess. And I think that's how they're going to come into this matchup, is not too worried about their opponents. If we play our own game, we're going to find success in this matchup.
Yeah, no, I couldn't agree more. I mean, also, I don't think those are familiar foes for them either. So I think for both of these teams, there's a real opportunity to surprise the other one, especially.
Carrot Peps, apparently. We've got a lot of awesome folks here. I just saw Soon is over on the French broadcast. Poco, one of the OGs for Philadelphia, is now streaming over on his French co-cast. Johnny, what's it like seeing some of the old dogs still in the mix?
I mean, all these veterans now. We even got Rack Attack over there streaming as well, of course, representing it. So it's just, I feel like every event is just the most familiar faces, just like, hey, how you doing? Like, good to see you. How are things? And so we've built a nice community all these years.
As well, right? Like, especially if you're looking at our Chinese team here, there's 3 or 4 former Overwatch League players in the mix there. So there's a lot of veteran talent paired with like the young guns, the new players, which makes it so exciting.
Let's dive into this AGAL squad representing China. They're looking for club championship points. If you get into the top 8, you will be scoring for your club. So if they're going to get there, who are some of the stars to look out for?
Oh, Easyhan definitely is someone that you have to watch out for. I hope we get to see him on that Widowmaker, something that he's been busting out.
Little snipey snipe.
Yeah. So I'm excited to see some of that.
Yeah, I think it has to come down to the Jetpack Cat, honestly, because I think they're outclassed when it comes to like the standard tracer, hit scan kind of play. They're just not good enough. So if you can add some verticality, like really change things up, add some chaos, that's where I think they could throw off a team like GK. So that's what I'll be looking for, the Jetpack Cat.
If you're looking at the squad, is it Lengza who runs the Jetpack Cat?
Yeah, it's Lengza. And if you feed, like, it's just over. So don't feed. No feeding allowed in this game if you want to win.
We're going to throw another 90 seconds on the clock for our players to get into the lobby and get ready to go. So, Zoe, if you're just joining us, this is, of course, going to be the first to 2. We're always playing control. How does the rest of this matchup work?
That's really hard to tell, honestly. I feel like, especially if we're looking at inter-region like matchups like this, where we had different tendencies for different teams, right? On control, it's a bit of a coin toss, but also I would give the edge here to GK, because on control, we see usually on the Chinese side, we would see the Morga being busted out, but Morga got nerfed, so might not see that at all. Yeah.
Johnny, we got 1 minute before the stage goes live with our third match here in the opening day of groups. Give me your prediction. Who wins this and how many maps are we going to? We haven't seen a map 3 yet today.
We haven't seen a third map, and I don't think we're going to see one in this matchup either. I'm actually going with GK in this one. But this is a really interesting story with this team, because there were always 2 teams dominant in EMEA. It was Twisted Minds and it was Virtus Pro. And now this pass in stage 2, GK, they started contesting both of those teams and kind of made it a 3-team region. So going into this event, we've heard the Scrimbox, the Korean teams, really respect GK as an outside team that could even win the entire thing.
Zoe, the fans are going 73% for AGAL.
I'm not one of them.
Are you agreeing?
No, hard disagree, actually. Sorry.
Sorry, there's a Kelix on the stage. I'm riding with the vets. It's going to be GK all day. Let's get into our third match here in the quarterfinals.
Mesdames et messieurs, les favoris Zeta Division et Crazy Raccoon ont fait ce que les favoris savent faire de mieux, à savoir gagner. The favorites have done what they do best usually, which is winning. Yet we've seen some space for outsiders, because that's how it works at mid-season championship, Ian.
Oui, you are right, Lou, indeed. And our next 2 teams are teams that have earned their way to Paris the hard way. One of them, a surprise package from EMEA. The other, a roster looking to put their region back on the map. And a reminder, every win here is vital. Of course, if you lose, that is not the end of your journey. You can bounce back. But at the end of it all of the teams want to get their hands on a true piece of history here, Lou. The next EWC trophy lifters.
Should we get our competitors on stage?
Absolutely, let's do it.
Let's bring first the representatives of EMEA, GK Esports. One of the strongest EMEA's representatives. They came out of nowhere, yet here they are. 2 Korean players, 2 Saudis, and a Danish player. And one question, can that worldwide team be world class here in Paris?
They look so chill and ready for the occasion, that's for sure. Let's welcome their opponents. It's AGAL. A blend of former Overwatch League legends and China's brightest emerging talent. AGAL arrived determined to show that Chinese Overwatch belongs back alongside the world elite. And as they stand here in the SCC arena, it's 2 teams looking to establish themselves as a genuine international contender here at the Esports World Cup.
Mesdames et messieurs, la run du groupe B continue. The B group run continues here in Paris.
And here we are, EMEA's second seed coming into the mid-season championships versus China's number 3. Now, China's been a very competitive region so far. Been trading wins back and forth of AG and JD Gaming, but yeah, China just need to put themselves on the map. They've just not had success so far on the international stage.
I mean, the question for me for this region is how do they adapt to this latest patch? Because as Zoe mentioned on the desk, China has mostly been focused on running Mauga compositions, especially on control. It's always been the Reaper, the Xion, the Mauga. And here's where it gets more interesting. The Kiriko and the Jetpack Cat. They don't play the Cat with the Bastion or the Cassidy all that frequently, but they adore playing it with the Mauga. But since the nerf on Mauga, we've seen very little of him, and the support that we've been seeing paired alongside the Cat now is the Ana, since you have that verticality with the Tether. The biggest question for me, though, for GK, though, Jack, is how will they fare in this first to 2 format? Because as we've been talking about, EMEA has been super competitive in the playoffs, and all of the matches that all of our EMEA teams are here involved in all went the distance. 5 maps, 7 map grand final, and for GK, both times they faced Twisted Minds, they went down 2 maps early on in the series. So if you take that into this format now, that would be them out.
Another thing worth mentioning too was the state of Labda coming in. He got here this morning.
Yep.
Like he had a little bit of flight trouble, and it's like, okay, well, where is he? I'm like running around and then vaccination. Like, where have you been? He's like, well, only just got here, so I'm hoping the jet lag isn't in. I'm hoping he's hyped up and kind of ready to go, because that is tough. Straight from traveling into your first game and in a first to 2, which is brutal.
Scrims as well, right? If you only just arrived, you've been absent from scrims, and that's something else to talk about. When I talk to a lot of these teams, when I ask them like, okay, how do you power rank the regions? When I asked them about the Chinese teams, there was a big question mark because no one's really been scrimming them. And I think the biggest takeaway from that last series with Secret and Crazy Raccoon is that if you're not ready to deal with some of these surprise compositions, you can be caught out even if you were the best in your region.
I mean, come on. Okay, Max was fumbling some of those cues. I'm just saying. He was fumbling a couple of the annihilations.
Got a little bit.
Yeah, he got a 5K and then he clicked Q 2 times. And he instantly died the next 2 times. Come on.
Clicked Q when he was down so many players. I mean, I'm sure we're going to be seeing a whole lot of Ramatra. I feel like Ramatra finally got that big quality of life change on this patch that so many people were looking for. Like the fluidity of actually getting to use Nemesis form, the uptime has been pushed massively up. Mauga taking a pretty heavy nerf as well, having to really like deviate between both forms of weapon fire. that's certainly hitting our tank lineups. But the big takeaway for me, I'm a support main. I'm going to have support main bias. Anna's back, Jack. It's wonderful to get to see that hero in play since, yeah, it was so easy before to be able to jump on vulnerable Anna since she had so little tools of mobility. But now you put that jetpack cat in just the same way that Bastion before lacked mobility, Cass lacked mobility. Cat does the same thing for Anna just at the start to be able to set her up into a position where she can defend herself.
Yeah, we saw it on Busan already, like one of the first maps rolling out here at EWC. Anna picked up, put on high ground, and then just left alone, left to her own devices. D.Va the best kind of counter pick to that in the tank role, of course. Players are locking in. The first to two in the first round, we're used to it at this point, but it can just be so brutal, and no one knows that best, like some of the Chinese teams who, again, on the international stage, have just not fared too well at all. I mean, to be fair, same could be said for teams like Space Station in Tokyo. They didn't even claim a single map, so you're hoping that China can show up for the region. Obviously, Weibo here as well, JD Gaming, there's lots of chances. You know, Hangzhou Spark jersey in the audience. Shout out.
I mean, we have some old blood here today. Like, we have the alumni from Spark. We've got Chengdu Hunters representation. We've got Team CC as well, the academy team of Shanghai Dragons that Easy Han was on before he moved on to teams like the Valiant. There is so much just like past history showcased on this stage. And now we have to see, like, now that you're moving into 2026, can the old guard keep up with the fresh new blood?
Yeah, but sometimes it remains history, though. That's the thing. Maybe your best days are past you. Obviously, AG want to show that actually that's not the case. But, I mean, take a look at Finn here on for GK. Has also been around for a long, long time. San Francisco Shock player way back when in Overwatch League.
So much history between all of these teams, but like we said, first to two format, Control is so brutal, and it's such a snowball tempo heavy map type as well. When we look at the ban structure, do you want to burn some of those big hefty bans on the first map, since you can't really rely on making it all the way to the third to save off on some of them?
You can't save anything.
Yeah.
You just have to swing for the fences early on.
Just like rip off the really heavy hitting bans. Like, if you don't want to lean into the Bastion, taking out the Bastion, that at least is something with the Bastion. If one team tries to go for the roll save by saving a support or a DPS, you can just target out the other one. But we've also seen teams move away from pairing the Bastion with the Cat as frequently, and sometimes it's even being used to put the tank into good places. Like, Mauga is getting a lot of good synergy with the Cat. We've seen Orisa as well being utilized on maps like Elias to be able to lift her up into those spaces.
A lot of Chinese fans once again showing up to support not only AG, but JD Gaming and Weibo, of course. The stadium's going to be packed any moment. As soon as Weibo get on stage.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you saw, like, the predictions.
Yeah, that was kind of
totally
surprising.
stacked for all gamers. Over 70% people predicted all gamers to be able to walk away with this one, despite them being the third seed for their region and GK being the second, having defeated Twisted Minds. As we start off on Control, it won't be Busan, it won't be Nepal, it will be a very rarely seen Samoa. We do not often get to see that map, and yeah, there we go. As we said, if you don't want to face down the Bastion, taking out that jetpack cat is a really good way to start things off.
Okay, in defense though, the Bastion has been picked regardless of Cat being banned or not. I think it's not a set in stone comp anymore. It's like, okay, we can actually just play Bastion normally. That's completely fine.
With the Sim as well, still in the mix.
Exactly. If you have Sim, you are straight chilling. You can TP the Bastion around, keep him safe. Tank plays a little bit more defensive and just wait for the Bastion to get a pick with a nade or just with the left click. Like, that's fine. I don't think it's needed at this moment in time. So we might even see a Bastion here. On Control and Samoa, if you go like to the downtown stage, Bastion's pretty decent. If you grab hold of that point first, they have to jump down to the point to contest, and then you can sit up on height with the Bastion. and then just mow people down as soon as they try and go for a touch.
I mean, Samoa retake is just brutal in general,
overall, yeah.
right? Like, there's so many angles that are available to the team with the first defensive positioning. You've got high ground spaces, you've got good abilities to be able to set up your flanks. It's going to be a tough time having to walk right back into some of these teams when they're already set up, as it looks like we're about to get ready to head into map. Now, we talked about the fact that the jetpack cap is gone. We also have to talk about the fact that Diva has been removed as well. So one of the tanks with the best chase down potentials, defense matrix as well, has now been taken out of play. So right off of the rip, 2 very hefty bans coming on out. And I feel like this is GK with the cat ban also doing their homework, right? Seeing that all gamers do like playing the Kiriko cat line and wanting to just nip it in the bud straight away.
Unfortunately, we are jumping into a momentary pause. It is a AGAL audio issue right now, as you can see on your screen. The earbud goes in this ear and the earbud goes in the other ear. It should be good. Should be good. Yeah, not entirely sure what's going on, but audio problem, which will get sorted. Just get this pause out of the way, get audio sorted, and then we will be good to run through this and the next series. Speaking of which, we have 8 games then.
Yes.
8. First the 2s, of course, so sometimes they are a little bit quicker. However, that's a lot of Overwatch on day 1.
That is a lot of Overwatch on day 1, and as the desk alluded to, we do have that end of the day huge matchup of the Fuel versus Falcons. We'll get to see how exactly Falcons are faring, since they're only here because they're defending their title here for EWC. They had not been able to qualify for their region playoffs. So there's a huge question mark on how well Falcons will be able to perform.
God, they looked so good last year as well. Yeah, we'll see. If you go on the Wikipedia, it's all trophies along with most of the players' names. Like, hey, at the end of the day,
I mean, having
won this
Proper for your roster,
it was pretty good.
Is always going to have a lot of trophies stacked in the cabinet, as we saw earlier. Proper's on fighting form, especially now that Anna's back in the mix. Proper on Tracer,
Rose
already pretty
nanoed.
terrifying.
Come on.
Proper with nano boost, absolutely terrifying.
Yeah. One of the best players, if not the best player in the world right now. And in fact, I will say he is the best player in the world.
Oh, you'll go out on that hill?
Currently. I mean, that's the easiest hill to die on of all time. They don't even
Yeah,
call it
true.
a hill.
It's not exactly a hill. It's more like a gentle
a
incline.
Flat surface. Still trying to get the audio issue sorted out. So it shouldn't be too much longer. Just confirming, making sure everything is okay.
At least it's now as well. Like, it's not mid-fight disrupting tempo that you're trying to take. So everyone will have the opportunity to make sure that everything is a-okay before we head into map and we look at that so important first fight. Feels like it's been a really long time since we got to see Samoa in the map pool as well. In fact, a lot of the maps that we have in this map pool
completely different.
Not really containing a lot of the favorites. Kings Row got the boot again.
I'm so sad.
Unfortunately.
Who made that decision? We've got to keep Kings Row in permanently. Come on. I know there's some Kings Row haters out there at some point.
Would you put Kings Row in for the Neon Junction removal, or would you rather keep Neon Junction and keep Kings Row out?
Why do we have to have either or? That's not fair.
Just have both.
Just
you
have
want
both?
your
That's
cake
fine.
and you want to eat it too.
Yeah, why not? I'm not making the rule. That's fine. I don't see why we can't have that. There's not one hybrid map in the map pool. We're all good.
I tell you what, I will be very surprised if we see one Junkertown picked at all this whole tournament.
You never know. If you really want to upset people, Junkertown, and then ban Hanzo, pick Widow.
Well, actually, Zoe did talk about the fact that Yuzi Han
She
does have
loves
a
Junkertown.
mean Widowmaker on him. They played it actually for the CN playoffs. On circuit, they would play a defense of Easy Han on Widow on first point. And then once first point was broken, he would move on to the more stable Sojin pick. But that does mean that, yeah, if AG really do want to upset the apple cart, a potential choice of Junkertown is there.
Surely. If Zoe had her way, Junkertown would be the only escort map.
Are we just going back to when Zoe's cats picked the map? Except what Zoe does is she just stacks the whole thing and only prints specific numbers she wants.
Nori has a historically good percentage of picking good things and banning May, for
Yes,
example.
banning May.
Here we go, though. Audio show sorted. AGAL versus GK Esports, the opening matches here for both teams. Diva and a cat. And we're seeing Mauga. We're back to it.
Yeah, this is AGAL's bread and butter, except with the Lucio instead of the cat. So keep an eye on what exactly that vendetta is up to, especially when the cage fight is on the table. GK can't beat it to live.
TPs, though, and EMEA historically very good at Sim, and it's got to be mentioned how much practice is a team from China going to have against the Sim prowess from an EMEA team. Don't need too much prowess, though, apparently. Alfari instantly killing Kellex. Rotation quick for GK. For Liga, a little bit quicker. Ziad under a lot of pressure already, pops the Nemesis form and just holds the block permanently. He's got to teleport to safety as Liga taking a little bit too much damage, getting shot in the back of the head, but over the top, Alfari gets in the business as GK happen to back up slightly.
Yeah, he's just totally disrupting GK, so even though they forced out the Mauga, they're not able to turn it into a point.
All right, well, there it is. EasyHan and Liga dead should be a fairly trivial cleanup, even with Finn going down. Nice kill from a recall, however. Makes it a little bit more dicey here for GK to stay around, but Labda's still locked in. Alfari dead, and there it is. First capped, GK.
Yeah, Ziad still fighting fit as well on that point, so AG denied the opportunity, but so much damage was actually absorbed onto that Mauga that recall is massively ahead of Finn in terms of that rush. Take a little bit of damage, fish for the ultimate to have to try to brute force onto point, and GK will have to give.
EasyHan rocking on the bike. Gonna have to try to find yet another miracle pickoff. Ziad once again, defensive mode, just playing underneath at this high ground. Recall teleporting forward, pops the rush, and now Ziad has to act, and he has to act fast. Liga is going to be up on the high ground, but just being chased, in fact, 1v1'd almost by Labda. There is an overclock available to GK Esports as Lengser ends up going down. That's the sustain required for Ziad. Pops the annihilation, and yeah, AGAL just not present in the fight whatsoever.
Yeah, but that was Annihilation and OC, what explains the total absence of AG in that kill feed. So Langston now at least has the sound barrier. If Kellex is forced to use it to match, Alfari just rips it off with the Sundering Blade.
There's a wall, though, that scares me. For AGAL, it's going to be tough to fight back in because Alpha, you can just separate the point and then they can just dance around it, and AGAL have to make a choice. Looks like Alfari's trying to get him in a position to get good value with the Sundering Blade. Just trying to run around GK, catch them off on the timing. High ground control here for AGAL. Sound barrier only hits 4. GK have a little bit of a better one. Sundering Blade looking for targets, but already GK have scattered. Alfari now up to the high ground. Liga is trying to get up there too. Cage has been deployed, but it's a 1v5 Cage. Still low is Ziad, but EasyHan with a double. A nice ult rip there after the Cage. Didn't find too much success. Now Kelly's getting chased down too. EasyHan with a third.
Yeah, AG just playing the long con, right? Forcing GK to have to invest ultimates, matching the sound barrier, scattering away from the Sundering, and then not having anything to be able to deal with the follow-up of the spree. They take the Mauga down, they can't take the Xion out. The problem for AG right now, though, is that GK are sitting at 94%, and Alpha E has swapped onto the Reaper. So GK want to get aggressive, they want to get into that Mauga's face.
So yeah, it's not really in this backline fight right now, but they're ended up just then swapping sides on the map. Now they have control. They've just ran past AG. They got to act. They got to act now. Finn's going to have a rush in just a moment before they can actually get it online. Recall's going to pop his, forcing GK to back all the way up. But a good disengage saves them time. They don't want to really fight in the front right now. Liga's just going to go for a stomp in, but EasyHan already ends up going down. There's the rush from Finn as they just bowl over the rest of AG.
Perfect plan from GK, right? Go point, threaten the flip, force all gamers to have to invest that rush, kite it out, and then use your own, as that will be point.
There's no touches whatsoever. Good disengage from GK there. Then just get out of the way of that rush, and the recall rush was decent too. It was on the point, but very, very sharp were GK in getting out.
It's the Lucio, right?
Yeah.
The Lucio is back in, so you have that constant speed boost. You're understanding that you're literally just getting onto that point as bait. You're not going for kills. You're not trying to oversell your position. You just want to force Recall's hand into having to use that rush, and you'll be able to win the fight long term as long as you don't lose someone to silly positioning errors. So everyone from DK are just ready for the 3-2-1 kite call, and then Finn is able to use a rush of his own to bully it back onto that point as we now head to Volcano, and Alpha Yi will stick on the Reaper, putting more pressure on the Mauga, but also having that flank potential to worm his way into the back line off the teleport and put pressure on Recall as well.
Alfari just testing the side tree, testing the flank. I think it's going to go in really forcefully. And again, Cardiac Overdrive popped on both sides as Recall ends up joining Liga, but it's just sent straight back to Sport. And Alfie picks off Easyhan too. Wow, there was not really much of a test there for AG to deal with, but they still fell flat.
I mean, Ziad gets such a good stomp off as well, since you've already been able to take out Recall, so no Suzu to be able to stop the stun, and Geeky are in prime position now to be able to scout where that Shion and Vendetta pop up to be able to protect their back line.
Zihan looking for a flank again, but Lab is going to be off to the side. Looks like Alfie wants to take measures into his own hands, playing really far forward, taking too much damage, not dishing out as much as he'd like. Here's the bike. Oh, Kellex just ends up going down. Was that like a bike and then just right click going for Alfari? All right, well, Finn's going to keep Ziad in the live for the moment. Nicely timed Suzu, but Ziad just extremely aggressive with the charges. Manages to get out anyway. And they're still contesting the point too. Just making them pay for it, really. And they're going to go back in straight through Ziad. He jumps into the hole. Finn ends up using the rush too. A little bit too much of an investment there from GK with not much gain from it.
Yeah, GK, they're still getting trades here, though. They're holding that fight. They're forcing AG to really want to invest ultimates just to be able to guarantee get this flip. And Recall just doesn't have the rush to be able to force it just yet.
Combining ults now, too. Cage for Liga is coming up first. GK
I mean,
with
GK's fully
65%,
back.
but yeah, they're holding all the way back. They're coaxing AG in.
Yeah, because they've got the Death Blossom, they'll have the OC. AG have to take the step forward.
Here they go. There is the counter pin. Ziad and Liga just run headlong into each other. This rush should be enough for them to win the fight. In fact, they're going to use the beat too. Double supporto and a tanko. You need kills and you need them now. Ziad does eventually fall here, but it looks like EK are going to try and go for trades. Not quite. Labda flung himself over the edge. A reset for GK, but 89% is what they get on their first cap.
You've got the cage, you've got a beat as well that you don't have to worry about saving to match. All you have to do if you're GK is shut down easy hand spree. Don't lose someone early to Alpha Re being able to just walk past Ziad and put pressure on the Lucio and just walk on with your ult advantage. There's
Nice
the
spree.
spree from easy hand, but the cage just pins him in position.
Yeah, and Alpha E just rips the Death Blossom too. A nice counter pin, and that is just all over. GK are already capping the point. Alfari goes down in their own spawn. I mean,
Tracer.
Team kills come in, and Tracer from Easyhan.
Yeah, it's the panic to just try to get past and onto point to be able to touch for OT.
They're going to try. They got to get the touch. Easyhan, triple blink. There it is. Okay, they get the OT.
But the rush.
And they actually get back in. Rush gets instantly bombed. They're going to have to go in for another touch. So it's Liga. It was going to be there to get it. Death Blossom from Alfari. Ends up getting two, though. Can he continue this massacre? He gets booped off the edge. Alpha Yi sent with him as a Blossom. Chiefs Day.
Insane clutch from Alfari, Death Blossom right through the team of GK. And now Recall gets to use his own unmatched rush when GK don't have anything to be able to deal with it. What they do have, though, is time. and point percentage to be able to play around with, something that AG are totally lacking. They need early pickups, but since they're on the Tracer instead of the Sojourn, they don't have the ability to find them.
Alfie already using the shift, which is quite dangerous normally, but Recall with the rush. Liga's already gone down. Recall looking for people to actually just shoot at. Now has to heal up the front line. Easy Han's going to pulse bomb in a couple of moments, but Length is sitting extremely low. This rush has not found any value whatsoever, and now Labda can just shut the door on them. There is going to be a nice little time Suzu there on the Reaper to keep him alive, but Labda's just doing the most for his team. Recall already dead. GK gets the cap, and now they're just looking for these stagger kills. Another touch required, but they're not going to get it. GK, where they map under their belt. Wasn't clean, but it will do.
They just played the point percent game as well, right? There are certain situations that you can get away with when you're at 90% plus of point percent and your opponent's starting off all the way from square zero. Like, they can force a lot of those ultimates. AG feels so much more pressure since they're starting from 40% as opposed to 90. If you try to go early with something like a Tracer, there's a high risk that they just take the little bit of extra time to be able to take a outnumbered fight, clear the Tracer, pick you off one player, know that that backline won't be pressured in the engagement, and then walk on to point. So instead, they try to just force PK to be so deep onto that point that they can't disengage away from the rush, and it comes with such a huge risk because, yes, Recall's rush is on point, but there's just no follow-up. They don't have an ultimate to purely be able to cultivate that pick potential that a rush should have. So yet again, GK just sort of bait the rush out, step one, put back, and wait the second turn. That's exactly what they did on the beach, and it's exactly what secures them Volcano.
All right, map pick now for AGAL. That looks good, though, considering he came off a flight today.
Yeah.
Looks pretty good. Scary when he actually gets some sleep. That'd be scary. Unless he took a nap in the green room, not entirely sure. We'll see where AG want to go, though.
I don't think we'll see a lot more Malga come out from AG. It is their strongest composition. It was the
strongest on control, too.
Yeah, it was the strongest on control. China, literally the default was just like Reaper, Xion, Malga, Kiriko Cap. Every team in China played it. So when we watch WBG and JD, they're probably going to be playing that Malga composition too, and it's more than likely that their opponent will do what GK did, which is remove the cap from the composition to just totally neuter it, because that was where China was relying the most on the cap, on control. You can only ban cat out once. It also serves the purpose of not being attached to the Bastion, so you get such insane value from taking that one off the plate because they don't play it really anywhere else.
Kellegs looked like the most man in human history there. I can't lie.
I think Zeta actually probably looks a little bit more
Okay,
relaxed.
sure. Okay.
You have to be a little bit careful when you say in history after we literally just had Zeta basically look like they were on holiday for match one.
Although TVNT's got the lean, to be fair, when they're in a break. Almost straight vertical. Or horizontal, not vertical. That would be standing.
Some players, when you tell them to get comfy, they literally just like lean all the way back.
The TVNT lean. All right. I think a good opportunity here, too, for GK is even banning the Malgriff. You're thinking AG are too comfortable on it. I think in that regard, I don't even think Xion, Reaper, I don't think they kind of cop a ban.
No. I mean, the problem for me for AG has always been it's very telegraphed what they like to play, especially when you look at their DPS players, because like we haven't really got to see him put in just yet, but Insane is their sim player. So if we see a sub of Insane come in at any point in their matches.
Risky, though. A sim versus an EMEA team?
Yeah, it's a huge risk. It is a huge risk. But at the same time, like, it's also something that they've been relying on to be able to win their maps in their own region. But like I said, it's very, very telegraphed. Like, every time when you look at the hero pool between Insane and Alfari, they both play the Reaper. Insane plays some May, but the big difference is that sim.
Yeah. He is the specialist, the Sim May, the strange hero specialist, or the
Yeah, they've even played Sim May Rhine, actually,
that's an all-time.
on circuit. A Chinese team playing Rhine Sim TP strats on circuit.
They were like,
attack.
you see those London Spitfire VODs? That was kind of crazy, actually.
Hey, what if we did that?
Hey, what if we played Rhine? Rhine's have seen a whole lot more playtime, to
Yeah,
be fair, as
Jake's
well.
really happy recently.
I'm thinking of Johnny. Bro's got a smile here as soon as he's had Ryan picked. We saw it in Overwatch World Cup. We've seen it in just the regular season too. I mean, Ryan is so back. He feels so back. Maybe not with the Ram though. To be fair.
Yeah, but with Ram back
being
in the
buffed
mix
last week. Yeah.
I think like if you want to play the Rhine to have the value, you do have to remove the Ram. Since a lot of the time, Rhine is like, I hold shield and exist to create space for my team, or we just try to run at them. And Ram punishes the I hold shield mentality because you just pummel right through it.
So sad. Atlas is going to be the map choice. Okay, a flashpoint. Saw New Junk City a little bit earlier. Will be Atlas. And a Ramatra ban, actually, from AT. Looks like BAP is going to be taken off the table. Sorry, that was a Ram ban for GK, sorry. And AG banning BAP.
Okay, so Atlas, we could potentially be seeing a lot of fast-moving compositions. We could be seeing some for just like rushdown. I like the Tracer on Atlas, a whole bunch of Tracer on Flashpoints. Just
They're gonna play Rhine.
really good.
Hang on, Ram's
yeah, if Ram's banned, that feels like a Rhine play, right?
Curious.
You're going to play Rhine, you're going to just try and create that space, especially on first point. I feel like Rhine just being able to walk at teams with the threat of, hey, if you stay and stand your ground and try to fight us, you will die. And if you have to kite away from us, you don't get to stake a point. And we just cap and just play Ring Around the Rosie without actually
Ring Around the Rosie.
committing anything. Yeah, Ring Around a Rosie.
Put it in the
around
Overwatch
all
scriptures
of those flashpoints. You're on fire today, actually. You had some great ones in the green room earlier.
Don't give away my secrets. I'll write them all down before I get on. Danny, actually, in the green room when we were talking about this game, he was like, I dare you to say Alpha E and Alpha 10 times fast. In fact, chat, do it right now.
Yeah, it's
as
the
you are sitting in
ultimate
your
tongue
seats,
twister.
do it right now. Alpha E, Alpha 10 times fast.
How many do you think you could be able to say?
Probably like 2. I'd probably mess it up after the third at this point. It's a prophet situation almost.
Oh, the psycho as well.
goodness.
Yeah.
It's a classic. All right, let's load in. Atlas is the map choice from AGAL. This first round, a brutal start for AG. See GK banning the BAP, sorry, and it was the Ram on the other side. Looks like it was flipped, but yeah, that's what's going to happen. And it is Malga. Okay, I predicted the Rhine. I was hoping for it, but they're not going to give it to us.
Yeah, I think we were
Come on.
both hoping for a little bit more to get to see that Rhine. But for AG, like neither the cat ban has been exhausted. They get to play the cat with the Mauga, and Flashpoint is very close to control. So it makes sense they're now trying to play that premier Chinese composition when they know it can't be banned out. We're even actually getting to see that Xion, but it will be paired with a Vendetta this time. So a lot of really good flank pressure, and Alfie's synergy on that Vendetta to play around the Mauga too. The slam with the Vendetta damage follow-up, oh, that's brutal.
I think it's so good too. Cardiac overdrive, you're swinging in.
Yeah.
Overhead strike as well has got the live steal after the perk. Like you are trilling in the front line. There you go. That's what I'm saying. You just run at them.
Evaporation.
It is like the new WM1 comp with Malga and with Vendetta. And then Easy Aunt can kind of chill too. Very self-sufficient in a way on the Xion. A lot of overhealth with the dash, and you got the bike. Like
it's like Death Ball, but instead of ball, it's jump. You just straight up just jump on people. which is why we'll see Finn having to find so much value with the Suzu, right? Since that has to stop both the Mauga slam, but also the follow-up damage. And speaking about stopping the Mauga, that's why they play the cat with the Mauga. Just drop him right into GK.
Good counter pin though. Eventually Liga is going to be able to get out. They do end up trading DPS. Alpha E for Alfari. I told you it would come up eventually. Easy Hard does go down to Lambda though, so no DPS available from AGAL, but still they can hold the space for as long as humanly possible. This point is very tough to cap when the opponent has a dominant control of the high ground. Easy Hard's going to be back in a moment. Same with Alfari. Both very quick heroes, to be fair. Liga chased down by Zed as Lambda holding his own and helps finish off Alfari.
Yeah, good pressure from GK onto the point, right? Splitting the Vendetta and the Mauga, allowing Lambda to farm rail shots off of the Mauga when Liga drops that point to contest, and then take that damage and put pressure onto Alfari. But AG with the cap will be able to get into position pretty quickly to be able to set up these fights, which means that GK not getting all that much point percent between.
Easy Hard. Oh, he was been spotted by the Lucio. Good scouting there from Kellex. Well, Lengster's going to go in for a kidnap, and Finn ends up getting decimated. Same with Alpha in the front line too, as Lengster just hovers above the rest of the team, and you can't really deal with him, and no one's looking at the cat. He does a fair amount of damage on his own, to be fair, with the scratches. A nice team kill from AG as they get the reflip.
I mean, the question now is, how do you deal with the overclock? Do you simply try to hide away from it, or do you use something like the cage to try to defend versus it? Yeah, it could be the best defense is a strong offense, as AG will just run directly at GK yet again.
Yeah, they've got a cage and they've got a spree, as well as this Vendetta Blade 2 in a couple of moments. There's the flip. GK get that 1-4. I'm looking for EG to actually make a mark in this fight. There's been no kills. Here's the cage eventually. A return cage from Ziad 2. A rush for recall. Absolutely destroyed. Thought that was the wound that they could bandage, but not to be. Alfie with a Death Blossom. It's just way too much incidental damage as GK find the first point of Atlas.
Yeah, just Death Blossom and then damage on top of that from the Sojourn as AG tried to hold on to that Sundering Blade from Alfari to have in the pocket to be able to deal with Kellex and Lambda. As GK snowball potential, good ultimate stock to be able to take control of this next point.
Gotta get Lambda off this high ground first, please, and thank you.
I mean, they have to just zone the Sojourn out. This overclock is so scary for them. They don't really have a good way of dealing with it.
Well, how about this? How about just airdropping the Mauga in? Stomp, Kellex dashes out the way. Alfie not quite so lucky in a 4v5. Lambda rips the OC as Liga has to back off. Taking a lot of damage as the Mauga forces the Suzu out of recall as Easy Han is just left to his own devices on the point. A nice little slam again, or a mutual stun, I should say, as the sound barrier from Kellex ends up hitting 5. Sundering Blade from Alfari, sure, it's a little bit of damage, but it's a tickling more than anything. Point cap from GK as they scare AGAL off the point.
Yeah, it doesn't catch Finn as well, and that's the crucial player for GK in this next part of the fight, because it will be rush for rush. AG's follow-up potential to jump on top of that rush is huge, but GK with the point control, can I play Lambda away from the main fight itself, look for those angles, farm rail shots off of the Mauga, and try to find the slams.
Here we go, airdrop again. This time Liga lands himself on the point, now goes for the charge. A little fakey though, was 300 HP by the time he was midway through it. Sound barrier gone for Kellex, of course, but they can still rely on the rush for Finn. An opening kill onto recall is, you know, decent enough if I do say so myself, as AGL have only Lengster to try and support them now, and he is playing off the map currently. Easy Han ends up going down. There's the rush, and this should just be the point too. Alfari ends up going down, and with Liga half HP, the chances of recontesting this are close to 0.
Yeah, and you feel like you can use that rush just to be able to close out that point, because if recall uses this, you can stop it. There's the Mauga airdrop yet again. AG trying to fight this out.
But what can they actually do from this position? Absolutely nothing, says Kellex. A good boop off the map, and they don't need any more ults. GK up to 2.
Oh, that, I don't know how I feel about the fact that AG tried to contest that, because like now you're waiting for your Mauga to come back. GK are already rotating to meet the next point. They'll be in position with an overclock and a Mauga cage, which means they can perfectly kite out recalls. Oh, this is really risky.
Just don't double support ult into a cage.
Yes.
That is the goal here from AG. You cannot overlay those support ults.
Well,
Here he comes.
Malga.
Not quite so far in the back line. Now goes to the stomp. Easy hand playing a distraction, killing Labda. There is going to be Lengsa with the kidnap. Been outside of this cage, but it's going to rejoin the team in just a moment. In fact, it's going to rejoin the rest of them in the spawn, I'd imagine. Ziad ends up going down, and yeah, okay, again, double support ult and a cage for AGAL as they invest heavily into that fight.
They used Rush to bail out Liga is the problem, right? Lengsa uses the catnap, puts a lot of pressure onto GK, make sure that they can't play off of Lapta's ult, but now, like you said, AG used both support ults, so you have to get aggressive to play preventative to Lapta's OC, but he's been able to get the ult off, and he's finding the damage.
Liga ain't no drifting, that's for sure. He's trying to get around that corner, but just looking straight into a lamppost. A good opening kill, and that's basically a free point. Again, though, expensive this time for GK. Use the beat and the OC.
Beat and Sojourn ultimate to make sure that Lapta's able to survive the sheer amount of pressure that AG have to be able to condense all that damage onto one specific player. So yet again, Malga engagement onto the slam, looking
Finn's
for
already
target,
dead, though.
and Finn's down.
Yep, Lapta's extremely low too. Liga just has to stay alive. Now, that is going to be game plan number one. Ziad just running away from Liga. You can't run too far. Nice little heady there from Easyhan onto a flying Kellex, but 42% for GK, not too bad.
Yeah, you know what? It's not death jump, it's dive. China have found a way to make Malga work as dive. This is why we see the bans towards the cat. How do you deal with this if you're GK? Like, you're always down one person if AG managed to find that slam.
No ults here from GK. Finn's going to have his in about 5% or so. Playing around, that's important. So unless Alfari can go first here with the Death Blossom. Very early rush from Finn. As soon as he got it, he unleashed it. Labda's already dead, though. And with Finn following too, this should be a point here for AG.
They've got it. It's just dealing with some of these late touches from Kellex, who's trying to hold the ground for Ziad to come through.
Yeah, he's going to be able to get on the point. The Kellex is already dead. There's the cardiac overdrive. And there's the run over. And that is it. They've got a point on the board, keeping them alive in the series.
I mean, do GK go for any sort of swaps at this point, or do they just keep sticking with this composition, sacrificing one person, but making sure that that sacrifice finds the value of winning them the next fight? Speaking though about next fight, look at the amount of ults that AG have stacked.
They got it again. Double support ult with the cage. You can't unleash it all on top of each other once more. It's a good Suzu, but now Finn a little bit defenseless. Use the teleport away as well, so no CDs left, but he's got a big meat wall in front of him now in the form of Ziad. Liga has to get out. Point has been unlocked in a couple of moments. As Kellex caught off guard by the spree. They end up going for a trade. Another Suzu to save the day from Finn, but with only one support and no speed, it's going to be hard for Ziad to get stuff done. A cage available from Liga, instantly posted, but there is Alpha Yi getting stopped by Lengsa. The cancellation of the Death Blossom allows Alfari to take over the fight.
They don't stop that Death Blossom, they probably lose the fight. No beat to be able to survive it. Suzu already burned. Alpha's damage would have been absolutely monstrous as AG now gained yet again. Early pressure onto GK, tried to find the pick onto Labda, who has the OC that they'll be looking to win the fight from.
Just gets so low, has to get out. Cardiac overdrive, really early pop again. Liga just threatening with the fact that Lengsa can drop him in. Overclock from Labda, already found one headshot, make that his second one. He's so low, he's so down. Low, he just dashes in anyway. He thought he had Alfari dead to rights, but both DPS from AG took a headshot and did not go down.
I mean, that's a win for AG, right? Alfari's able to just bait out the majority of that OC, go to check the Sojourn, still has Wraith form, gets hit by one hit of the OC, Wraiths the rest of it, and is able to take down Labda mid-ult, and AG live yet again. 20% of the point required, rush for recall, early pressure yet again. The streets before GK can touch.
Here we go, Easyhan now on another flank. Early Suzu from Finn, he's so low and can't pop the rush. He's too low, he would have Ajaxed it pretty much. And AG, this is their point. With Finn going down like that, ain't happening, Chief. That's 2-2.
2-2. GK, both support ults available, but AG about to hit ultimates that will potentially force both of them. So GK can't even really use it aggressively. If you use the beat to be able to win out the rush match, you don't have it to be able to survive the Blossom or the free follow-through.
Made it to the high ground first. GK spotting the TP. Here's Liga out of nowhere. Nice little counter stun again, but Liga's just so damn. Cardiac overdrive popped as well as this rush from Recall to try and keep his Malga alive. There's the latest sound barrier from Kellex and Easy Han down. The kidnap on the Lucio. Kellex dropped into the ocean, but Lengsa's not got a team left to fight with. Has to just get out as GK capped the point.
GK have combo potential for the next fight as well. Cage and Death Blossom. So yet again for AG, if we can see that stun cancel onto Alfie, that would be absolutely clutch to be able to live this one. But I worry about the amount of pressure that Labda will be able to have onto them. The good news is for AG, because League is being just airlifted by Lengsa, Labda's not actually getting the opportunity to farm off of the Malga when the fights break out. Oh no, look at Alfie.
Bro's invisible. Hang on a second. Almost gets the one tap there on Recall. There's the Death Blossom from Alfari. Liga's dead, but Alfie just shoots him in the back of the head. A little teleport. And with no Wraith Walk here, he's going to be in trouble. Isn't going to get hunted down, at least not for now, as GK continue to hold the point. A little bit of pressure, though, from AG as they try and get the cap. Recall forced to sue as Ziad holds the front line down on his lonesome. A good catch off onto Easy Han too, as AG are forced to reset.
This is dangerous, right?
They can't die.
They have to cage.
Age, but there's the Death Blossom. Alpha Yi, a nail in the coffin. Labda, hey, he's probably a little bit tired after getting off the flight this morning, but it's the same old story. So dominant in the face of AG. GK, they're going to take the series 2-0.
Oh, the late picks. The late picks. The desperation defense case that you lose your Malga, that you have the chance to be able to regroup, get one more fight as a full team before that OT burns out entirely and you burn out of the upper bracket. But I tell you what, Jack, AG, the third seed from their region.
Not too shabby?
Not too shabby at all, but I think it, like, the cat's out of the bag now, right? Literally. China likes to play cat Malga. They play dive Malga with the cat, and it's not just on control. So I think for all of the teams that will now be facing the likes of AG, JD Gaming, WBG, you know what one of those bands will be. Taking out the cat, making sure that the Malga lacks that mobility.
Now, GK hoping they can just continue this run too. EMEA has been so damn competitive throughout this entire year. Even Twisted Minds coming third in the stage 2. Like, this region is just so damn good right now. And they can be world beaters. They've done it once.
Well, they were
Can they continue to do that
it's
again?
like the stage 1, right? Twisted Minds got second in Tokyo.
Let's go down onto the stage though before we set up for the next match. It's Ian with Finn.
Thank you very much, guys. Yes, I'm standing by with Finn. An incredible first performance here at the Esports World Cup. You didn't have much time to prepare for your opponent here, and it's a very unfamiliar opponent. How did you find that?
I have to speak English or?
Yeah, I think that's okay.
Like, we have many issues, so like, to be honest, we can't scream here. So like missing suitcase, and LB can't fly, and LB just come today morning. So, but like AG is, yeah, just no practice can win. So yeah, it doesn't matter. So, but tomorrow we have matching maybe Jetta, right? So yeah, today we need practice and then against Jetta and yeah, hope to win.
Well, you looked like you'd had a lot of practice. You looked very good. So that's a good thing, right? So, I mean, if you look ahead and you look back first at how you got here, you hard in the EMEA playoffs to get this spot. Now that you are here, what sort of a statement do you want to make in Paris, and how far do you think you can go in this tournament?
Okay, first of all, we personally, I want to beat VP first, and then I want to match against Jetta in final because my previous team is Jetta, so I want to meet the final and then win. Yeah.
Is there anything you'd like to say to your fans that are here and also watching at home?
Can I speak like English? Thanks for cheering everyone, and we getting better. So thanks for the cheering. And 여러분 이렇게 봐주셔서 감사하고요. 저희가 연습을 좀 못해가지고 오늘 좀 쉽게 이기지 못했는데 좀 열심히 해서 이겨보겠습니다. Speak Japanese too?
Yes.
ここまで来てくれるとかその日本で見てくれる方たち本当にありがとうございます。スクリームとかできなかったので、今日あんまり良くない競技だったんですけど、明日からはちょっと頑張って全部勝ってみます。Yeah.
How many languages do you speak?
Maybe 3.
You're incredible. Thank you very much. Best of luck with the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's keep moving.
Back at some of the best moments from this game. It is another 2-0, but this was a fifth round that comes to an end with GK on top. You see the elation from Kellix, a little bit of, I guess.
Oh, you got the job done.
There's nonchalantness from the rest of the team here, Johnny. Are they frustrated that it took them 5 rounds?
Yeah, I think they wanted to be a little cleaner than that. They know what they are capable of, and so going to 5 rounds, they got to be pretty disappointed about that. Also, took some, a while to get that going and to get momentum going in the server. You heard in the interview as well, they've had issues practicing so far this event. So I think they're quite excited to get the rest of this tournament running.
Yeah.
So Finn does a great job on the interview. He also translates himself towards the end there. Expectations for him the rest of this tournament, though.
Oh, I mean, Finn is an absolutely incredible veteran of this. Right, he's representing Team Japan for the Overwatch World Cup this year, has been representing Korea, now he's playing with GK, now in this region as well, right, because he was with Zeta Division last year, and I think him to see the journey of that team throughout the last 2 stages, and now here, it's going to be very special and very rewarding for him. I think they really came together as a team, and yes, while this wasn't the cleanest, we already alluded to it, they didn't get any scrim time, so I think they're just going to get better as this tournament progresses.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to see what they can do against some of the top dogs we see so far in the region, and obviously they get a pretty difficult matchup now against Zeta Division in their winners matchup, which I wouldn't say they're expected to be competitive in, because Zeta Division, like we said, they are the favorites. But if they take a loss in the next matchup, that's okay. It's all about advancing out of the groups and then take it one match at a time.
Taking a look at the compositions, it looked like Malgo is out on both sides. Will we always see the Reaper to counter? What is the expectation moving forward? Because I've seen quite a few different DPS rotated through in our first 6 games.
I mean, honestly, I think that we won't see that much more of the Malga. I'd be surprised. Like, yes, on Control, we do bust him out a little bit, but Malga did get nerfed, and this is also just kind of a Chinese team special, right, that they forced with the bans here as well. Yeah, I guess EMEA too.
Special.
But yeah, they definitely forced it, right, with the Diva ban, with the Ramatra ban. So yes, Ziat had to be forced more or less to play the Malga, but it also showed the flexibility of Sia to be able to do that.
Let's take a look here at our bracket as we have 3 teams moving into the decider match. We'll find out who will be placing Crazy Raccoon next, Space Station Gaming or JD Gaming. Johnny, any surprises so far other than the fact we haven't seen a game 3?
Yeah, honestly, that's the surprising aspect, how dominant some of these teams have been. But you look at that lower bracket matchup now between All Gamers and Varel. I think that could really be in the year. So come that matchup, surprising results.
All Gamers and Varel, one of them will be going home. Zoe, do you think there is a weaker team that you've seen on this stage?
That's really mean to.
Who do you want to throw under the bus?
You're in the expert seat. I can ask the hard questions now.
It's true. Can I just divert the question and ask it
No.
to him? No, okay, that's not a thing. See, I'm usually the host, so I get to do that. I wasn't super convinced with what we've seen from Meryl, but I think I can say the same about.
Secrets.
Yes,
just say
it's like-
we love Kaffa, but they're not quite competitive enough at the international level.
Kuffa, we love you. Unfortunately, you got overpowered by the Raccoons. We're going to see what's going to happen in the rest of this bracket. Johnny, we've got plenty more games to go before we go to break. Any other teams that you want to give a shout out to? Because we're only 3 matches of 8 into our qualifier day.
Well, it's the defending champions. It's Team Falcons. Like, are you going to show up or are you going to fall flat here on the international stage? I feel a lot of pressure on them to perform, so we'll have to see how they do later on today.
Thank you all for watching the Esports World Cup. We will be right back after this video with another match live on the stage.
Nice.
We're on to our second week of MLBB, and this time around, eliminations are actually happening. So Chris is going to give us the lowdown of who's staying, who's got some skin in the game.
Well, the skin in the game right now is Vitality and Falcons. I mean, this is arguably the biggest game of our tournament so far here at the MSC. 2 teams who could go on and win it. Falcons right now are 1-0 up, and I'm sure by the time that this goes out, we'll probably know the result of the game. But irrelevant of that, this is a massive game for Falcons especially. Vitality are doing pretty well in Club Championship. We know this. They're sitting third. But for the knockout stages, loser goes home. Best out of 5 scenario. It's a massive, massive game. Other teams to kind of keep an eye out on, of course, are Aurora, etc. There's some other teams who are very much in and around the mix with the Club Championship.
Yeah.
I'm very distracted by my own self in my own ears yet. But yes, there's a lot going on here today in MSC.
So when we're looking at the standings as well, when it comes to Club Championships, I feel like Falcons is now pushing into that top 6. If they go out here, are they going to be capped at 200 points?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, that would be a top 8 placement for them. So that doesn't really get you a great deal. They were somewhat fortunate with the game that they had up against the other team from ENA. So, I mean, that allowed them kind of a guarantee of a top 8. PH team, of course, are the stronger. They got through pretty easily. They're the ones who are currently 1-0 up. So they win this game, they're looking pretty good.
They lose it, Vitality is looking pretty good. So we're going to keep you guys updated which one's going to come out on top. That's it from us for now. Thank you, and we'll see you around.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
Hello, everybody. I'm on the floor with my friends, and we're going to do pick'ems. If you didn't know, if you download the EWC app on your phone, you could do your pick'ems. Predict who is going to be the winner of each match, and also who is going to win everything in EWC. And also, if you win, hey, you get bragging rights. You could tell your friends, hey, I know the matches more than you do. I know more OWCS than you do. Good bragging rights. Anyways, guys, please introduce yourself. Name, please.
I'm Edouard.
Name?
Mathis. Maël.
All right, guys, we're going to do pick'ems right here, right now, starting off from Space Station Gaming versus JD Gaming. Who's gonna win?
Space Station Gaming is gonna win.
Okay, we gotta predict the actual outcome as well. 2-0, 2-1.
For me, it's gonna be a 2.
Oh,
yeah.
That's kind of spicy because on the app you could also see the percentage as well, and a lot of people are saying that JD is gonna win 71% versus SSG winning it 29%. So you're on the lower end, brother.
It's crazy. Chinese region looks very weak, and Sugar Free is gonna carry.
So you're sure that SSG is gonna win? All right. How about you?
I think Space Station is better than GD Gaming. Okay. I think Sugar Free is can pop off during this match.
Okay. Even when the public is saying JD is gonna win 71%.
I mean, they're underdogs, so I think they can create a surprise.
Okay. You're gonna lock in that? Are you gonna lock in that answer? Lock it in. Lock it in. Okay, Space Station Gaming. And you?
I think GD Gaming is gonna win. I think 2-1. I think. Yeah.
2-1. All right. So all of us are going Space Station Gaming. Next one, T1 versus Twisted Minds. That one's gonna be a spicy one. I think Twisted Minds gonna win 2-0. What do you think?
No, for me, T1's gonna win 2-1. 2-1 for T1. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Daniel. T1 will win that. I'm sorry.
T1 as well?
Yeah, down another level.
I'm cheering for T1, but I think Twisted Minds is gonna win.
Okay. Well, I guess I'm alone. Actually, I'm not alone. I'm with the public. Everyone saying 72% of us are saying that Twisted Mind is going to win. So it's us versus them. They think T1's going to win. We'll see how it plays out. All right. Thanks, guys. Thank you.
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup. That man was rocking a different jersey last time we saw him at EWC, and when he did, he went all the way to a grand final. Sugar Free now playing with Space Station Gaming. Are they the underdogs coming into this match? We welcome Jake back into the studio alongside Jonathan Snowden, aka the original Reinhardt Reinforced Larson. Johnny, thoughts on this matchup here? Who's the favorite? Who's the underdog coming in?
All right, Puckett. This, out of all the first round matchups, I would say have the most pressure involved. I think literal careers are on the line for Space Station Gaming here, because this is an organization that major after major has failed to really impress us with some of these wins. And this is a stacked roster. This was supposed to be a North American superstar team going into this year, but they fell short at Champions Clash. Then going into this tournament, you're thinking you got some momentum in the Stage 2 playoffs over North America, but you got to prove it on the international stage. They should be the favorites against JD Gaming in this matchup, but I want to see them get out of groups this time. Jake?
I'd expect Space Station to be the favorites, but I think you're right to say that there is pressure on them. I mean, as good as they've been in North America, the competition in NA just hasn't been that intense. They really haven't been able to deliver these big international results. So a dominant win over JD Gaming has to be the expectation, really the standard for Space Station Gaming. And, I think you're right to say, hey, there's a potential here for an upset, but I also think JD Gaming shouldn't be too tough of an opponent. I mean, I think when we see SSG clashing against some of the top teams from EMEA, from Korea, that's when I'm expecting them to run into a little bit more trouble. This one should still be a dominant showing. I'm with some of the fans predding alongside Danny. I'd say 2-0 for Space Station.
Johnny, there's 16 teams here. This is the second best in North America in both of the NA stages. So who is better from NA, and where does NA stack up globally?
Well, NA has had a bit of a poor run recently at the international events. When first OWCS started a couple of years ago, North America was a pretty good region. Yeah. Now, recently, they've kind of fell off and are playing catch-up to EMEA. And so we have three teams here, Team Liquid, Space Station Gaming, and Dallas Fuel. And Jake, you're the North American here. You're kind of hoping that one of these teams actually advance to the playoffs and actually put some respect on the region, because it has been disappointing as of late.
You look at the actual rosters involved, I think all three of them, you'd think that where they would be able to compete. If anything, it's been a bit of an anomaly that NA has had these weak performances. So maybe here in Paris at the Esports World Cup is a chance for some of these players to get a redemption arc. And I mean, this is a place for it to get started for SSG. For them to make a bit of a statement here. They should be able to put up a dominant victory here. If this is close, competitive, that's going to be too close for comfort for Space Station, right? They need to really show us their signature styles, their best performances, and put a period on this group stage. They should be one of the teams making it on to that later bracket.
It looks like we just added some time here as we get ready for the next matchup. So let's walk our way through the next team. JDG. Who are they, and why do 70% of our fans think they are the team to win this match.
Well, they got to have a lot of fans. I would not say they're the favorites going into this one, but hey, fans, if you want to put your money on the line, then you can do so. This is the second best team in China, and for the longest time, Weibo Gaming was the star team in China. They put all the best players together in one team. And so these are like the leftovers. These are the players who are like, okay, Weibo Gaming, you're not going to be interested in us. We're going to form our own team. We're going to try to be competitive with you. And it feels like stage after stage, this team has improved. They've grown more and more competitive with Weibo Gaming. And with that, perhaps an opportunity here on the international stage to take down a team like SSG. This would be a perfect opportunity for China to surprise us and take down a team like SSG here. So I'm really looking forward to see what they can do.
$1 million on the line. This is a huge opportunity for both of these squads to earn some extra cash. So, Jake, if you're looking to walk away with money, if you're JDG, who is your player to watch, or what is the role to watch on the squad today?
Oof. I mean, I think a lot comes down to the tank world right now. We've been seeing a ton of it on the broadcast. There's a lot of different styles coming out. When Maga's unbanned, it seems to be a very relevant choice. A lot of teams choosing to throw their bans at the Maga, preferring to play a more mobile style. But then, when you get into those rush comps, we saw it between Kuffa and Max on New Junk City, right? Like this brawl style, I think a lot of different looks are going to kind of lead you back to that core, right? Can you group up as a team, fight as a unit? And SSG are a team that's going to be very much their bread and butter as well.
Johnny, let's talk a little bit about what happens if we do go to a game 3, because you said this could have the most impact on future rosters. So assuming it's close, we go the distance. How are the maps decided? How do we decide what is going to be played? And is it the coaches or the players making the decision?
Well, I mean, Christopher is coaching SSG, and you know that they're going to come in with a lot of preparation and play to their strengths accordingly. What I'm worried about for SSG is if they're kind of like standing still, they're not adapting to what their opposition is doing, because, China, they're going to throw a wrench into things. And SSG, what they struggled with for the past half a year, I'd say, is that they didn't make the swaps required to adapt to what their opponent was doing. But in stage 2, the most recent one, they actually started flexing around, and Sugar Free, who so often played the Tracer, started bringing out the Symmetra, the May. And so that's what I want to see from SSG now. How are you adapting to this first map, and how does that affect what you play later on in the series? Kind of leave that open, what your maps are going to be picked.
So you're saying I can use one of my players with freak aim and put him on a character like May. It doesn't have to be on Tracer. Jake, is there a new meta evolving in 2026? What should our new fans expect to see here in Overwatch?
Yeah, I think Johnny hits on something really important, which is that in the modern game of Overwatch, you can't necessarily load into the match and already know everything that you're going to play, right? It's the bans can throw a wrench into the works. You're going to be forced to adapt. Different teams bring different styles, and often it'll be mid-match when you have to determine, this is not working. We need to pull something else out of our bag of tricks. And so players like Sugar Free, who, their pool goes far beyond just the Tracer. I mean, I think that's what a lot of fans will know him for, given that he's one of the best in the world, certainly one of the best in North America on the hero. But it's going to be the flexibility that's going to be really tested, especially against some of the European and Korean teams. Really push the limits on you, really show very different looks, very different styles. When it comes to the map picks, I'm going to be very curious to see how JD Gaming try to attack Space Station, who should be, in theory, a more predictable foe.
Chat, let us know, how are you enjoying the show live from Paris? We're going to go to a short tech pause. We're going to be checking in with one of our Chinese players, swapping out their PC. And when it's ready, we'll be jumping into that next round. It's qualifier day here. Day 1 of group stages, EWC with Overwatch. Be right back.
We were there for every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the big shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
taxis are so much worse in Paris.
Make yourself comfy.
What is this?
This is the 2CV. All right, you ready to see the Eiffel Tower?
Do you know where you're going?
I feel confident that we are going to see the outside of the Eiffel Tower.
I'm ready. I would like to see it.
We're just gonna have to go by smell. Have you ever navigated by smell before?
No, can't say I have.
You just have to smell
The Eiffel Tower?
Le Tour de Eiffel. Okay, wait 1 second. Okay, I think we're getting closer. Either that or it's the catacombs. I didn't do that. That'll buff out. That'll buff out.
I went to a cathedral tonight. Apparently, the crown of thorns is there. I didn't get to see it, but
From Game of Thrones?
From Jesus.
As we're actually navigating some of this traffic, here, will you take the wheel for a second? Let me just go ahead, take the wheel.
I don't know how to drive stick.
I have something back here. It's okay, you'll figure it out. One second.
Are you stop operating the pedals?
Okay,
Do you know when to brake?
I got it. Yeah, no, I could feel it. Okay, here we go. All right.
Please take the wheel. Am I still holding the wheel?
Oh, no, I got my knee on it. There we go. You're good. How long is the Paris sewer system?
I can't measure distance, so 20 miles.
20 miles? That's pretty far.
2 miles.
It's actually over 1,300. Four miles.
Whoa, it's a lot of
It is. It's quite literally
crazy.
a lot of. The Eiffel Tower is 330 meters tall, or 1,083 feet if you're American. How much does it grow or shrink based on the temperature?
This thing's growing?
I mean, we know that things tend to grow or shrink based on temperature.
Can I have a hint?
Yes, it's in inches.
3.
Double it.
6.
6 inches.
First try again.
6 inches. I mean, that's kind of crazy.
That is crazy.
Yes.
I'm
There's a band that did a JoJo opening.
I'm gonna think that you don't know so much about Paris. So
I'm an expert in Paris. I've been here for like 2 weeks now.
All right. Well, what can
Regarde la rue. That means watch the road.
Where's the part?
There we go.
Just that le.
No
True or false? There are no stop signs in Paris.
True, because I'm just going.
That is so true. Actually, true. The city uses yield, traffic lights, and right of way, all of which have been disregarded on this drive.
Bonjour.
Oui.
Oh,
wait.
She did not like. She did not like it. Oh wait.
Wait.
Bonjour. Bonjour.
Excuse me. Should we a gauche?
Should we? Well, I think we're a droite. No, wait. I need to a gauche.
We did a droite.
Let me a gauche this. Let me a gauche this.
Oh, shot. Hey, watch the road.
What? Oh. Okay, that was their fault. We only need a couple more gauches and we're there.
Maybe I should just take an Uber or like a taxi.
Well, no. That's me. I am your Uber and taxi. I've got a lot of student loan debt.
Another one.
Oh! Well, I feel like I'm the safest Uber or taxi that you could ask for.
Sure.
Check out my 5-star rating.
Is that the Eiffel Tower?
I think
that's not the Eiffel Tower.
No,
that's a crane.
I think maybe you can't see the Eiffel Tower because it shrunk 6 inches.
Ah, right. That must be it.
But also because this freaking Grandpa is on the road in front of me.
Oh my God, he dropped his croissant.
I have GPS built into my brain. You know, like those pigeons? Those pigeons that always know how to go home?
Yes.
I know how to
Homing
go
pigeons.
to the Eiffel Tower.
Do you? We're still making what's the other one?
A droite?
A droite. We're droiting.
That was pretty a gauche.
We're droiting.
We're droiting?
We're droiting.
We're droiting.
You know, maybe I should walk. I'm just gonna get out here.
You're just
I'm just gonna get out.
Right here?
Yeah, just
not.
I'm just gonna walk, stretch my legs, breathe the Parisian Paris, the air, and just I can take you the rest of the way. No, it's you know what? It's really nice out, and I just think it'll be a great walk.
It's just one more a gauche. Can I have 5 stars at least? Merci. What would you do with $75 million?
I would travel the world. I would invest. I know a bit of a boring answer. And I would help people when I can. I'll buy things for my family.
A house for my mom. Yeah. Invest so I keep some money for the future.
Everyone's just out here saying, oh, I'd spend it on my family. I would invest it smartly in smart enterprises. We need Americans, because Americans will come out here and be like, I buy 10 Ferraris, bruh. What if I say that I think you're lying?
I don't know. Do you think I'm lying?
Yes. The first thing that you're going to do is buy all of the jerseys from your favorite players. I think you're going to buy 10 fancy cars and go crazy.
Okay, I'm lying. I would invest it into probably a retirement account.
Why are you such a liar?
I'm a finance major. I just graduated with a finance degree, so.
So don't lie. You're going to pay off your student loans first.
No, actually I wouldn't, because I have an interest-free loan from my parents.
Oh, so he came from money. Let's go to someone who doesn't have a silver spoon in their mouth.
That's right.
What would you do with $75 million?
I'd buy an esports team.
Hell yeah, this is what we're talking about. Why are you wearing a Teemo hat watching Dota? Do you think that maybe this is, you're a traitor?
Yeah, this is my trader, yeah. A big PC. Like a nerd, like a real nerd. Lakeside mansion, you know, a good little Lamborghini here and there.
Ooh, what color?
Ooh, has to be red.
Super Asian looking Teemo. What would you do with $75 million? 1, 2, 3, 4. Sick.
Buy my first PlayStation and Forza 6. That's it.
Yeah, PlayStations are expensive right now, so a lot of that $75 million is going towards that. Okay, rejection. It's just like high school all over again. I'm all alone.
I'd buy this arena, honestly. I would name it after myself, and everybody would have to play my arena.
75 million. Okay. You could buy the parking lot.
Parking lot. I'll name it after myself. Perfect.
Yes. Okay, now shoot. Ooh, maybe he can use the 75 mil to buy some skills.
I heard I was supposed to be doing some content with Ovly. Where is she?
Who's ready for some culture?
Oh my god.
Are you excited?
What is this?
Do you think you
Oh my god.
can do it?
No, stop. I'm cringing to death. I'm dead. I'm dead.
You ready to cringe even harder?
All right, show me.
Look there. Introducing double kick.
Kill me immediately.
I don't think that I am well equipped to teach you how to properly dance the can. So luckily we brought in Billy, our fabulous can instructor.
Bonjour.
Oh, bonjour.
Cue the music. Do you want me to just provide a cappella backing track? Da 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 da. Oh my god. Da 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 da. Can you do any of that?
The last move where she put her foot all the way above her head. Wait, I think I could hit that pretty easily.
Okay, be careful though, because it can be very dangerous.
We're League of Legends players. We're used to danger.
I'm in a physical prime. Let's do this.
The first move is called the mayonnaise.
Oh my god.
And it's like the move that you do when you mix the mayonnaise.
Oh, the mayonnaise.
We cooking. This is literally patting your head and rubbing your tummy at the same time.
This is really hard to do. Wait, okay, hold on. Wait.
And now, high kick.
Okay.
Oh dear lord.
High kick.
Up,
Up.
down, up, down. If I might have on the side, oh wait, I kick my front head. Yes.
What?
Yeah. Yes. Yes.
I think we got
Wow.
this.
We're almost hitting 90 degrees with that high kick. I think we're pretty good at this.
Yeah.
I know, right?
Be careful, not me.
Oh, yeah.
No,
yeah. If I go all out, I'd go actually past my head, like way back there.
This is a proper way to
Mhm.
finish a can-can.
Oh my.
You ready to try?
You first? You first?
What about together?
Let's just see how far I can get on a split right now.
Just try. Yeah.
Oh my.
With your hands.
Or you can go
like
farther than me.
this.
I can't. My foot isn't even moving forward.
Guys, I don't,
Believe.
I'm out of breath.
One
I'm out of breath.
barrage.
Maybe I'm
Okay.
better on this other side. Yeah, no. It was a good try. It was a good try, I believe.
I feel like you and me should at least try to do the entire thing through.
Yeah. Hey, yes, super nice. And now get ready for the mayonnaise. Mayonnaise. Yes. Oh my God. Yeah. You can go down like this.
Get low.
Get low.
And get ready for
Get low,
the
get low.
tire-bouchon. And tire-bouchon.
Oh,
Well, it's okay.
that was my mic. We don't need that. We don't need
Don't need
that.
it anymore.
That's what production insurance is for.
And then a bit of stuff. High kicks.
Okay.
All right.
Kicks. And
We gotta sync up, I believe.
Okay.
One, two.
And now, the end. Ready
All right.
for
Okay, grab your
All right.
leg.
Ready?
Grab your leg, Peter.
I'm grabbing my leg. I'm grabbing the wrong leg, okay?
All right.
And
Be careful.
Ta-da!
Oh, you're just on the ground
Amazing.
dead.
Tribone.
Welcome back to more Overwatch at the Esports World Cup. Johnny, we just watched a video about can-canning, and I wanted to see how high can you 7'2" legs reach? Can you kick over Jake's head?
I don't consent to this.
He
That was
can't.
pretty high.
He can.
That was pretty high.
Look at that.
Respectable.
Look at that. That's
I'm
pretty good.
surprised myself.
Also, for those who don't know how large Johnny is at home, Johnny, can you show the world how you can put your legs down to the ground?
What do you mean?
While seated.
We're
Jake, do you want to go ahead and try? Yeah, that's how I feel.
Yeah, this is really natural for me, Chris.
So we're waiting on the stage to kick off here in just a moment. All the players are just about backstage, ready to go. If you're just joining us, we are here in the opening day of groups. If you're just joining us, it's, of course, first two through from each group are going to power through the winner's bracket. But you get a second chance if you fall to that loser's bracket. And already we have two teams from each group down there, Johnny.
Yeah, I mean, we're finishing Group B here with the next match coming up here. So we'll already have the matchup set for tomorrow because, you know, you lose two matches in a row and you're going to be out. So you're probably looking at Varel going up against all gamers in that lower bracket. It's like, oh, you know, you come here with high expectations and then you find yourself in a pivotal lower bracket match almost immediately facing eliminations here. So there's no room for error, Jake.
Yeah, for these teams, you know, I'd give Varel a look there. I think that they are a serious team, you know, despite taking a really tough L to Zeta. That's one of those uniquely difficult first-round opponents. Just the luck of the draw here. Definitely our top four teams are going to be looking pretty solid. For SSG, surely they'll be, you know, moving on to face Crazy Raccoon,
Surely.
but that's not a great prize for a victory,
Surely.
really.
No.
I was going to say the loser of this matchup is going to fall down to play Team Secret. So how does Team Secret match up against JD Gaming and, of course, Space Station?
Okay, so Team Secret going into this tournament, I don't think we expected a lot from this team. It's just like, okay, like you qualified considering the region you found yourself in. Like, you know, you should be pretty happy with that. But he took a couple of points there in New Junk City against Crazy Raccoon, and you're thinking, okay, can you use that momentum to secure a map win? It's the lower bracket after all, and we've seen surprises before, so I wouldn't count them out.
Crazy Raccoon may have been playing with their food in that fight. We'll see what's going on with Team Spirit a little bit later. For now, though, 70% of the fans are going JDG versus SSG. Can Sugar Free and crew cause the upset? You said you think you got faith in North America / EMEA?
I think the fans have cooked a little too much on this one. I think this is an out of control spread for JD Gaming. But hey, I mean, North America is looking like a very vulnerable region in recent history.
the counter argument to that, though, is that so has China, right? These two regions both have at past had huge success. Now, not so much. So maybe a bit of a toilet bowl here in the groups. But we'll have to see who's out the win. Vicious opening matchup here. Johnny, I've heard that the Chinese region loves to throw things that are kind of off meta at some of our squads. What can we expect to see from JDG?
Okay, ironically, I think this is the team that might actually play the normal game, because if they can match sugar-free like Pineapple, Kaneki, like you don't want to sleep on these players. And they've done it before, going back to Champions Clash in 2025. That was a long time ago, I know, but they did actually win a matchup against SSG back then with some of these players. And so they've done it before on the international stage against some of these players on SSG. I wouldn't be too surprised.
5 seconds to the stage. SSG. SSG for me. Chat, let us know, how do you see it playing out as we get into the next match?
Welcome back to the stage for the Overwatch Champion Series 2026 mid-season championship at the Esports World Cup in Paris.
Sounds like poetry, innit?
I just absolutely love saying that. It just rolls off the tongue. Now, earlier on, we had Finn of Geeky Esports here on the stage. It was a beautiful moment. He thanked his fans, and I think I've actually found someone who speaks as many languages as you, Lou.
Brilliant. It seems like Overwatch is full of high IQs individuals, right?
Absolutely.
I'm pretty impressed.
I think I need to learn some French or at least another language.
Ouais, ça serait bien que tu apprennes le français et un Indeed parce qu'on arrive forcément sur le 4e match de la journée, une longue journée qui nous attend, et à la conclusion, on aura les 8 premières équipes qui sont, invaincues de cette journée. Donc, t'as hâte?
Well, let's welcome our next team, onto the stage. It's the one and only SSG! Nice little reaction from the crowd there for one of North America's most established rosters, led by Sugar Free. SSG arrives in Paris looking to prove that they can hit that switch that turns domestic consistency into international success.
Les JD Gaming ensuite qui vont pouvoir nous rejoindre, mais forcément Space Station Gaming, de fiers représentants de la région Nord-Amérique, mais ont-ils ce qu'il faut pour gagner ce match? Toute la question est là. And standing strong against them, JD Gaming! Ooh. We had some noise here from them, from their fans here at the venue. They are one of China's fastest rising teams, the first roster that managed to be the favorite Weibos since the return of the region on the Overwatch scene. But are they ready to test themselves against North America?
I think they are. Lots of confident faces on stage right now. It's experience from NA, momentum from China. Space Station Gaming versus JD Gaming starts right now.
Thank you very much. SSG taken to an international stage once again, hoping not to repeat what happened in Tokyo. They didn't take a single map, or I should asterisk that. UV took a map. It was in the show match at the beginning of the year after stage one.
Map's a map, okay? A map is a map. But their opponent, JD Gaming, yet again, one of these teams coming from China, we had a little bit of a taster to see what exactly has been going down within the CN region for their playoff matters with that Mauga, with the cat composition. We should talk about the fact that, yes, JD Gaming did play the Mauga. They did not like to play the cat with it, though. They preferred the Kiriko Lucio. So for SSG, if they want to try and take away the Mauga composition, it could come in the form of just the base Mauga ban when we head to our first map of Control, especially because they like playing the cat. They just like playing it with the Ana instead.
I really do think the Ana cat is so strong. especially on control. I think Anna, especially after the small little buff the other week, I mean, look, at the end of the day, Anna's always going to be on the periphery of being meta. Sometimes Anna is a little bit too quick for her. She likes to be a little slow and Civ, just hang around in the back a little bit, hit some good nades. You don't want to be on constantly on the back foot as the Anna player. But I think if you're going to slow things down, Anna is the pick to play. Let's talk about JD Gaming, though. Their backline, of course, they've been playing together for years at this point. Former of Weibo.
Yeah, I mean, JD Gaming, they have a lot of staples that we've seen within the Overwatch Chinese talent. We've got like Pineapple on the DPS line who played for Spark, Kaneki who played for the Chengdu Hunters, Monk as well, previously of both Spark and Hunters fame. So JD Gaming, a lot of notable faces. I think that a lot of old school Overwatch fans will be able to recognize, and it's wonderful to get to see them still competing here as we get ready to head into these matches. Still the first of two format, so that control map, very, very important. Starting off with that momentum, we're yet to see one of these series go the distance. It's come close. Some flashpoints have gone all the way to the 5 points, but we're yet to see a series actually break into that third map so far today.
I just want to see immaculate vibes from SSG. That's all I want. That's all I hope for. And I think North America thinking the same kind of thing. Look at their stage 2, Moxie. Perfect group stage. Only lost a single match. Unfortunately, it was the finals against the Dallas Fuel, but still almost a perfect stage coming into this LAN.
Yeah, and it feels like they're really in a good position to fall into this new meta, right? They're already playing a whole lot of Lamatra. The devs were talking about the flexibility that we've been seeing from Sugar Free. We got to see his May a whole bunch, as well as that Symmetra from the stage 2. They've already been starting to play some of that Cat Anna as well. They were one of the first American teams that were starting to play it within their playoffs, so they've been running it even before we got to see it become that main staple from the first two matches so far today. The difference has been that the Ana was played into the Ana mirror. If we do get JD Gaming getting the Kiriko through the ban draft, obviously the Ana's value does fall off a little bit, since nades can just be cleansed with things like the Suzu.
Oh, Samoa again.
Again.
Okay. Seems to be a theme at the moment. This is an SSG map pick, though.
Yes, this is SSG picking it, as we will get to see our ban draft. So Lucio, which we've been seeing less and less of, but this is, as we said, targeted towards JD Gaming, right? They like to run the Malga, but they like to run it with that default Kiriko Lucio, having the speed boost as opposed to having the Cat just airlift the Malga through, because JD Gaming, when they played the Malga compositions, they weren't looking too hot on it when they were actually playing within their own region. Every Malga mirror that they had when they played AG, they actually lost, and it got to the point that we actually saw them sub Bella's Rhea in to play the Malga when they played that Grand Finals versus WBG. Roxy much more comfortable on picks like the Sigma and the Ramatra.
Yeah, starting today as well, Roxy still on the stage in the center seat for JD Gaming. SSG, of course, this firm 5 here with Hawk on tank has been kind of was that nearest airport sign?
Yes,
got one of those already?
was.
Yes, sir. EMEA fan spotted real quick. I mean, Hawk, very easy to ban out in most ways, and that's been the biggest weakness of SSG's kind of ban draft. But I think if you look at everything around Hawk, how flexible the backline has been, Admiral, not just this Lucia player anymore, they can play Ana, they can play Cat, they can play a whole lot of things. Even Hawk, look, you can play the Ram, which just got buffed, even the Malga too, mainly just dive tanks like Winston. He's not really too confident on. He's more likely to go towards the Diva. Hopefully this isn't another pause here, but a whole lot of JD Gaming players. Don't jinx anything. They are all looking at one PC, but it should be fine. It should be fine. No one panic.
No one panic just yet, as hopefully we're getting ready to head yet again to Smo. Sometimes, you know, it takes a little bit of time to just be able to pack your bags and fly off to some of these maps. Oh, Monk fan spotted.
I thought you were going to say pack your bags and go home, Maxim. But damn, that's cruel. We only just started and we're in the upper bracket. Come on.
Like,
man,
it's
they got one.
tomorrow that will send our first teams home.
Oh, yeah.
Not today. So you do still have second. Even if you hold to here. Yeah, JD Gaming, they brought the fan squad. We will be hearing the organized fan chants at the start of every one of these rounds, as we also have that Vendetta ban from the Duelist line being able to just make sure that you can keep things like your cast, your Bastion, nice and secure.
Are you a bigger fan of Vendetta as I am in these comps, especially with Malga?
I really do like the Vendetta, yeah. I think especially with like that buff that she received where they increased the reach of overhead, it was already insane. Like 2 meters is a whole lot of distance for a character who's mostly melee, but then you add another half a meter on top of that, and the kite potential to be able to try and escape away from a Vendetta becomes much harder, especially because like if we are going to be seeing the Ana become that staple, right? Ana's positioning, the mobility, is attached to the cat. Once the cat has been able to drop the Ana off into that position, the Vendetta will be able to quite easily go and hunt the Ana down.
Yeah, you need to hit the sleep, and even if you hit the sleep, you're probably dead anyway. Let's be honest with ourselves here. And then you're not using offensive nades, using defensive ones, then it all kind of falls apart from there. Big Cuffer fan in the audience too, man.
Well, the desk were Cuffer fans as well.
Everybody's
apparently.
a Cuffer fan, okay. Ex-GK player, of course, Cuffer.
Oh, that's
okay.
Okay.
Okay. Hey, he's ready? We're ready? Samoa starting right now. JD Gaming versus SSG. First game for both teams here in the stage 2 LAN. EWC, this mid-season championships, we knew it was going to be a tough one for a lot of teams. A whole lot more teams than there were. So a whole lot more surprises in store.
I mean, do JD Gaming go for the Malga now that they've been banned away from the Lucio? And as we said, Bellas Rhea tends to be the Malga player for JD Gaming, and he is not starting. So it looks like they've pivoted away from it, as Hawk will be starting off on that Ramatra. Yeah, the Domina, not the same level of being able to hold and secure these chokes the way that we saw Domina use previously. The Ram rundown potential as we get Kiriko Cat instead of the Ana, as Sugar Free shows the flexibility and goes for the Xion.
Xion's just been so strong, and despite how many small changes, the character's still going to be good. And with Monk playing the Ana, look at how far he has to play away. Look how much distance he has to create himself.
Lethal on the Ashe too will be really problematic for JD Gaming's Bastion Cat to have to try to deal with. That hit scan being able to put so much pressure.
Nice. Suzu actually forces Pineapple off of the line. Lethal has to look to the sky though. Did he think Pineapple was not kind of hanging around there? Not sure what Lethal was up to. They've already lost a player and they lost the point.
Yeah, now you don't have that Ashe, you don't have the point, so JD Gaming can just look for the fly-through pressures with Pineapple when Space Station have 0 angles to actually be able to lay down against the Bastion. Lethal swaps onto the cast to be able to deal against both the Tracer and the Cat Bastion.
Wow. Complete comp swap up here for SSG. Hawk, Diva, Sugar-Free, Tracer now. So there's going to be a whole lot more pressure on to Monk. Hopefully Lethal can kind of tag out Pineapple or Mewtwo.
He's looking for it already. You can see Pineapple. There though, Roxy doing a very good job of scouting out the cast and just sitting in his face with the defense matrix.
I like how quick and clean they were swapping things up, not staying on things too long either.
Yeah.
That kind of false hope of like, oh, maybe we can get things done with ults. Mewtwo down, and now Monk has to fend for himself, and Ultraviolet and Sugar-Free turning him to mincemeat. Head first in the surfboards there for Sugar-Free, however, gets taken down by Pineapple. but it shouldn't really matter. And this is what this SSG comp does so well. The supports are being played so spread for JDG, meaning they're very vulnerable.
Yeah, and Space Station going for those really fast swaps, right, did not allow JD Gaming to be able to build up to the nano boost to be able to overcome the new composition that Space Station flex onto. As poor Roxy has to go all the way back to spawn just to pick up a new mech, and Mewtwo's already being pressured when the D.Va's not there to be able to peel. High Noon from Lethal over the top. JD Gaming not able to protect the cat.
Oh, your Mewtwo already dead, and yeah, oh, they're classic. And this is just going to happen so damn much. And what do you have to kind of deal with that? It's Roxy with the defense matrix. He has to kill an Admiral, but Kaneki's dead, and the point still controlled.
Yeah, Kaneki went all the way around, tried to go for the pressure of the back cap so that JD Gaming got some breathing space to be able to pilot this Bastion back into position, but Space Station, now that Lethal set up defensively, will not allow that cap Bastion free reign.
Yep, here we go. There's the sleep on the D.Va. Now they're going to try and box Hawk in. Has got self-destruct, though, so has to pop it. Can they chase down the baby D.Va? Pineapple trying to hold the defenses, though, making sure they can surround Hawk again, who has managed to pick up a health back and is still alive in the fight. A nano boost goes on to Pineapple as he tries to look for Bix. And Nade's going to finish off Hawk's mech again as JD Gaming are going to be able to hold on to this. Monk being airlifted to safety, but Lethal with a sharp shot takes down Monk and Pineapple. Mewtwo also bites the dust. Flip comes through from JD. They're up to 53%.
Yeah, Sugar Free just not able to tag onto that point to be able to stall it, but JD Gaming, without the backline up, just don't have the sustainability to stand up to Space Station. Squishy's coming back and flipping the point right back.
Surely this doesn't get anybody.
Surely
dodged. One more? And no, that wasn't going to happen. Lethal was in the sky as well. Like, come on, that's not going to happen, is it?
Well,
Sugar
he'll
Free
be
with
back
a
in the sky soon. Sky Noon's about to come for.
Yeah, Mewtwo has got a kidnap as well, or a catnap. They're waiting for it. They're dipping in. Here we go. Pineapple in the back line already, and Lethal just hounded down. They knew the Sky Noon was coming. They jumped on him before he could even get it off. Knight's Defense Mage just going to keep the Bastion alive. Pineapple still also low, though. Look at the peel from Mewtwo.
Yeah, Mewtwo doing such a good job when Lethal's out of just being able to leave Pineapple to his own devices to be able to just keep healing him with things like that per. As JD Gaming approached the 80% mark, Monk's not going to have that nano boost to enable Pineapple. If Kaneki can get a pulse bomb, a huge ask, given that Ultraviolet is on the Kiriko and Hawk the D.Va, so Defense Matrix and Suzu. Plus, Lethal's just not going to be a target for it since he's up in the sky with Admiral looking for the Sky Noon.
Looking for it, waiting. And Roxy knows, of course. Like, you see the Cassidy in the skies. Something fishy is going on. But how long does Roxy pay attention to Lethal? Because he's got 4 other players to look at as well. Well, there's the Sky Noon. Oh, Kaneki. Wrong place, wrong time, my son. Lethal does end up paying for his sins, though. So they end up trading DPS with JD still in control. Decent pressure from Hawk, but he is also low. April pushed out of the picture as Mewtwo continues to make sure the point is held. Both cats traded. Roxy with a self-destruct on the point. Hawk having to use his as Monk keeping the rest of the team topped up. Baby D.Va taken down by Roxy, and that is the point to JD.
Oh, Sugar Free's not able to touch. Roxy with the zoning self-destruct. And JD Gaming, like, they're so close to the nano boost. You can get the nano boost onto the Bastion. It becomes so much harder for Space Station to be able to contest directly into that space. Not required. They're just able to deal so quickly with Lethal. Like, this was the turning point here. When they jumped on the Cassidy before Deadeye was available, before they had to play reactive to the angle that the cat could provide. When they started going for first turn instead of trying to react to Space Station, they felt the most comfortable.
Keep the vibes high, keep the vibes strong. SSG down around, but they still got close to a victory in that first one.
Good time. No more on this Overwatch. You drop one
So back.
and you go for Hawk or Mauga to be able to just play full sustainability. That being said, though, Monk on the Ana, as long as you don't get hit by the Storm, if you get the anti onto Hawk, that's so detrimental for the Mauga self-sustain. Like, that will force Ultraviolet to have to save Suzy.
Oh, it's not going to hit those. Okay. Manages to get the nade. Oh, good sleep on the cat. Admiral surely dead. Pineapple, though, slipped over the edge on the Bastion. Okay, SSG get the cap. And Monk, like you mentioned, very safe on that high ground, so Sugar Free forced to kind of pay attention to him. I want to know what happened to Pineapple there.
Yeah, I really don't know what happened for Pineapple to get diced off of the map like that. Since Space Station, like, they're not really running something outside of the Mauga Stomp that can stun him, as Lethal's just doing a little bit of poke damage, trying to build up that first Deadeye of the round to be able to hold down the point in the face of the amount of pressure that JD can have with the Bastion. Kaneki actually swapping onto the Reaper now that the Mauga's in play.
Lethal in trouble again, look at that, but instantly Cardiac Overdrive popped and everybody clumps together. Pineapple unable to get the kill onto the... Ultraviolet does go down, so Apple the only one healing at this point. Sugar Free, unfazed though, still in the front line, just trying to punish anybody overextending, but it's actually Avril that falls. SSG now down another support. It's Ultraviolet's time to kind of teleport back, but it should be JD Gaming capping the point.
Yeah, JD Gaming being able to pick up Admiral. Do not have to worry about Lethal's Deadeye when the cat is detached. So Flip comes through, Monk lifted into a more defensive position to guard against the Mauga Stomp, since you do have to worry about the Pulse Bomb intrusion from Sugar Free. The Space Station will have unmatched Kitsune Rush fairly quickly, but the real thing that opens up the space for them, yet again, it's the Deadeye.
Speaking of which, there it is. Oh, the Bastion's going to get nanoed as well. Defense 6 needs to run out, and Lethal held that to the very final moment. No defense matrix, no nano resistance there either. Is going to save you from that. A good little catnap onto Hawks, though, might be enough for JD Gaming to stay alive in this fight. Plus, Monk
Roxy
being undeterred too, just completely free in the backline to heal up Roxy.
Roxy keeps self-destruct as well, right? If you're down your cat, if you're down your Ana, potentially you have to burn the self-destruct to be able to hold on to that point. Now you have it to be able to disrupt the potential of the cage or the Russian Space Station.
They're going to go quick. Ultraviolet want to turn this one with this rush. They managed to cat out JD Gaming, though, with this cage. A perfectly timed one, and Silver Bullet Connection takes down Pineapple.
Good pickup onto Roxy as well in Baby Diva form, so no remake, which means less stall potential for JD Gaming. 60% they will be able to pick up, but now they have to play fully into retake yet again when they have zero space, and Pineapple is going to opt off of the Bastion onto the Soldier.
Not so fast.
Kaneki. All right, well, they got a Death Blossom. It's not going to be set up with anything too free, though, with the cage being used in that last fight from Hawk. But as if a nano from Monk can maybe even set up Kaneki to force out this mount. Already taking a lot of damage as Hawk ends up just dashing away, though, no problem. Here's the High Noon. Lethal swinging in. Everybody taking cover now. Oh, Mewtwo doesn't quite end up going down there. The defense mage is good enough to help him stay up. Same can't be said, though, for the rest of the team, as they're forced to go for a reset, but there aren't any time left. It's up to Kaneki to touch. Maybe Roxy, but they've just not got any bodies left.
Catnap
Little
here.
boop. Roxy, focus fire. There's the catnap. I mean, there's just no chance for him to stay up here. Kaneki's going to have to come up with a miracle, but it might not happen. A teleport onto the point and nano boost onto Mewtwo of all people. Okay, now Lethal under a lot of duress. A pulse bomb eliminates Kaneki before the Death Blossom could even be used. A dragging of the Mauga, but unsuccessful in his endeavor. Mewtwo falls, and that'll be the round. SSG tied things up.
Yeah, it's just dominoes. The fact that you use the catnap to just force Roxy off of the point, so when the DMAC comes out, the Baby Diva's not on point stalling, which then in turn forces Kaneki to have to burn the Wraith form to be able to hold the point down.
That was Mewtwo's fault.
Yeah, that
Okay,
was.
that was Mewtwo.
That's how Pineapple
Okay. Well,
was tossed off of the side of
you know he's screaming in the comms in that one.
Oh, yeah.
Let go up, please.
But yeah, no, just really good opportunity there from Sugar Free, identifying without Ray Form, there is no way for Kaneki to be able to live that Pulse Bomb attachment, so you shut down the Death Blossom before it can be the clutch factor that JD Gaming are looking at. As we go all the way to downtown, Hawks sticking with the Mauga. Pineapple, though, off of the Soldier and back onto the Bastion for the flyby.
Oh, it's just so scary watching Lethal on this, though. The Silver Bullet, it's got changed recently, too, but he's still managing to hit him. Mewtwo already very low. A good stun grenade as well. I mean, yeah, this fight's over. This is so sad.
The moment you get behind that Diva mech and you get the flashbang on top of him, like there's just no boosters. Mech just boom. Within the first moment, without that mech, you just don't have the means to be able to stand up, sheer sustain, and damage that the Mauga and Cass can output. And yeah, you have no choice, you have to match it. But as we've said, JD Gaming, when they played Mauga before, they looked the most uncomfortable.
All right, they're going to try and just swing Pineapple into a good spot. Roxy on the Mauga, so going to mirror versus Hawk. Still going to be tough, though, to get through Lethal, who's already in the sky with this Deadeye. I mean, that is just gross. Ends up going down anyway, but Pineapple was dropped into the back line with no support, no munitions, no nothing. And then Sugar Free, he can just do the rest. No issue. Shut down, though, by Kaneki as I keep calling players deaths. Whoops-a-daisy. Sorry, SSG. All good, though. You're going to win the fight anyway.
Yeah, the moment you get Mewtwo and Pineapple's attached to him, like, it's so much easier for Space Station to be able to complete the kill onto the Bastion and follow up, especially with Monk now on the Kiriko, as we get Artillery Strike from Pineapple, trying to create some space for JD Gaming to set Roxy up on the front line so that Pineapple now gets to play around the cover of Tower.
You take infinite damage as soon as I step foot on the point. Mewtwo's pretty low. Sugar Free looking for some, but he's got a pulse in his hands too. Takes a headshot from Monk, but it's actually Roxy that we needed to look at there. Already down. Kaneki, though, with the Death Blossom. Successful this time around, though, is Sugar Free again. He's just picking these comps apart. Just the ability to stay alive like that on the Tracer and being completely ignored. It's just a dream come true for him there as he wins the fight for the team and puts themselves in final fight territory too at 80%.
Yeah, and look at the ults that Space Station Gaming have. Like, Pineapple's forced to swap yet again, which means that you're totally resetting all of that charge, and Space Station are about to hit all 5 ultimates to just cash out within one fight.
Oh, here it is. There's the rush. There's the cage. Roxy in trouble, getting heals from Monk. The Catnap tried to come through, but a quick Suzu's going to make sure Hawk stays up and active in the fights. Pineapple does kill Lethal, but, you know, this 4 ult advantage from SSG, you're thinking it's an easy fight, but not to be. JD Gaming just overwhelmed them. I don't know how you messed that one up.
Well, JD Gaming will have to deal with the flyby of the Cassidy Deadeye. It's the one ultimate that Space Station were able to hold on to, but they've got so many opportunities to just run away from it now as Lethal's trying to set up shots, gets grabbed up here by Admiral. This is that JD Gaming have to watch out for, but so far all the Cass can see is the Mauga on point.
Fine by me. Keep shooting Roxy. Force some CDs out of Monk, out of Mewtwo.
Lethal's left side flanking.
Trying. There he goes, up to the sky. There's the Deadeye. Everybody's going to try and run away now. Cardiac Overdrive here for Roxy. He's going to keep him up for the moment. But look at Mewtwo. Oh, Lethal. There's just nowhere he can run. And now no Catnap available either. A teleport, a flashbang. Kaneki is going to hit the shift and Wraith walk away. But another mutual stun there onto Roxy. Forces him down and out. No cage. No nothing left on the point for JD Gaming. There's the flip from Sugar Free and SSG. A pulse bomb, Kaneki Wraith walks, but still has to get to the point. Sure, a kill's good enough, but where's the touch? A teleport to the back line, but Hawk. Signs his death warrant as the rest of JD Gaming try and get a final touch as SSG breathe a sigh of relief as they claim the first map.
Okay, Space Station, first map picked up for an international series. They will not go mapless this tournament, but it came close, Jack. There were moments where JD Gaming really looked like they had the read, especially when we got to see them on beach, being able to deal with the cap, with the Cass. The difference on that last fight, though, of Downtown, they had ults. They just did not get to use them. Like, the amount of pressure, I love the fact that you're okay with just using the flyby of that Deadeye to put the pressure onto the cat, to take away the potential of the catnap so you don't have that disruptive pressure of pulling away the Mauga in the fight halfway through. And you also put so much more pressure on Monk being the only support alive on the Kiriko. That means that your Suzu, your teleport, it's all working overtime. Everything that you do to try to save your team only puts yourself into more danger.
And also you can't then lift your Bastion up, get him into a position where he can succeed. You're not quite set up for the same level of success. Let's have a look where we go next.
That's a Peps fan right there.
There's a lot of Peps fans. I've been seeing them. A lot of jerseys out there. Almost a sea of them at this point.
Yeah, where do we go next? And do JD Gaming try to remove things like the Cassidy?
I wouldn't hate it.
I would not hate the Cass ban. Like, it feels like Space Station, so much of their issues, they were just able to sidestep because Lethal had ult and was being towed up by the cat. Like, oh, we lost a fight, we have to play into retake, we have no way of just creating space other than using a Cass ultimate. Gee, let's just do that times 5. Is essentially how they play all of their retakes.
Lethal is a hard hit scan player too. Little flexibility there, of course. Would love to play.
Hanzo.
Yeah,
that
sure.
we get on maps like King's Row.
Little Cass, little Ashe, little Widow if we're treated so well. Hey, maybe some of that we got Junkertown. Just say.
We do.
Just say.
Wow, to have Ana and Widowmaker back in meta? So good to see. I mean, yeah. Meta is probably taking it too far when talking about Widow when you weigh up the rest of the
You could say
spells
meta for the
yeah.
map. I think that's as far
Yeah,
as you get.
Niche,
Yeah.
shall we say. Potential circumstantial value is what we will attach. Bella's Ray is probably being subbed in here as we see Roxy walk away. And I think this is actually a good choice from JD Gaming, because one thing that Space Station were able to do really well versus JD was force them onto the Mauga. And as we talked about, even before that map started, when you look at that performance within their own region playoffs, when they wanted to play Mauga, Roxy was just not comfortable. More flexible on things like the Diva and the Sigma and the Ramatra, but not at all comfortable on the Mauga. And I think since Mauga is just not going to be a target ban at this point, because Space Station more than happy to just leave it in so Hawk can play it and excel past JD, you want to have Bella's Raya just in case you have to play more into the Mauga depths.
Main man on the screen just there. Sugar Free a minute ago. Him and Lethal. I mean, look at the stage that they had. That stage was just so clean. And that's crazy to think about too, because they went to Tokyo, didn't get a single map win, and then they come in stage 2, completely dominate. And what they've been saying in the interviews after those matches was, look, we just changed everything up.
Yeah.
We changed how we approach the game. We changed how we scrim. We changed how we just think about situations. And it has worked so well. It's like this is a brand new team. Like, straight up.
Taking losses can be really motivational for teams, right?
The most motivated they've ever been after Tokyo. I mean, honestly, yeah, I am not
It's a
in a
hard
position to
blow
disagree.
to go to an international tournament. The devs were talking about the fact that when we looked at the formation of this team within the NA region, people were putting them first. We were trying to work out, like, between Space Station and Dallas Fuel, who will take first seed for NA. A lot of people thought it would be Space Station Gaming.
Yeah, I can't remember the predictions for that finals, like from the audience and whatnot. I'll try and look it up, because that was a very much expected. Well, I think I've heard Fuel actually, but I think everybody else was on the side of SSG, just how dominant they were. I mean, Fuel, obviously, we know they are an extremely strong team, and clearly the height of pressure there in the finals, they're able to sneak it away from SSG. But honestly, if you're Space Station at that point, like, you qualify as soon as you make it the upper bracket.
Yep.
So you're like, well, okay, sure, it was great to win. Of course it is. Everybody wants to come first place in their region. But then you just concentrate more on preparing for an international stage. And yes, we had a patch, of course, but it wasn't to the point where everything was
like
mixed
Cat's
up.
still
Yeah, it's
very
still good.
much one of the best supports at
Exactly.
being able to set up the rest of the heroes. Cat Cast was already being played. Cat Bastion was already being played. Mizuki's still around, though we haven't seen that much of him so far today, as it seems like the Cat coming in forces you to have to play things like the Ana or the Kiriko alongside it. If Mizuki is in play, it's mostly the Kiriko. Sometimes we get a little bit funky with it, and we've been seeing some pairings of Mizuki Juno that the CN teams have been liking to play around with on maps like Circuit, but mostly on attack. as opposed to defense to just be very much aggressive, rolling forward, trying to take all of the tempo from your opponents, not giving them the opportunity to be able to breathe. As for JD Gaming, like looking at the ban draft, I really do think that the cast ban would be the best here because it would protect Belis Reyes Mauga, right? If you're going for a substitution, it does send a quite obvious message of what you're going to be trying to run your composition with. So unless JD Gaming have been cooking something up totally down key,
little Root.
Be seeing, Root 66. Wow, it's been a while since we saw this map.
I did see that
And play
sign, by the
too.
way. Do it for PG, sugar-free, XPG with a little heart. I love that.
Okay, so
Winston
no
Cat ban.
cast ban. Winston and Cat. Yeah, Belis Reyes actually played a fair bit of Winston in the past as well. He was one of the staple Winston players.
He is the dive guy.
He is the dive guy. This does mean that we still have the Diva available if you want to be able to play that dive. We do have Mauga still in play, but we don't have Mauga dive available because Jetpack Cat was actually
What a horrible
the ban.
sentence you just uttered. Mauga dive.
Hey, look, it's a thing, okay? Teams are
You're wrong.
going to have to accept, like, if you're going up against the CN teams, particularly if you're going up against all gamers, tomorrow you're going to have to be prepared for the Mauga dive.
All right. Cast available. Sugar-free. Tracer. Christopher on your screen. Of course, he was the one that was mainly speaking for the team in those interviews saying, look, we did change it a whole lot. And I can imagine that smile isn't going anywhere just yet for SSG. Now, Belis Reyes, I can see a little bit wreckable here
Yeah,
on
true.
Route 66. It is a map, though, historically, especially on first, where you're thinking you can just play Ram, you can play Mauga, you can just play on this corner. And then also, if they want to flex it up a little bit, you know, Hawk can just sit on the Diva. He's not going to complain. I've never known Hawk to complain.
No. He's always happy when he gets to play that Diva, and the Diva ban was exhausted very early on as well. So we will have to see what exactly a tank rotation will be. I feel like for this one, the starting composition will not be the same as the ending composition. There's going to be a fair few changes that these teams will be going with, and I feel like Space Station Gaming just had the better changes when it came to being able to deal with JD Gaming.
It'd be massive spice if Lethal actually picked up Ash. Ash is really good on first. Just
We did see him play it first fight of Beach before swapping to the Casty, because it was sort of like that realization of, okay, no, I just need to be able to instantly put the pressure on the Cat so we can try and drop the Bastion while also being able to deal with the Tracer, constantly biting at our flanks.
Belis Reyes looking like he's set up and ready to go. Sugar-free little pep talk. God, we got to get some of these listenings during these little bits of down periods. I know we've done a couple before, so give me some more. Give me some more.
See, is it the competitive JD Gaming who were able to keep up with WBG, where in the upper finals they were actually able to pull 2 maps away? Or is this the JD Gaming where within the grand finals they only picked up 1 map?
It is funny looking at the last stage, or the last couple of stages for China. It's been a 3-region team with Weibo just being on top. But AG and JD Gaming, they have been trading places. Like, they've been swapping second to third. Like, this is the kind of push up, hey, we can take maps. We can't quite take the region in first place against Weibo. They're still too good. And I'm excited to see how China does. I mean, even despite what we saw from AG a little bit earlier, I think China still need to breach that wall. It feels like that they're just ramming their heads against for the last couple of years. I mean, even when they came back into the OWCS circuit, it was a 1-region. It was a 1-team region with Weibo. Or once again, obviously.
Well, it sort of feels like a lot of our regions were like that, though. When you look at how dominant Twisted Minds were for the longest time within...
And then Toronto Defiant in first year as well.
And then Toronto Defiant.
It was always one, but then that gap
but
is
now
closed.
the gap's totally closed. Like, you look at all of the different regions. Actually, you look at Korea. Korea's probably one of the best examples when you look at our Asia teams. Because it's just been, like, Zeta and Crazy Raccoons just trading places multiple times. Zeta have looked on top, Crazy Raccoon looked on top at Champions Clash, Zeta came back stage 2. And then you look at EMEA and we were like, okay, Twisted Minds, not just one of the best, like the best team within EMEA for the longest time, literally title holder
Champs.
From 2025.
World champs, yeah.
World champs, beat all of the regions. And then you look at the proximity of the rest of the teams within stage 2 for EMEA. We've got GK pushing out Twisted Minds. We've got a map 7 for our grand finals. It's been so much closer. The same thing's occurring for NA. A lot of these teams, like the gaps between everyone has totally closed up.
Here we go. Route 66. SSG up a map already in this first to 2. Ban priority for the other side. And we see a Winston ban, and we see the cat being taken off the table. SSG forcing Velasquez onto something else, and it's going to be the hazard for defense. And another pick that's been picking up a little bit of steam as well has been the Emre, as Pineapple locks it in for defense.
I mean, the scope is still insane. Being able to scope and still have access to full mobility. Plus, I know they've nerfed some of the sustainability on Siphon Blast. 80% was insane on release from Lifesteal. But he's still one of the best ways of being able to survive the close quarters fights, as well as early wall from Belisray plays a little bit of havoc to Lethal's line of sight on the Widow, as so far he's only seeing the tank. No one from JD Gaming is going to peek the Widow early. So Space Station already off to the races. Point starting to move.
Slow comp as well. No Lucios. Admiral switching over to the Mizuki. On the escort maps, I think Mizuki's perfectly well positioned. Saw a lot of that on Circuit Royale. And
for the hazard, right? If Belisray tries to get aggressive, and he's always been a very aggressive player, if he goes too far away from his team, he's just getting changed.
Already just one-shotting there. I mean, Lethal had to back up, went really low. But this is where the pressure really mounts for JD Gaming too, with Hawk just permanently on point.
Yeah, Hawk hit by the anti-ultraviolet, expanding the Suzu. There's the dive from Belisray that just takes full railgun charge.
Yeah, Hawk not quite there to follow that up. Actually gets slept, naded too. He's going to be able to get out, no issue. No need for a Suzu from UV.
Good stall from JD Gaming. This is actually buying back the time that they had to spend early, respecting the Widow, and it actually allows Pineapple to find the hit off nade onto Admiral.
Okay, sure thing, no problem. Quick reset. Ultraviolet healing up Hawk. The most is for the team. Look at that, 90% already on the rush. That's pretty scary. Although actually getting good use of that could be an issue.
Yeah, I feel like it's just both of these teams building up ults, and then once they have an ult, then they'll push for it. Like Ultraviolet, unmatched rush that JD Gaming will have to respect, unless Pineapple's able to hit Living Weapon at the same time.
Very possible. He's 4% away. Sugar Free forced to recall early. Now going to the tunnel and picking up that mega health pack.
Oh, he's nano boost for it too, as well.
Possible. It's going to be Belisray against the nano. There is the rush. Belisray up on the high ground already as Monk ends up going down to Lethal's railgun headshot. Belisray up on the high ground now, almost getting a kill instantly there. No follow-up from Kaneki by the looks of things, but a direct hit from Pineapple ends up killing Lethal. Still now Hawk, and the sustain from SSG is something that JD Gaming are not going to be well equipped to actually deal with. Belisray is super low, has to back off, receives a pack, picks up the mini. There is a rally, but the payload is still moving.
Yeah, payload comes to a stall just now with the rally from YouTube, pushing JD Gaming into Space Station.
Not quite. Ends up going wide there, and there is the anti, meaning Hawk cannot stay in the fight. Stall power here is crazy. 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining here for SSG.
This is dangerous for Space Station too, right? A whole lot of value with the Sanctuary, unless it's directly on top of the point. Since static, you're looking at Lethal being able to be the clutch factor with that overclock, since JD Gaming don't have a great response to it. I saw the Belisray just slamming down the damn pool.
Oh, it's go time again. Lethal. That's the second time he's picked off Monk in a row. Oh, with Pineapple dead, surely it's all over now. Yeah, SSG.
No one marked the angle. Ooh, is the crazy thing. Like, Lethal's totally exposed out on the side lane with the overclock. And no one from JD Gaming is scouting out the Sojourn's position. So when they're trying to fall back to the point, no one is able to stay away from Lethal's crossfire.
That literally was the second time he did that.
Yeah, second time too.
Swinging around wide angle.
It's rough for JD Gaming now too to be able to escape out of the reaches of this high ground, since Admiral now will have that Sanctuary in position to be able to defend against the damage from Pineapple.
Downfall for Bellisria on top of Gas. A lot of players from SSG currently grouped up here. Kaneki's going to provide a little bit of backup as Hawk tries to go in. There's the cage, straight onto Mewtwo. Downpour does. It's a good connection as well. Hawk gets walled off. The rest of the team of the Sanctuary is going to come in just in time. SSG completely deny Bellisria's downpour and shut down by Avril.
That Space Station continue moving, and they've got good ultimates to keep up that pace within the next fight. Rush overclock. Good starting position for Lethal to be able to just bomb shots off. JD Gaming, yes, will have the nano boost to try to push on forward. It all comes down to Pineapple. Overclock has to be the turning factor for JD Gaming to slam the brakes on Space Station.
What can this nano boost do from Monk? He's 5% away, but Ultraviolet's got the rush first. Bellisria trying to create space. Pineapple 2 on that high ground. Nano boost, they're desperate to build this one up. Someone needs to take some damage. Eventually, Pineapple is going to take a tickle in there, meaning the nano boost is now online. Nano on Pineapple with the OC, looking for bodies, looking for heads, looking for summits. Ultraviolet goes down, a double tap from Pineapple. 2 dead already. Make that a third.
Make that 4. Pineapple clears up Hawk, and JD Gaming finally get the stall that they're looking for. The issue is, how long will it truly be stalled? Space Station still have an overclock of their own. Sugar Free a pulse bomb for JD Gaming to constantly have to worry about, and Hawk moving on to that Diva as well. Now has the mobility to slide up to the vertical and put pressure on Pineapple.
What can Sugar Prawn do with the pulse? They have double DPS, so in fact, as Lethal, they're checked on this high ground now. Yep. They're going to make him get off the angle, but it's Monk that falls prey to him anyway. Hawk was right next to him too, pushing him into a spot where Lethal had a clean shot. Dancing around his Pineapple at a good time. Suzu's going to keep Lethal alive, and now carrying in the corner. Mewtwo finishes him off with a kunai headshot with 45 seconds to go. You got to touch though. You got to touch the point. JD Gaming hit with a fat C9. SSG sneaked that one away.
It's mistakes like that, right? Mistakes like not being able to defend versus Space Station just taking a point. Bellisria marking the Sojin with ult, but still losing one of your supports to the overclock angle because you just don't manage to coordinate your drop. Now we head to third. JD Gaming yet again having to rely on ults to be able to overcome Space Station's previous setups.
They're going to have to play really forward here. That forward momentum is so important on this point. Use this rush, but this point especially, you can get away, you can escape. Not from Pineapple, however. Lethal dead. Switch overs, a small switch here for SSG as they go on to the Shion instead.
They catch Monk, which means that JD Gaming don't have Anna for this fight. Space Station, though, also losing Ultraviolet. Another trade from Sugar Free onto Mewtwo. He's
gonna get another one
in the backline. He's got a pulse bomb built up as well.
Yeah, Hawk's right here with him too, with his self-destruct. You can keep staying around.
No one was on point the whole time too. Space Station was picking up momentum.
Okay, Kaneki. Little 1v1 there versus Sugar Free. Manages to force the recall. Pulse bomb for both Traces now. Who can make the hero play? Looks like Ultraviolet's under a little bit of duress. Has to Suzu himself as Bellisria now in trouble. 5-man sound barrier post from Sugar Free as well. Bellisria shrugs it off. Nano on board for JD Gaming, but can they live up to this? Because there's now a rush. Space Station just piling these ults on top of JD Gaming, and the dam is broken. Kaneki goes down, Hawk sleeping, but only just for a moment as Pineapple clings to life. 50 HP and a snipe onto Sugar Free. Make sure he stays alive.
JD Gaming trying to hold their ground. OT's about to hit. Space Station down the Tracer.
The downpour.
There goes the downpour. JD, they won't give Space Station any ground. No chance to regroup.
10 seconds to go too. Pineapple gets a double. That downpour connects with both supports. Sugar Free's going to get another touch on the point. A quick recall there is going to be good. And Lethal has got the spree. They just need another touch, but they can't quite get there. JD Gaming defend on third.
Oh, that was dicey. That was not at all clean. First point, letting Lethal through the same angle, the same flank twice, once with ultimate. So detrimental. Same thing happens on second, despite one person literally being assigned watch versus the Sojourn. Moments like this were like Belis Reyes downpour totally shut down, eclipsed by the use of Mauga Cage paired with Sanctuary so that you can't give any resources to the Hazard, follow through on the opportunity that your tank has been able to set up. But they were able to win enough fights. Pineapple with the clutch nano boost overclock, buying stall time, which meant when we headed to third, they were able to prevent the full push. But it's been dicey, it's been close, it's been scrappy, and too many times Space Station, it feels like, are just in positions JD Gaming cannot allow. Sugar Free on the backline through third, catching kills onto Mewtwo should not be happening.
Stats don't really look that much either from Sugar Free. I don't think his impact is really felt if you look at his current scoreline. Because, yeah, I 100% agree. Being able to force out CDs or even,
right?
Yeah,
like Tracer,
push Monk
Winston,
away.
It's so hard to actually tally up the amount that those heroes can do when you only look at stats, because it doesn't show the attention, the amount of players who are having to turn and deal, the resources that you're lacking on frontline as well. Nasty angle from Pineapple.
Whoops.
Totally denied the opportunity from shooting at someone, as Hawk Shield is just right there.
Yeah, we didn't see that grapple, don't worry.
What grapple?
Exactly. Lethal on a bit of a favourite here. The Freya.
And Admiral on the Wuyang as well. Like, there's so much poke damage from Space Station side as they now turn to defense, just wanting to put the pressure onto JD Gaming so that they don't get any angles to be able to walk this Tracer and Shion onto Space Station's back line.
Hawk could hold this angle for so long on the Sigma 2 against Belis Rhea. Nice little wall behind him, though. They maybe, just maybe have caught him out, but the heals from Ultraviolet and Admiral are just too much.
But Admiral had to
killing Admiral Shorb, and Monk actually also picks up another kill. So this is looking a little bit scarier for SSG than one maybe first anticipated. JD Gaming are going to walk on this one now as Hawk has to pedal back.
I mean, Belis Rhea actually swaps onto the Hammond since JD Gaming have been able to identify the opportunity that they've given, which would swiftly close as Space Station were able to regroup. Hawk taken out of the fight late means that Space Station, the backline's back, but there's no front line.
Oh, the vehicular manslaughter with the bike. Hawk can't get like that. I like Belis Rhea on the wrecking ball. This is a very vintage Belis Rhea look.
Where does this nano boost go from Monk is the question. Belis Rhea potentially as we get the bowler from Lethal to try to put some form of pressure onto this point. Space Station have to walk. Well, that's
Monkey knew he was dead, so had to use it. It's going to be onto Mewtwo. There's the rally, and he stays alive too. A good bash, and Sugar Free, I think, died to his own pulse. There's 4 minutes and 30 seconds in the time bank for JD Gaming.
well, nano boosted Brigitte Rap. That lives in so many players' nightmares. As JD Gaming, very fast first take. Potentially very fast momentum through second as well, now that Belis Rhea can just play to disrupt Space Station's walk. There's so many ultimates too to try to make a play for that retake. You're looking at both support ults, but right now Belis Rhea is looking at keeping Space Station boxed out of the fight.
Belis Rhea really wanting to earn mines there. He's got 99%.
Oh, they lost Monk.
Oh, well, that's not good. I can tell you that for free. Lethal, little bit of pressure. Shouldn't be too much. The Ultraviolet can't heal though. There's the Mines. Hawk trying to get some semblance of space, but a good wrap here from Mewtwo on the stairs. Just bashes Hawk in the back of the head.
Lethal with the bowler shot. Not finding the opportunity as Monk's had enough For being picked early, goes to
Tidal
Jericho.
Blast from April actually puts on to Sugar Free. Does end up trading that though with himself and Belastria getting a kill. And well, the Wrecking Ball staying alive in these long fights is just not a good look for SSG right now. The spree from Pineapple to get out of dodge, but still picks up a kill onto Lethal. Again, a very scrappy affair with 3 minutes to go. Hawks back in the mix, however, on the Hazard.
Good way of being able to contest the high ground, right? Puts pressure onto Belastria, doesn't allow Pineapple to be able to sit on the angle and get damage past the tanks onto Space Station squishies.
The three eventually chased off this high ground angle. Looks like a complete reset here for both teams as Lethal fishes for yet another kill. He's got the bowler shot too. Or Pineapple's going to die, surely. There's the dash away so low. Over health lucky and a wall there from Hawk to try and snipe Pineapple, but now he's in the wrong side of the fight. Spike guard held up, stays alive, but pushed straight back into the rest of JD Gaming and picked off. A pulse bomb trades for one though. Mewtwo down. Belastria trying to look for Sugar Free, but he's already out of the fight.
Belastria is about to have mines up as well as he now takes the high ground, disrupting Admiral's position, splitting the heals totally.
Yeah, mines are going to get to blood on the point too. Hawk's going to come back in just a moment with the downpour. 15% away, but staying alive on the point is going to be game number one here, or objective number one for SSG.
Mewtwo with the rally as well. Space Station have to fight directly on objective versus that Brigitte. It will be rough to hold that space.
Mewtwo just ran in there solo. Okay, pop the rally, all good. On top of the wall, Hawk is sitting currently. Now he's got the downpour, of course. Mewtwo has to get a kill. Whip shots April out of the sky. The downpour collects the kill onto Hawk, but it's too little too late for SSG. There's JD Gaming with a second point now.
But that was both support ults forced. Mewtwo with the rally to open up the way for JD Gaming to fight the brawl, and then rush to overcome the damage potential of downpour from Hawk as he now swaps onto that Mauga. Space Station, they want to just have that pressure and the staying power to be able to stall out so many of these fights since almost 3 minutes that Tassel trying to hold their space for JD Gaming to take us to map 3.
Nuvangada missed. Lethal's bowler not really collecting too much there. Oh, double support. Oh, it's going to be good for SSG. They use that beat to start off with to counteract this spree from Pineapple.
Still holding that rush as well. JD Gaming, though, they'll be happy with that. Spree exchanged for B. That's one that you take every day of the week, but you don't want to lose players out late. Kaneki falling late in that fight means that Space Station don't have to worry about a Tracer flanking on through. They can purely focus all of their attention at fighting out the lane, gaining value with Ultraviolet's rush as Belastria now goes on to the Mauga to match. But how do you play Mauga into Hawk when he has the rush to be able to set up that cardiac?
See how early they end up popping the rush. There's 2 minutes to go and not exactly too many fights left either. That golden box of victory just so damn close. A lot of damage on to Mewtwo, and yeah, eventually falls. A rush should be what they use to clean up. Ideally not losing anybody, but because your spawns are so close, not too worried about it if there's a trade or two.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Space Station, you want more, right? Since that was your rush. JD Gaming now putting Belastria on the Mauga. There's one fight. They're one fight away from a map 3, and they'll have a Mauga with a rush to pair it with.
And a rally.
For Space Station, yeah, and a rally. Space Station have to be able to get more kills before the fight starts, and
Look at that.
Is that.
Already, Lethal's going to try and take an off angle here, trying to take down Mewtwo, and now there's no rally available. Still a minute to go, though. Cage gets deployed from Hawk, and he's trying to stay alive in the fight, and that healing coming through from Ultraviolet there, just permanently left-clicking Hawk, so he stays above 100 HP, and with only 60 seconds to go, they've managed to hold on to their support ults, but SSG, they're going to go first again.
Yeah, JD Gaming, they had to just grit their teeth. They lost too many players. Now they've got both support ults, but yet again, Space Station pressing that aggression, not letting them sit in the space to use it.
Mewtwo has to dodge this pulse bomb from Sugar Free. He just has to. You know Lenny's going to be looking for it. They're going to rush to start off the fight. SSG, give them space.
They've got beat now from Admiral to be able to last for Ultraviolet to both rush in OT.
I mean, it's almost the perfect combination of almost the perfect timing of them too. This is last fight. 20 seconds to go. There's the rally. There's the beat. Sugarfree still looking for this pulse bomb here. The focus fire onto Hawk. He does end up getting stunned there, but Ultraviolet leads this rush. Pulse bomb goes wide as Apple goes down. Ultraviolet, it's only him left to try and heal up the team. The spree doesn't really get anything there for Pineapple apart from space. But Hawk goes down anyway. JD Gaming picking up that second map as we head into our first map 3 here in mid-season.
Oh, it came so close. Almost a Herculean hold. Almost 4 minutes held on third of Route 66. But JD Gaming, they squeak over that finish line. And we go to map 3. The Bellas Reyes sub came in clutch. We talked about the fact that there's a high potential at some part of this map they will be forced to have to lean the Mauga, and that's exactly what they had to do to be able to break their heads through third.
Even on some of their best picks as well, we have the Wu Yang, a very aggressive kind of comp. Not as speedy as something like the Lucio from Admiral, but UV and Admiral, nothing to scoff at. Look at this rush here. Straight on the point. Kaioken, here for it.
I will say, though, there are mistakes from JD Gaming, right? Monk's going down at moments he absolutely should not be. You look at how Space Station played retake on second. They're all boxed up on that high ground. Those are keeping all of them in check. And then somehow your Ana dies. The fact that your Ana dies first, like someone's getting to swing an angle and your Ana's out of position to being the first one caught out by it.
The Gios in the audience, loud and proud. A lot of JD Gaming fans. We saw it earlier, obviously, with the big flag, of course. I think they're sitting right behind us, so we can definitely hear the kind of floor rumbling. Yeah. Now we're going to a map 3.
Uncharted territory.
Yeah, for so far, right?
This is not good for Space Station as well, right? When we're looking at this team, you're thinking, okay, if you're one of the best teams contending for that NA title, when you head to the international stage, you don't want on your first day in the first of 2 formats to be dropping maps, because that exposes weaknesses. It means potentially that you have to push into your tools, into your strategies, and reveal your hand before you want it to be shown. And that means that it will then impact the easiness of the rest of the matches that you face. Teams will know if you're pushed to the absolute brink, what will be the things that you have to employ.
I want to delve into the mind of Chris. See what's going up there. I mean, look, guy's been around for a hot minute too. When you think of Legends, you were picking that up at the very start of this series. Chris. Too. I mean, look,